Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave, your go-to channel for captivating Chinese audiobooks. We bring you 2 daily uploads so you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe, and let's dive into today's story. Chapter 101 The Battle is Over. The Abyss Small World. Boom! With a loud bang, Clemens, who had transformed back into Thunderhawk's body, broke out of the blood-colored ice. One eye is blind, more than 60% of the body is lost, and the domain of the gods is broken. This is his current state. Compared with the peak period, he can still exert less than 50% of the strength. Looking at Kang Yu, who was in a weak state not far away, even if her own state was not good, it still rushed forward without hesitation. The opponent must die. That was Clemens' only thought at this moment. After receiving the 4 realms freeze from the front, Clemens finally understood why the Lord suddenly acted without warning. The treasure of the Lord God? No, the word cannot be used to describe each other at all. Even the major gods who are now famous in the void will definitely not be able to reach such an exaggerated level before they become gods. Clemens didn't understand what the other party was, but he understood that it was an existence that could never be left behind. Even if they die together, they will definitely take the other party away. Dark blue magic power slowly rises. Knowing that he had no extra chance, Clemens directly burned his divine body, turning into a straight lightning bolt and hitting Kang Yu directly. Watching this scene, Kang Yu, whose breath was much weaker than before, not only did not retreat, but stood in place and quietly waited for the arrival of the other party. After entering this state, the enemy's desperate struggle can indeed bring her a threat. Even if she has less power to use, it is not something that these ordinary gods can easily deal with. Boom boom boom! In just an instant, tens of thousands of heavy icebergs rose from the ground, blocking Clemens' trajectory. Don't underestimate me. 35. In the face of this unexpected obstacle, Clemens, who had completely compressed the incomplete thunder and lightning god domain to the edge of his body, slammed into it decisively. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, Clemens, who was bleeding all over his body, successfully cut a hole in the barrier of the icebergs and continued to charge forward. A huge amount of magic power is flowing back and forth in its body. Clemens, who was already determined to die, unscrupulously mobilized the power in his body to clear the ice barrier that kept appearing in front of him. Just as Clemens and Kang Yu were getting closer and closer, 2 huge magic circles suddenly appeared in the sky. Under the influence of the magic circle, the terrifying gravitational field pressed on Kang Yu's body in an instant, causing the blue-haired girl, who was ready to continue attacking, to stop. And she is the exact opposite. Clemens, who was shrouded in another magic circle, suddenly filled up with power, and even the wounds on his body were quickly healing. Although he did not look back, Clemens understood that this was the remote support of the abyssal mage Emond, who had also survived the blood-colored cold snap. No. Not just Emond. Being able to feel the divine power mixed with multiple breaths in his body, Clemens understood that this was already the power of the last survivor of the small abyss world. If that fails, then they are truly lost. Feathers are burning, limbs are dissipating. After completely burning his divine body, Clemens, who turned into a multicolored lightning bolt, charged towards Kang Yu. Ma Wu said that unless it is a last resort, you can't burst out continuously without becoming a god. Watching the attack that was about to fall on her body, Kang Yu, who escaped from the brief restraint, hesitated for a moment, then raised her palm to face the lightning in front of her. Ma Wu also said that even if he falls into a state of deep weakness, there is no problem. As long as he wins this battle and gets a certain amount of development time, he will rise completely. In this case... Stop! Just when a blood-colored cold current rose from Kang Yu's side again, a voice with great power came from the crack in the space behind her. In front of this voice, the unstoppable 5-color lightning along the way slowed down the speed of movement for the first time. At the same time, a white figure passed by Kang Yu, rushing straight towards the colorful lightning. Looks like it's going to take a little more effort. It is necessary to face the counterattack initiated by a top lower level god who burned his life. Bai Ji, who maintained a leisurely attitude even in the face of the 3-generation clone of the Lord of the Abyss, flashed a dignified look in his eyes. Moonfall God. Embodied, Aegis Shield. Soft moonlight shone from the dark sky. While further weakening the power of the 5-color lightning, it illuminated the shield that appeared in front of Shiroishi. Is this a fantasy representation? After carefully looking at the quality of this shield, Shiruri, who had a general understanding of Alicia's abilities for the first time, took 2 steps back. Click! After a second of blocking, cracks appeared in the temporary representation of the shield of Aquis. With the cracking sound, the shield of Aquis was shattered into pieces and dissipated in the air. However, after 3 consecutive blocks, even the multicolored flashing thunder formed by Thunder Eagle Clemens at the cost of his life, his aura was greatly reduced. For Shirai, it was no longer a problem to take an attack of this level without taking any damage. It has been a long time since I have tasted this level of food, burning up the beliefs formed by life in despair. 99. Subconsciously sticking out his tongue and licking the corner of his mouth, slender threads of silk flew out from behind Bai Ji, wrapping towards the colorful lightning. Boom ch boom ch. After several breakthroughs and restraints in the blink of an eye, this last attack from the Abyss Gods was swallowed into her body in layers. Hiccup. Bai Ji, who patted his slightly stretched stomach, spit out a black-blue mist in the burp, turned around and looked at Kang Yu who was still standing there. How? Did I come at just the right time? 35. Late. 35. Kang Yu slapped her face ruthlessly and said, Ma Wu said, you have to reach the small abyss world within 5 seconds of my attack. It took you 6 seconds for Messfield, and 8 seconds for Elena and Alicia. Seconds, as for Arthas. Boom. Accompanied by a heat wave, the cat-eared lowly who arrived more than 1 step late burst out from the crack in the space. Was a full 15 seconds late, 3 times as long as expected. Forward. After looking at the peaceful scene in front of him, Arthas, who had arrived late, froze, with an embarrassed expression on his face. I didn't mean to, just after seeing your terrifying attack, I felt that no one should survive. I agree with your idea. Dissipating the scarlet spear in his hand, Macefield, who was about the same height as Arthas, came over from not far away. But your reaction was really bad. When that guy Suwu said he could go, he was still standing stupidly and chatting with him. If you change me to Ma Wu's position, maybe I will directly throw you over with the help of that powerful force. Throw it over. Recalling Ma Wu's previous action of putting his hand on his head, Arthas shuddered subconsciously. At that time, Suwu should not really have this idea. Speaking of which, there seem to be a few crippled guys over there. 35. A piece of props with a continuous recovery type was inserted on the ground. Alicia pointed to the few figures in the distance who collapsed on the ground with weak breath and said, Good kings, you have to grab it back alive. For Suwu? No. Kang Yu shook her head. Ma Wu said that people in the Abyss are in a sense the clones of the Abyss Master, and there is no possibility of recruiting peace. 35. Directly dig out the heart of God, hand over the soul to Macefield and Arthas, and hand over the body to Shirauri to eat. I don't want the soul. After hearing Kang Yu's words, the cat's ear above Arthas's head trembled twice, and then quickly ran into the distance. You wait here first, I'll go and help catch those guys. I seem to know why Ma Wu keeps calling her a stupid cat. 35. Glancing at the back of Arthas, Macefield looked back at Kang Yu beside him. Need my help? If you operate a little on the fate line, it should be able to help you get through the weak state faster. No. Kang Yu refused. I'll just take a little rest. If Macefield helps, I'll be easily injured by the leaked power. It seems that you and Arthas, the only advantage is that you can play more. *A. How do you feel? The other party seems to be suddenly angry. Clip. Chapter 102 The Way to Promote World Rank. Abyss World. A werewolf with a knotted body and a height of about 3 meters shuttled between the heavy barriers. After a while, this werewolf with a terrifying aura came to the deepest part of the Abyss World. Looking at the huge mass of flesh in front of him with no end in sight, he knelt on one knee on the ground and said with a hint of fear in his tone. Great Lord of the Abyss, your servant will did not complete the task you explained, please send down the punishment. Why did you fail? Not yet known. A trace of cold sweat ran across Werewolf Will's forehead, and it was the first time he felt such fear since he became a superior god. According to your instructions, I sent 9 top-level lower-level gods to the small abyss world number 98,450 to carry out the task. However, just now, including the local gods who stayed in the small abyss world at number 98,450, all 10 lower-level gods lost contact in a short period of time, and no information was returned. For making such a big mistake, I should have died. 35. But I don't want to die in such a worthless way. I beg you to give me a chance to make up for my faults, and let me personally go to the small abyss world number 98,450 to investigate the details. 35. Which area is the Abyss Small World No 98450? On the west side of the void, on the border between the Light God Realm and the Dark God Realm. 35. Give you 3 days to withdraw all the Abyss Gods on the west side of the void, and at the same time bring all the items that can be recovered. After completing the task, you will personally go to the Bright God Realm in my name to exchange those abandoned Abyss territories for the only item in its hands. You don't have a second chance, Will. O great Lord of the Abyss! The werewolf Will, who understood the other party's potential meaning, lay on the ground in a 5-body posture and said, even if I die, I will definitely complete this mission. Your 360 attendant Shirauri successfully killed the lower god Clemens. Your servant Arthas successfully killed the lower god Emond. Your servant Arthas successfully killed the lower god Lowell. Everything seems to be going well. 99. After separating from the Lich Francis, Mahu, who returned to the territory, glanced at the news that had appeared before, and nodded in satisfaction. Since Kang Yu's name did not appear, it means that the other party did not act a second time. For Ma Wu, this is the result he most wants to see. The side of the Abyss Small World is also done. The next thing to consider is the development direction after connecting with the void. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1. After connecting with the void, conquering the Blue Star Realm and the Realm Masters from the Blue Star Realm, you can get a lot of resources. Option 2. After connecting with the void, send the lead attendant to participate in the magic secret realm that will be opened in 10 days, and you can get a lot of power stones. Option 3. After connecting with the void, you can send a mythical attendant to take the initiative to attack the Sea Blue World with the coordinates of XXXXXX, and you can get the heart of the world and a lot of materials. Note, since the content of this selection is too special, the number of options will continue to increase in the future. Please pay attention to yourself. 66. Well, it doesn't seem like it needs to be considered. Looking at the endless number of options, Ma Wu, who had expected this situation, rubbed his chin. The void is too huge, and the unknown things are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. With the general direction given by divine choice, he can save a lot of time now. I'm back, meow. Just as Ma Wu was thinking about which options to choose, Arthas's voice suddenly came from outside. Bang! The room was rudely opened. Under Ma Wu's gaze, Arthas, who was holding a storage ring in his hand, hurried in from the outside. Dab! Wu Wu, I'm here to give you a combat weapon. Well done. After taking the storage ring from Arthas, Su Wu asked, why are you alone, Kang Yu and the others? 99. Kang Yu said that she needed to adjust her state, so she went back to rest first. Mesfield didn't know why he was a little angry, and passed with Kang Yu. Years. Bai Ji said that she had to consult Macefield about her talent, and she also went to Kang Yu's residence with her. As for Alicia and Elena, they went to the blacksmith together, as if to discuss a new weapon. By the way, the 3 broken artifacts I dug out from the ice of Kang Yu were also taken away by Alicia. After reporting everyone's situation truthfully, Arthas looked up at Su Wu. Why, only I knew that you were waiting for good news, so I ran over to report to you immediately. Meow. Oh? I thought you wanted to atone for your crimes, so I asked them for this opportunity to send the spoils of war alone and report the news. How is that possible? Meow. I didn't make a promise in exchange for this opportunity. Make a promise? I made no promises. Are you sure? Looking at this stupid cat who didn't make a fool of himself, Ma Wu, who suddenly became curious, said, if you tell me, I will help you if I have a chance, and if you don't say it, forget it. The troublesome errands in the future, I have to do them in my place. 39. After silently looking at Su Wu for a few seconds, the cat ears that were standing on top of Ass's head instantly fell down listlessly. Obviously, I begged them to relax the conditions, but there is no one person's reason, it's too much. Then it's fine if you don't promise them. Looking at this stupid cat, Su Wu reluctantly patted the other's head. You have to understand that if I was really in a hurry, your previous reaction would never have a chance to talk to me. Hey! Arthas was stunned for a moment. That's the truth. From the beginning, the focus of helping Kang Yu was Macefield and Shiraori. As for Elena, Alicia, and you, they were sent by me only for insurance. 9. Facing Ma Wu, who looked like an idiot, Ass's opened his mouth and finally stopped talking. It's a big loss, meow. It's not a loss either. Su Wu glanced at Arthas and said, don't you really think that your previous reaction satisfied me? 35. Let's take it as a lesson this time, and save it from a bigger loss in the future. I know, meow. Okay, let's get this out of the way. 35. In the final analysis, Su Wu had predicted the mistake of Arthas this time through divine choice from the very beginning. Except that the other party made trouble for himself and made an inexplicable promise to Kang Yu and the others. Everything else is still under Ma Wu's control. With this wake-up call, the birth time is not long, and the combat experience is also the weakest. Arthas, at least, will not make such a fatal mistake in the future. For Ma Wu, it can be considered that the goal has been successfully achieved. Your next task is still to command the undead army and recover all the resources that can be used in the dream world as soon as possible. As for the issue of the high-level undead you mentioned earlier, I will start recruiting in batches in the next 2 days. Although the number may be limited, it can at least help you manage the army of the undead. Arthas, who did not forget his original intention, replied, I want a high-level lich. Meow. I've found the lich for you. Recalling Francis, who he delivered to his door not long ago, a smile appeared on Su Wu's face. Although it is just a coincidence, the appearance of the other party can also allow Ma Wu to fulfill a small wish of Arthas. The other party will probably come to the fantasy world later, and he is a guy with good ability to do things. 99. However, it may be a bit more careful, and although I have set a lot of constraints, it is impossible to guarantee that there will be no loopholes. When you manage it, remember to be a little careful and don't let anything slip in. Don't worry. Arthas, who was afraid that something went wrong, straightened up and assured Ma Wu, promise it will not have time to do bad things. You're good to know. Su Wu waved his hand and started chasing people. Go and mobilize the undead army. I hope to see the report of the end of the resource recovery in the Dreamland within 2 days. Guaranteed to finish me. 35. After sending the cat ear lowly away, Su Wu began to check the loot sent by the other party. There isn't much inside the storage ring. 7 beads of different colors, and a heart of the world. Heart of God, Emond. Grade, Intermediate. Effect, after use, you can clearly understand the laws in the Heart of God in a short time, increasing the probability of understanding the laws. Note, the solid object formed after comprehending the law is the hardest part of the God's body, and it is also the most fatal flaw. Heart of the World, number 98450 Abyss Small World. Quality, lower level. Usage 1, Strengthening. Use the Heart of the World in the fantasy world to devour it, and turn the small abyss world number 98450 into a part of the fantasy world. Usage 2, Fusion. Through the authority of the Lord of the Abyss Small World Area number 98450, it is linked to it and absorbed into the body. Effect 1, after absorbing, obtain the authority of 98450 Abyss Small World World Master. Effect 2, within the jurisdiction of the small abyss world number 98450, you can obtain the blessing of the power of the world. As expected of the gods from the abyss world, the quality of the 7 gods' hearts are all at the intermediate level. For lower level gods, this is also the top level that can be achieved under normal conditions. With these hearts of the gods, the law comprehension room built by Mawu in the future can also be more effective. Putting away the Heart of God, Mawu's eyes fell on the Heart of the World. Different from the last time when he obtained the Heart of the World in the dream world, this time the Heart of the World has been used in another way besides being integrated into the body. Devour Strengthening. This is the option that the World Lord can only get when he changes to the second World Heart. The world is divided into large and small hierarchies. The larger the world, the stronger the strengthening effect of the power of the world. In addition, the large world also has the hidden characteristics of more obvious law breath, richer magical power and materials, faster growth of planted herbs, and higher cultivation efficiency. However, the naturally large and even super-large worlds are limited in number even in the entire void. The most common, after all, is a small world like the dream world. In this case, some ambitious world masters want to have their own large world. What they have to do is to devour the world hearts of other worlds and turn them into nourishment for their own world. For Mawu, this is also what he must do. After the territory level reaches level 6, if you want to continue to advance, you must have a medium-sized world as a territory. In order not to stop the development of his territory, he must prepare in advance. Apart from swallowing that small abyss world, you should almost wake up completely. Suwu patted the white jade sword on his waist, and a look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. It's time to wake up the mythical level attendant who has been by his side all the time but is always in a semi-conscious state. Chapter 103 The Supreme Realm of Swordsmanship. The World Lord Conference. The Abyss Small World. The blood-colored ice mist filled the air, exuding an infiltrating cold air. After King Yu froze the 4 worlds, the roars of the abyss creatures in the past were gone. Instead, there was a panic-stricken silence. Although I already knew what the consequences would be, it was still shocking to see it with my own eyes. Walking on the bloody ice, Mawu lowered his head and looked at the scene under his feet. With the effect of the true eye, he could clearly see the state of the abyss creatures under the thick layer of ice. Those who looked up, those who were sleeping on their stomachs, those who stared at the abyss creatures. Except for those who didn't turn around and sneak away, Suwu could see basically all the poses he could think of. This situation also proves how fast King Yu's world destruction level crossbow attack spreads while maintaining its power. However, from today onwards, King Yu may have a competitor in terms of attack. Looking at the abyss army under the ice, Mawu pulled out the white jade sword from his waist with his backhand and plunged it towards the ice surface under his feet. Scoff! Along with a flash of cold light, the body of the white jade sword instantly plunged into the blood-colored ice. God Moon! The power of the world! Huge magic power flowed from Suwu into the white jade sword. Under the blessing of the soldier's master's ability, the true power of the white jade sword began to be revealed. Click click click! A crack sounded. Above the dozens of meters thick ice layer, cracks spread out in all directions with the white jade sword as the center. However, that alone is not enough. Seemingly aware of the horror of this blood-colored ice, the sword spirit sleeping in the white jade sword began to slowly wake up. White light flashed across Bai Yujian. In Su Wu's perception, an inexplicable force flowed back into his body along the body of the white jade sword. The mythical fetish Bai Yu uses the special skill Sword Master on you. Congratulations on your stats being temporarily improved. Congratulations on obtaining the temporary talent, the Supreme Realm of Swordsmanship. Congratulations on obtaining the temporary skills, Nether Sword Skill, Hell Flame Sword Skill, Heavenly God Sword Skill, Realm of Still Water. Supreme Realm of Swordsmanship. When attacking with a long sword weapon, the damage is increased by 100 times, the attack speed is increased by 100 times, and the movement speed is increased by 100 times. Just in time. Originally, Ma Wu, who was still preparing to activate the Queen of Ice's talent, froze, and instead used the new talent that he acquired temporarily through the Sword Master skill. Mystery Form, Heavenly Star Prison Flame. The fiery red sword light flew out from the white jade sword and quickly spread out around the gaps in the ice wall. In the next moment, the fire from hell rose along the crack and shot straight into the sky. Boom! The ice fog in the sky began to dissipate, and the permafrost that should have remained unchanged for tens of thousands of years slowly thawed. Looking at such a scene, Ma Wu, who was bathed in flames, let out a slow sigh of relief, with a satisfied smile on his face. Although it was impossible to thaw the ice of the entire abyss world, this experiment also allowed him to confirm Bai Yu's potential. As long as the opponent recovers to the level of an artifact in the future, he will definitely not lose to King Yu, who seems to have hung up in battle. Fighting! No, I'm here to find you food this time. Hearing the voice in his head, Su Wu lowered his head and looked at the ice wall where a huge gap had melted under his feet. According to the hint of the divine choice, Ma Wu's order to King Yu was to inflict heavy damage on the enemy gods, annihilate all non-god level enemies, and in addition to keep the enemy's equipment as complete as possible. It's outrageous, but that's what divine choice says. What's more outrageous is that when Ma Wu gave the order, King Yu agreed without any hesitation. And now, the most outrageous scene finally appeared in front of him. From the gap to the ice wall, Su Wu peeled off the long sword from the hands of the surrounding abyss creatures, and checked the status of the weapon through the ability of the soldier. The 6th order weapon Shadow Sword, the damage degree is about 30%. The 5th order weapon, the Clear Water Sword, is damaged by 50%. The 7th order weapon, the Heavenly Wolf Sword, is about 40% damaged. While launching that level of attack, you can really avoid the outcome of directly destroying the weapon. 35. Facing this unreasonable situation, Ma Wu rubbed his forehead, then looked at the white jade sword in his hand. Can you do that? 35. Power can, accuracy can't. Understandable. Ma Wu, who also has the talent of the Queen of Ice, but cannot achieve such precision, nodded. However, it is enough that the power can reach the standard, at least it means that you have a certain possibility to reach the realm of King Yu. I try my best. Just take it slow, don't worry. Looking at the melting ice wall around him, Su Wu waved his hand and created tens of thousands of ice butterflies flying around. Now, let's raise your rank first. Blue Star Realm. A small fortress, which is somewhat similar to the Sky City in the Dream World, but 10 times smaller in size, is suspended in the sky. As a gathering place for the lords who were born in the Blue Star Realm, and where the second-generation leaders learn the knowledge of the lords, the defense measures here are very strict. A large number of high-tech weapons are assembled on the edge of the fortress, ready to go at any time. The patrol team with the Overlord-level creature as the core patrols the periphery of the fortress and maintains the peace here. As for the high-level king-level creatures, they lurked in every corner of the fortress, secretly observing every suspicious person who came in. Of course, apart from the above elements, the main reason why this place has become the safest place on Blue Star is that there are often world masters coming. The transboundary teleportation circle that spent a lot of rare materials was lit up. With a wave of space fluctuations, a strong man with a height of 2 meters and a strong hairstyle walked out. I haven't been here for a long time, and the changes have been quite big. After looking at the surrounding scene, the strong man walked with the red-haired man who came out of the teleportation array towards the hall not far away. Lord Wang Peng. Seeing the bald man approaching, a slender receptionist took the initiative to greet him. How many are there? Except for you, the other 3 adults have all been present. Oh. The strong man Wang Peng raised his eyebrows with a playful smile on his face. Usually when something comes up, one of them runs faster than one, but this time it's quite quick to announce something important. Hoyle, you should go over there and communicate with other people. Arriving in front of an exquisite gate, Wang Qiang motioned to the 3 figures with powerful auras not far away and said, remember not to fight like the last time, the aftermath of the battle at the god level is not a small boy like Blue Star. The place can bear it. I see. Click. After receiving the reply from the red-haired man Hoyle, Wang Qiang didn't say anything, and walked towards the room where the door opened automatically. Just as the receptionist said before, 3 people in the room had already sat here in advance. They are a middle-aged man exuding a vicissitudes of life, a coquettish woman, and a cynical black-haired youth. Coming. It's so slow. Haha. Your hair still hasn't grown. Boom. Hey. Do you want to kill me? If you don't want to die, pay attention to your tone, Zhao Chao. Tisk, you're still the same guy, you can't make any jokes. It's no joke to me. 99. Glancing at the black-haired youth who had no intention of reflecting, Wang Peng came to his seat and sat down. Since everyone is here, let me briefly explain the main reason for holding the World Lord Conference this time. What is it? Could it be that it's causing some trouble, so come to us? Zhao Chao. The middle-aged man exuding vicissitudes of life interrupted, be quiet and listen to Wang Peng finish. Okay, since Uncle Lois has spoken, I won't talk about it for now. Facing the request of the first world lord who was born in Blue Star, even Zhao Chao, who was a talkative person, was rarely quiet and looked at Wang Peng silently. Under the gaze of the 3 world masters who were also born in Blue Star, Wang Peng directly threw a bombshell and said, the 5th world master has appeared. Haha, that's not bad, I'm finally not the youngest among us. Don't be complacent. 35. Looking at Zhao Chao who was talking more immediately after he announced the news, Wang Qiang continued to add, he is the 100th. Hey! The bewitching woman who had been fiddling with her fingers in idle boredom raised her head, her eyes full of doubts. 100. That's right. 99. Wang Qiang nodded and reiterated, he is a lord who was born in the 100th class, in other words, he is one of the group of people who just arrived a few days ago. Hey! Wait a minute. It seemed that he heard the unbelievable news. Zhao Chao had some doubts about his life and said, I believe you are the lord of more than 80 years, isn't the 100th really a joke? 35. It shouldn't be a joke. The vicissitudes of life middle-aged man Huang Tu watched Wang Peng silently for a few seconds, and suddenly said, you may have forgotten one thing, the world that will come to the 100th is the world where the unknown creature that Wang Qiang once mentioned. 99. Seeking flowers 0. Unknown creature? That can't be true, right? Zhao Chao looked at Wang Qiang in surprise. The other party did mention this. An unknown voice that appeared in his mind at the beginning of his arrival in another world. Like a god, he predicted the trajectories of all enemies, so that he basically became a world master without encountering any danger. It's just that this incident was too exaggerated, and Zhao Chao always regarded it as a story made up by Wang Peng who didn't want to reveal his own intelligence. I'm not bored enough to lie to you. That is, has the plan you've been carefully preparing for all these years succeeded? The coquettish woman seemed to have thought of something, and asked, the person who became the world master, shouldn't it be your son Wang Qiang? Of course not. Thinking of the news that Wang Qiang sent back through a world-breaking prop, Wang Peng couldn't help sighing. It will take less than 7 days to become a world master. If it is really my unsatisfactory son, how can I be so calm now? Wouldn't that be bad? Zhao Chao, who understood what this meant, scratched his head and became a little uneasy. We small world masters will unite to support each other in the face of danger. Since that unknown guy can become a world master within 7 days, there is no need to join us at all. If it's not good, it may even counterattack and try to steal our world's heart. Oh! I understand, Uncle Wang Peng, you deliberately held a meeting of the world masters this time, shouldn't you want to take advantage of the other party's just contact with the void, and kill him first? Point 0. Although your appearance is a little more honest and your personality is a little more upright, I didn't expect your heart to be quite dark. Your bullshit is as much as ever. Looking at Zhao Chao, who uttered a series of long words, Wang Peng slapped his face without hesitation. It's a pity, I guessed wrong. Then why are you holding a world leader meeting? It's not like that guy is a good person, so ready to join our alliance and take us off? You might as well take a guess. Zhao Chao. Isn't this guess bold enough? Have you made up your mind? 99. Just when Zhao Chao was at a loss, Lois, who had already understood Wang Peng's thoughts, was silent for a while, and asked, in the end, he's just a small world lord, and even if his subordinates are talented, it will take some time to become a god. If we are cruel, we should have a chance of success. It won't work. Wang Peng shook his head and said, the last big news, the man named Su Wu has not been idle since he became the realm master. He has captured a small abyss world in less than a day through a space channel formed by an unknown reason. In that small abyss world, the number of gods is 9, the number of artifacts is 3, and the existence of non-god level is more than 9 figures. Where did you get the information? Do you still have to ask? Looking at the silent colleagues, Wang Peng said with a wry smile, of course he told my son and asked him to tell us. Then this information. The degree of authenticity cannot be confirmed, and I have no time to confirm. 35. Wang Qiang gave the answer directly, but my son repeatedly emphasized in the contact that I want to defect as soon as possible, saying that even if I lose the heart of the world, it will definitely not be a loss. 99. Is it possible that he was manipulated? Not sure. After saying everything he could say, Wang Peng, who was also confused, replied, but even if the information is false, the news that it will be connected with the void cannot be false. Become a world master within 7 days. The last person to do something similar was the demon king Lucifer. What are you doing? Zhao Chao, who was completely confused, said, why does such a scary guy suddenly appear in such a small place like us 5? If you have the time to complain, it's better to think about what you should do. Relying on the chair, Wang Peng, who closed his eyes so that he would not participate in the discussion, finally opened his mouth and said, I am ready to take a gamble. If you're willing to gamble together, hit the road together later. If you don't want to gamble, just wait for my news at Blue Star 9. If the bet is successful, looking at the past friendship, when the man named Su Wu really calls, I will find a way to ask for mercy for you to save your life. Successfully swallowed the 4th order weapon Purple Light Sword, and the progress of the White Jade Sword's upgrade was improved. Successfully swallowed the 5th order weapon Yuquan Sword, and the White Jade Sword's upgrade progress has been improved. Bai Yujian upgrade progress bar is full, whether to upgrade its rank to the 9th rank. Start ascending. Chapter 104 Sword Spirit White Jade. The upgrade is successful. The White Jade Sword, originally damaged, has been successfully upgraded to the 9th order. Please click on the equipment to view the attributes. White Jade Sword, Original Damaged. Grade Rank, 9th Rank. Attribute 1, Attack Power plus 100,000. Attribute 2, Attack Amplification, Damage increased by 5 times. Attribute 3, Movement Speed Increase, Movement Speed is increased by 5 times. Attribute 4, Attack Speed Increase, Attack Speed is increased by 5 times. Attribute 5, Devour, you can improve the rank of the White Jade Sword by swallowing the equipment of the long sword, until it returns to its former peak. Attribute 6, Divine Sword Formation, Sword Spirit Baihu can use its own consciousness to break away from the shackles of the body's White Jade Sword and move freely. Remarks, the former divine artifact, after crossing countless Shura fields, suffered serious trauma to its origin. Now, with the help of the mythical creatures Shirauri and Alicia, part of the edge has been restored. At the same time that the 360 World Master who was born in Blue Star held the World Master meeting. Ma Wu, who was far away in the small world of the Abyss, finally achieved his goal. Looking at the attributes of the White Jade Sword whose quality has been upgraded to the 9th rank, a satisfied look appeared on his face. The bonus of attack power has been increased from 1W at the 7th level to 10W. As for the 3 increases corresponding to attributes 2, 3, and 4, the multiplier has increased from 3 times to 5 times. In addition, the most satisfying thing for Ma Wu is that, just like the previous news of the Divine Choice, after the rank of the White Jade Sword has been raised to the 9th rank, it has a new skill. Divine Sword Formation. The warm white light slowly rose on the White Jade Sword, and then converged not far away. After a few seconds of charging, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Ma Wu. She has transparent and bright silver-white long hair, and red eyes like flames. Under the kimono engraved with gorgeous patterns, is a pair of slender legs that are exposed. White Jade, Origin Damaged. Grade, Myth. Level, Level 100. Occupation, Sword Spirit. Physique, 25000. Spirit, 20000. Talent, the Supreme Realm of Swordsmanship, SSS. When attacking with a long sword weapon, the damage is increased by 100 times, the attack speed is increased by 100 times, and the movement speed is increased by 100 times. Loyalty, 100, Absolute Loyalty. Skills, Nether Sword Skill, Prison Flame Sword Skill, Heavenly God Sword Skill, Samsara Sword Skill, 3 Souls and 7 Souls / Water Stopping Realm, Relentless Voice of Gods, Netherworld Bitter Wheel, Hard Eye. Special Skill, Sword Master, after selecting a sword holder, temporarily share talents and skills with the other party, and at the same time, according to the tacit understanding of the two parties, mutual increase of a certain percentage of attributes. Law Comprehension Progress, none. The task of becoming a god, comprehend any law to more than 10%. Remarks, the higher the comprehension of the law, the greater the number of comprehensions, the stronger the divine domain after becoming a god, and the perfect divine domain with a 10-fold increase in basic attributes can be condensed at most. How does it feel? After checking Baihu's attribute panel, Su Wu asked, compared to your peak state, you have recovered a few % of your strength now. TT. It seems that she is not used to speaking. The girl as delicate as a puppet organized her language and slowly replied, I and the body are 2 parts. Share the same source to advance and retreat, and the basic attributes will be limited when the source is damaged. However, after I can change shape, my abilities can be used at will, so the impact is not too big. It's already had a big impact. After understanding Baihu's meaning, Ma Wu thoughtfully said, compared with other mythical creatures, you have a fatal flaw out of thin air. If my understanding is correct, even if your strength is raised to the level of the Lord God, once the body of the White Jade Sword is damaged, you will still be severely injured, right? Yet. It seemed that he gradually got used to speaking, and the girl's reply became smoother. Don't worry. The white jade sword is not an ordinary divine weapon, its strength will increase along with my strength. That being said, it's still a fatal flaw. Can be solved. With slender and beautiful legs, Bai Yu walked up to Ma Wu, raised his finger and clicked on the World Lord badge on his chest. Original contract, transfer the origin from the body of the white jade sword to the body of Ma Wu, and it can be solved. Hey! 99. Ma Wu's eyes lit up, and he looked at Bai Yu in front of him in amazement. Originally looking at the other party's appearance, he thought it was another existence of the same type as Kang Yu. I didn't expect you to be so smart. I am not a fool. Seemingly noticing that he had a strange label in Ma Wu's mind, Bai Yu corrected word by word, don't think of me as a substitute for Kang Yu. I used to help you manage the divine realm with full authority, which is very powerful. 35. Yu. I remember him as the first sword master of Bai Yujian. Through the ability of the sword master, Ma Wu has obtained a lot of information from the white jade sword. Among these information, the most frequently mentioned one is this woman named Yu. Yu, whose full name is Yu Ming, is an intermediate level god with fairly good divine power. Thanks to Bai Yu's help, the opponent's road to rise is not difficult. Basically, without much effort, he laid down more than a dozen worlds to become his own domain. It's a pity that the other party's luck is not very good, and he encountered a special competitor on the road of growth. Speaking of which, the reason why you became what you are now is because of revenge for her. Looking at Bai Yu in front of him, Ma Wu smiled helplessly. I always feel that for every additional mythical servant, I have more troublesome enemies. Sorry, but I have to avenge you. There's no need to apologize for such a trivial matter. In the end, it's not normal to get the help of a powerful servant like you at no cost. After suppressing the silhouettes of Kang Yu and Bai Ji that flashed across his mind, Ma Wu said, however, you need to delay the matter of helping you complete your revenge for a while. The god of war called Artexiu has now broken through to become a superior god, even in the void, he is a famous existence, you should understand what this means? 35. I understand. Bai Yu nodded. Although my body status is good at 0.1, in a one-on-one battle, I really lost. If he is now promoted to a higher god, I am afraid that even if he faces the main god, he will not be powerless to fight back. If you say so, it seems that his strength is stronger than I expected. After gaining a better understanding of the legendary god of war, Ma Wu did not panic. But don't worry, in terms of growth, no matter how special he is, he can't compare to me 9. When we also reach the level of the higher gods, I will take you to kill him with your own hands. It is good. Although she was half asleep and half awake for a long time, because she has always been close to each other, she has a relatively deep understanding of Ma Wu. When it comes to opening and hanging, even the unreasonable god of war Artsiu can only rank second in front of Su Wu. This chapter contains pictures, click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 105 Su Wu, the one who can't live. Devouring the heart of the world, number 98450 Abyss Small World, succeeded. The world fusion with the dream world as the main body is about to start, and the fusion time is 24h. After recycling the equipment to solve the problem of Bai Yu, the Abyss Small World that is no different from the wasteland, naturally there is no need to stay. After spending some time devouring the heart of the world in the Abyss Small World, the entire small Abyss world began to disintegrate little by little. The massive world power feeds back to the dream world through the world heart in Ma Wu. Is there anything I can help with? Feeling the increasingly active magic in the air, Bai Yu, who has some experience in this kind of thing, asked, in addition to fighting, I also have some experience in the management of the territory 5. If there is a real shortage of manpower, I can also try to learn about blacksmithing or planting spirit grass. 39. Of course, logistically I'm best at cooking. 35. It always feels that your life was very difficult before. 99. Well enough. After a short recovery, Bai Yu, who was able to answer various questions smoothly, said, 23. Although there seems to be a lot of things, but you also know the effect of my talent, with the blessing of 100 times the speed, it doesn't take much to do this. Time. As long as the tasks can be reasonably distributed, I can even handle more than 2-digit positions at the same time in a short period of time. 35. Where is this little angel from? Recalling the mythical level servants who would not be able to work if they didn't come to the door, Bai Yu at this moment had begun to emit a holy light in Ma Wu's eyes. What's wrong? Feeling that Ma Wu's gaze seemed to have changed, Bai Yu looked over suspiciously. Is there something on my face? No, it's just that the world suddenly feels uneven. With a sigh of emotion, Ma Wu replied, although I don't know the situation of the God realm you managed before, I actually don't have too many troubles to deal with. If you want to help, you can manage the servants other than the undead. Give it to me. Bai Yu replied earnestly, although it is not particularly comprehensive, I have written down the characteristics of most races in the void. When I go back and make a classification, I will definitely assign them to the field that is most suitable for me. 99. Then it's up to you. There is no harm without contrast. Thinking back to that stupid cat who took half a day to send someone in addition to shouting slogans, Ma Wu would not be angry. I feel that I can consider removing Artha's position and let you manage the undead army. In this case, I don't meow. The piercing screams came from kilometers away. Under Su Wu's gaze, Arthas, who was holding a familiar statue in his hand, ran to him at an astonishing speed. Why do you want to remove my position? I'm clearly working hard. Meow. Working hard means harassing Alicia and making her keep making mini statues for you? It's just a coincidence. Meow. In a hurry, he stuffed the statue back into the storage ring. Arthas hugged Ma Wu's arm and began to intercede, I'm really working hard. In order to meet your request, I spent hours distributing those undead armies to various places. So that's why I want to remove you. 35. Grabbing the back of the neck of this cat-eared loli, Su Wu handed her to Bai Yu. This is Bai Yu, and I have introduced it to you before. That divine weapon sword spirit whose origin was damaged. That's right. Su Wu nodded. Now that the rank of the White Jade Sword has recovered to the 9th rank, she can keep her human form separate from her body for a long time. If you don't want to be removed from your position by me, then follow Bai Yu to learn your management skills, understand? Direction. Meow. Looking at the White Jade with vigilance, Arthas immediately issued a military order, I think I will learn everything from her and become a qualified undead master. That's good. Although the ability is a little worse, but at least the attitude is in place. Putting Arthas back on the ground, Su Wu patted her on the head and turned to look at Bai Yu beside her. I still have some other things to do, you should first follow Arthas to familiarize yourself with the lower territory. As for the management of the servants, there is no rush. The current stage is still focused on recycling resources. They are all currently operating in various parts of the dream world. I will take you to meet them when they all come back later. It's almost time. After separating from Arthas and Bai Yu, Ma Wu, who returned to the room, sat down on the chair and took out the Lord skill card from the storage ring. Compared with the previous few times, his luck this time was worse. Even the most recent sss-level Lord skill has an interval of more than 100 hours. This is also the reason why after the level of the territory has been raised, it has not been possible to acquire new Lord skills. Of course, perhaps because the wait time is longer than ever. This time the Lord skill, just from the name, revealed a not simple atmosphere. Successful use of the Lord skill card. Congratulations for drawing the SSS level Lord skill U Female Ascension. Royal Female Ascension. Equal Order, SSS level. Effect 1, Heavenly Maiden, all female servants in the territory will increase their basic attributes by 100%, their training effect by 1000%, and their perception by 1000%. Effect 2, Female Friend, when recruiting attendants, the probability of getting highly talented and highly qualified beauties increases. Effect 3, Kidney Strengthening, the recovery speed of physical strength and magic power is increased by 100 times. Hiss. These 363 Lord skills are a bit outrageous. Looking reluctantly away from the effect 3, Su Wu looked at the effect of the first effect of the beautiful girl with some amazement. Not to mention the benefits of cultivation effects and comprehension, the most important thing is the improvement of this basic attribute. It is not the attribute promotion of the state class, but the promotion of the basic attribute. Although the two look similar, they are completely different in nature. Feeling the huge aura that suddenly rose in the territory, Ma Wu couldn't help laughing. After doubling the basic attributes, the combat power of Kang Yu and others is definitely not as simple as doubling. I feel that the next development plan can be a little more radical. Click. Just when Su Wu was thinking about how much benefit this wave brought him, the door of the room suddenly opened. Turning his head to look, it was Elena who came to ask about the situation after the sudden increase in strength. Su Wu. I did it. After predicting a wave of answers in advance, Su Wu silently closed the Lord skill panel. You came just in time, I just acquired a special skill, you can accompany me to train it. My strength has just improved, and it is easy to control the strength of the shot. Don't worry. Su Wu waved his hand and comforted, it's endurance training, it won't kill anyone. 35. It shouldn't be fatal. Chapter 106 Peak Moment and 0-Hour Fans. The next day. Due to the high intensity of endurance training, Elena successfully missed the first big meal cooked by the new chef Bai Yu. After helping to eat Elena's food with tears in her eyes, Su Wu patted Bai Yu's shoulder with satisfaction. I'll leave the cooking to you in the future, if Alicia is to strike the iron. Hey! Although my craftsmanship is indeed inferior to Bai Yu, you are too realistic. Better than my conscience answering. Su Wu looked at the energetic red-haired girl on the side and said, or, you don't want to eat a big meal made by Bai Yu every day. I am a relatively democratic person. If you insist on being in charge, I can let you and Bai Yu take turns to cook. 35. Then forget it. After eating Bai Yu's meal, Alicia suddenly felt like what she was cooking was pig food. Thinking of this, Alicia looked curiously at Bai Yu who was sitting beside her. Having lived alone for so many years before, she believes that her cooking skills are not at the top level, and she is definitely close to the upper limit of the conventional level. But Bai Yu's cooking seems to have directly broken this upper limit and raised the new upper limit by a large margin. The same ingredients, the same kitchen utensils, but completely the taste of two dimensions. How did you make it so delicious? Actually, I used the convenience of my own skills. After Bai Yu blinked her big fiery red eyes, she shared her exclusive secret without hesitation. I have a passive skill called Water Stopping Realm, which has the effect of allowing me to remain absolutely calm anytime, anywhere. In addition to this skill, I also have a passive skill called Mind's Eye, which can greatly enhance my perception. With these two skills, I can use the atom as a unit to process the ingredients perfectly in an instant, keeping them in their peak state. 99. By the way, I also have a set of prison flame sword skills, which can help control the fire. Do you want to learn it? This is relatively simple. Alicia? I don't know if it was her delusion. She always felt that the way this new partner's skills were used strayed into a strange field. After tasting the most delicious meal in 2 lifetimes, Su Wu left the cafeteria contentedly. After taking a leisurely walk around the territory, he raised his hand and tapped in mid-air to open the territory's panel. After obtaining the authority of the World Master, he can actually raise his territory level to level 6. The reason why it is still at level 4 is actually the same as yesterday. After using the high-level source building fusion card, he is now integrated with the time house. From then on, every time he upgrades the time house, he will also get a part of the benefits. In this case, what Mao had to do was naturally to wait for the best time to come according to the prompt of the divine choice. Upgrade the time house. The command is accepted and the upgrade begins. Building upgrades are detected, heaven manufacturing starts, and starts to accelerate the speed of building upgrades. The time house is successfully upgraded, 2 million energy points will be automatically deducted, and 10,000 points will be received. Because you have used the high-level source building fusion card, you have been washed by the power of the void at the same time, and the basic attributes have been increased by 100%. It is detected that you have the master authority of the area and meet the basic needs of the 5th level territory. It is detected that you have met all the basic conditions, and the territory level will be automatically upgraded. The upgrade is successful, and the level 5 territory rewards will be distributed. Congratulations on getting 2000 reputation points. Congratulations on getting 300,000 energy points. Congratulations on getting 100,000 units of wood. Congratulations on getting 100,000 units of stone. Congratulations on getting the Origin Building Fusion card. It is detected that you have used the Origin Building Fusion card, and the Origin Building Fusion card has been changed to a high-level Origin Building card pack. Choose one of two. It is detected that you have used a high-level Source Building Fusion card, and the high-level Source Building card pack, choose one of two, is changed to a Skill Evolution card. Because you are the first Lord of the Fantasy World to upgrade a level 5 territory, you will be rewarded with 10,000 reputation points, 600,000 energy points, 200,000 units of red sandalwood, and 200,000 units of magic iron ore. Unfortunately, the basic attributes can only be doubled at the highest. Although the effect is very good, it always feels a little worse than the 5 times attribute improvement when integrating the original building. However, Mawu also understands that his current idea is just a dream. The last time the enhancement effect was so good was because his basic attributes were relatively low at that time, and it was the first time that he obtained enhancement through the source building. Now that his basic attributes have been improved, it is a huge leap to have a double improvement. The next maximum enhancement of attributes will be increased by 0.87 times. After looking at the option of the newly triggered divine choice, Mawu's gaze shifted to the attributes of the time house. Although the time house has been integrated with him, the strengthening effect after each upgrade still exists. Time house. Level, sss-level. Effect 1, Made in Heaven, accelerates the process of building/upgrading/repairing all buildings without consuming any time and completing it immediately. Effect 2, World, pause all enemies within the territory for 9 seconds. Cooling time, 1h. Effect 3, Time Regulation, 10 pieces of 1000x1000 area can be selected for time acceleration or time deceleration. The current adjustable upper limit is 5 times. Effect 4, Spiritual Time House, located inside the Time House, a special space with auxiliary cultivation and amplifying cultivation results. The time ratio to the outside world is 50:1, not affected by the effect of time regulation. The current maximum number of people who can enter, 2. Effect 5, Peak Moment, all members of the territory, the physical state is maintained at the peak state under natural conditions, and will not weaken with the passage of time. Effect 6, 0-hour mystery, at 0 hour every day, the status of all servants in the territory will automatically return to their peak state. Upgrade conditions, 1000W energy, 10W points to get the location. After the upgrade, the previous skill effects of Time House have been strengthened to a certain extent. And as usual, it added a new skill. 0-hour fan. The strength of this skill is undoubtedly top-notch. A person's peak state naturally means that there is no injury or curse on the body, and at the same time the physical strength and magic power are in the most perfect state. Having 0-hour Mitzi meant that even if Mawu's servants were seriously injured the day before, they would still be able to go out and fight alive the next day. Even better, this ability is paired with the peak moment effect gained from the last upgrade of the Time House. The members of the Mahu territory will be in the most complete state every day from now on. With the cooperation of these two skills, if any enemy wants to fight him in a protracted battle in the future, the opponent will definitely suffer. After checking the properties of the Time House, the general panel was closed, and his eyes moved to the skill evolution card in his hand. This is the last harvest of his upgraded territory this time, and it is also a prop that did not appear in the Blue Star item atlas. The reason is simple. Among the 4 world masters other than him, even the oldest Lois, has only just become the world master for a few decades. This time may seem like a long time, but that is also relative. If it is Mahu, if he is given decades to develop, maybe even the Lord God can break his wrist. But if you replace it with an ordinary small world owner like Lois, decades of time are just for him to consolidate the construction of the lower territory, enhance his own heritage, and at the same time collect information to see if there are soft persimmons nearby. In fact, this is also the normal state of the small world masters in the void. Each world lord fights in the crowd and has his own trump card. Aside from aliens like Suwu, it may take hundreds of years for the small world masters to prepare for a war. After secretly using various means to weaken the enemy's combat power, it is possible to unite with some friendly forces to launch an attack on it. In this situation, it is self-evident that it is difficult to raise the territory level to level 7 if you want to meet the conditions of having a medium-sized world under your hand. Anyway, at least not the few world masters of Blue Star can do it. Skill Evolution Card, exclusive to Kaija Mahu. It is possible to evolve any common skills, special skills, and lord skills once. Strong. This was Mawu's only thought after seeing the properties of this item. But does any skill evolve once? 99. Silently glanced at his skill panel, Suwu fell into contemplation. The power of this item is unquestionable, but the problem is that there are a lot of skills in his hands. The Blue World. This is a small world located between the Blue Star Realm and the Dream Realm, which is closer to the Dream Realm in distance. At the same time, this is also the world where the 19th Lord of the Blue Star Realm came. The only difference from the world where Mawu and the others came is that the World Master here is not someone from Blue Star, but an orc from the Tiger tribe. There is a small world not far away that is about to connect with the void. 99. In a luxurious hall, Hu Xiao, the World Master of the Sea Blue World, looked at the information in his hand and fell into silence. If he usually sees this information, his approach is probably to send someone to win over the other party and see if he can establish an alliance. 1. Looking at the other piece of information in his hand, there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. The Abyss Army fully retreated. This is the information he received more than an hour ago. Although the reason is not clear. However, judging from the information sent back by the death squad he sent over, the small Abyss world in the west and the east, the grassroots combat power and materials have indeed begun to shift. This is undoubtedly good news for Hu Xiao, who has been confronting these two small Abyss worlds for many years. No matter what the purpose is, before the transfer of human and material resources is completed on the other side of the Abyss, the opponent's god-level combat power cannot be free to do other things. In other words, he needs the god-level combat power responsible for vigilance, and can temporarily do other things. For example, capture a small world that has just been connected to the void and cannot have gods. Chapter 107, The Strengthening Plan of the White Jade Sword. Corrosion Staff, Original Damaged State. Grade Rank, 9th Rank. Attribute 1, Attack Power plus 50,000. Attribute 2, Fast Casting, the casting speed is tripled. Attribute 3, Magic Engraving, it is possible to store a high-level magic in the erosive staff in advance, and activate it at any time during the battle. Attribute 4, Mental Erosion, the spell cast by the erosive staff has the effect of abyss erosion. Remarks: the former artifact was permanently damaged by the attack of the mythical creature King Yu, and some functions were restored after being repaired by Alicia. Dragon Scale Battle Armor, original damaged state. Grade rank, 9th rank. Attribute 1, Defense plus 70,000. Attribute 2, Defense Amplification, the effect of defensive skills is tripled. Attribute 3, Physical Reduction, reduces physical damage received by 50%. Attribute 4, Elemental Resistance, reduces the fire damage received by 70%, and reduces the element damage other than the fire attribute by 50%. Execution 5, Dragon Power, inspire the power in the Dragon Scale Armor, enter the state of Dragon Power, and increase the attribute by 100% in a short time. Remarks: the former artifact was permanently damaged by the attack of the mythical creature King Yu, and some functions were restored after being repaired by Alicia. Didn't you hear that there are 3? Putting down the 2 pieces of equipment in his hand, Ma Wu asked Alicia, who was standing aside waiting for a reply, is the other piece still repaired? Or is it that it is too scrapped to be repaired? 35. No, I fixed that one too. After returning from the small abyss world, Alicia, who spent all her spare time working overtime in the blacksmith shop, replied, it's just that the last piece of equipment was a longbow, which was taken by Elena after it was repaired. 35. In addition, the 2 pieces of equipment in your hands are completely unwanted. Understandable. Su Wu replied, although the attributes of the 9th order equipment are not bad, it is still a little different from the divine weapon. 99. Speaking of which, is there no way to repair these pieces of equipment? 363. Or the materials in hand are not enough. Of course there is not enough material. After touching the storage ring twice, Alicia grabbed a handful of low-grade ore from it and threw it on the ground, with a somewhat unkind tone. The things you gave me are all this kind of scrap iron, and the slightly better ones are the 7th or 8th order ore. You asked me to use this material to repair the artifact that was almost frozen into slag. You are just making things difficult for me. 99. Cough, don't get excited, I'll just ask. Looking at the ores on the ground, Ma Wu also understood that his request was indeed a bit embarrassing. Different from the equipment assembled on the Abyss Army, the sources of these 3 artifacts are all Abyss Gods. And when King Yu launched the attack, those Abyss Gods could basically be said to be in the most central position. In order to achieve the expected goal, it is impossible for King Yu to keep her hands on those Abyss Gods. So when these artifacts were dug out from under the ice by Arthas and handed over to Alicia, their condition was actually slightly better than the original White Jade Sword. Under such circumstances, Alicia was able to repair these damaged artifacts to the 9th order through a pile of low-level ores in a short period of time, which was an amazing ability to some extent. Looking at Alicia with a tired look in her eyes, Su Wu silently put away the 2 pieces of equipment, and then said, you can make a list of the materials you need later and bring them here. I will try my best to find a way to get them together. Together? You sure? Alicia raised her eyebrows and said, the current gap in materials is not only in these few artifacts. What's the meaning? It means that some guys are more than you. Recalling what happened to her in the past few days, Alicia felt that her blood pressure was a little unstoppable. That guy Arthas has been running towards me, saying that he wants me to find a way to transform that so-called soul box into an item with an eternal nature, and enshrine it in the territory for the Undead Legion to worship. 5. Messfield asked me to build an artifact-level spear shell, so that she could carry the concept of destiny in it. As for King Yu and Bai Ji, it's even more extreme. Let me transform the ordinary 3rd order longsword without shadow sword into an ice-type growth-exclusive artifact. A radar that allows me to create a radar that has the effect of finding enemies and can automatically track various high-level void creatures in the void. Oh, by the way, even Bai Yu, who just woke up yesterday, came to the blacksmith shop and asked me if I could strengthen it again before the Bai Yu sword recovered to divine weapon quality. Bang bang! Dissatisfied, she slapped the table next to her, and Alicia, who was getting more and more angry, complained, with these excessive requirements, not to mention whether I can complete it or not, the material alone will not meet the standard. 5. If you are sure you want me to list the missing materials, I can write down all the materials needed for these items. Asses doesn't need to write, you can report to me if she has any strange requests in the future. Facing Alicia's complaint, Ma Wu, who didn't know where to comfort him for a while, was silent for a while, and handed over the erosion staff that had just been stuffed into the storage ring. The repair of the broken artifact does not need to continue. If necessary, you can dismantle this original artifact and extract the gold of the gods inside. As for the requirements of Kengyu, Baiji, and Macefield, we will not be in a hurry for the time being. We will try the materials collected in the future. 55. At this stage, try your best to think of a plan to strengthen the White Jade Sword. I understand your idea. After complaining, Alicia, who was in a much better mood, replied, actually, after Ass's reminder, I actually have some clues about the strengthening plan of the White Jade Sword. Asses? Thinking of what Alicia had just said, Su Wu thoughtfully said, do you want to add the eternal feature to the White Jade Sword? Yes. Alicia nodded. Unlike the last time, Bai Yu, who is a sword spirit, has woken up now. 99. With her assistance, the probability of adding high-level characteristics to the White Jade Sword for the second time is not too low. 35. When I came to you this time, in addition to sending the equipment, the most important thing is to talk about this. Eyes swept across the World Lord badge on Ma Wu's chest, Alicia said, after signing the source contract with you, although the source of the special artifact has disappeared, it grows with Bai Yu. Characteristics have not disappeared. I think it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as you seize the opportunity and add 2 high-level characteristics to the White Jade Sword at one time, the probability of it becoming a top-notch divine weapon or even the only equipment in the future is definitely not low. What is the probability of success? Look at what materials you have collected. Dab. The characteristics I want to add this time are Eternal and Destruction. As long as you can find high-level materials with these 2 characteristics, I have a 90% chance of success. What if it fails? Ma Wu asked. The material is damaged, but it will not have much impact on the White Jade Sword that has lost its origin. I have a way to eliminate the side effects. 99. Then follow your ideas. There are not many opportunities to create top artifacts or unique items, even Ma Wu doesn't want to miss this opportunity. If you want to mention the materials, I will find a way to get them for you. As for now, looking at Alicia who seemed to be in a bad state, Ma Wu gave an order, you better go and rest first. 35. At the same time, the void beyond the dream world. After using your own savings to restore the level to 100. Francis, the lich who wanted to take advantage of the loophole created by the Lord of the Abyss had not completely disappeared, slipped into the dream world ahead of time, but just collided with 2 unexpected beings. Lich. After seeing through the essence of Francis, Wang Peng's eyes instantly turned unfriendly. As has been said before, the reputation of the lich in the void is the level of a rat crossing the street. Especially for a world master like Wang Peng. As long as you find a lich near your home, you can't let it go if you have the ability to solve it. Hoyle, what is the strength of the 2-headed dog next to the lich? After glancing at the world bubble that represented the dream world not far away, Wang Peng asked the fire dragon under his feet, are you sure you can kill it? 80% chance of winning. Fire dragon Hoyle replied, although that 2-headed dog is a god, it should have been transformed by the lich's hands and feet, and its strength is not too strong. If I break out with all my strength to exchange injuries, I can be sure to solve the opponent in a short time. There is no need to trade injuries for injuries. Before Wang Peng could speak, Huang Tu, who came with him, replied, it just so happened that I didn't prepare any greetings for that man named Ma Wu, so leave this lich to me. Also. Wang Peng nodded in approval. Hoyle and I are on the perimeter to help you watch to prevent him from escaping, you let your mountain giant. Wait a moment. Facing Wang Peng and Huang Tu, who were about to strike after a few words, Francis, whose strength had fallen from the former top lower level god, hurriedly interrupted, I am my own person, don't do it. My own person. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Do you think I'll give you a chance to procrastinate? The Lois said unwaveringly, I've heard the name of your lich long ago, so obediently leave this body in. I'm really my own. Facing the approaching god-level mountain giant, the lich Francis hurriedly took out a contract from his bosom and said, if I heard correctly just now, you seem to be going to see the World Master Su of the Dream Realm. Wu. Exactly, I am his servant. If you don't believe me, you can read this contract. 39. Hearing the words of the lich Francis, Wang Peng's body froze, and he glanced at the Lois beside him in surprise. Do you want to believe him? Take a look at the contract first. The Lois was silent for a while, and then made a decision, even if you give it a chance to run away, you must not call the wrong person. It is up to the owner to beat the dog. If the lich hadn't lied, they couldn't do it anymore. Otherwise, as soon as the front foot finishes beating Ma Wu's servant, the back foot will go over and say that he wants to flee. Isn't that looking for guilt for himself? So, after taking the contract from the lich Francis and reconfirming it several times, the two people, Lois and Wang Peng, fell into silence. If we go to defect, it won't be the same treatment. Looking at the content of the contract in his hand that was comparable to the slave clause, Wang Peng's mouth twitched. To be honest, I don't have the confidence to persevere. I'm not confident either. Lois looked at the lich not far away in amazement. I've always heard that the lich can always do things beyond the imagination of ordinary people. When I see it today, it's really extraordinary. For 10,000 years of continuous work without breaks and without rewards, if it were me, even if I could handle it physically, I would definitely not be able to handle it mentally. Francis the Lich. Can we go away and discuss it? If it's not that there is really no way, do you think he wants to sign this kind of thing? Boom. Just as Francis was frantically making up his knife, several terrifying pressures suddenly came from afar. Haha. Isn't this the Lois World Master and Wang Peng World Master of the Blue Star Alliance? I didn't expect that there are still many people who think like me. Chapter 108, Macefield, who slaughtered gods like slaughtering dogs. Tiger roar? After hearing the voice from afar, Huang Tu's face instantly became solemn. How come this troublesome fellow? 35. The Lord of the Yellow Earth, this is not kind. 5. As the sound approached, Hu Xiao, followed by Tu Toran, appeared in front of the three of them. The small world that has just been connected to the void means that I don't need to say more. Presumably you also received information from the Abyss, so you will come here at this time. Abyss? Because of being called by Wang Peng to the meeting, Huang Tu, who perfectly staggered the information, was stunned for a moment, and then nodded calmly, naturally. But you look like this, don't you want to take the opportunity to knock down the fantasy world in one breath? Of course it is. Hu Xiao's eyes were suddenly filled with doubts when he looked at the Lois. Now that the Abyss is carrying out unknown activities, of course, we must seize the opportunity to knock down this small world in one breath and increase our own strength. How can I hear your tone, isn't that so? Well, there's one thing you might not know. The Lois, who didn't want to be extra turbulent, thought about it for a while, and replied, the little world master here was born in our blue star, so... So you want to fight? Hu Xiao, who instantly understood the meaning of the Lois, interrupted his words, with a murderous threat on his face. The Lord of the Yellow Earth, your Blue Star Alliance does have some strength, but the Orc Alliance on my side is not vegetarian. If there is a fight, you should know the result. What's the result? A questioning voice suddenly came from behind Wang Qiang and the others. In the face of the insertion of the third party, everyone present suddenly froze in place. Among them, the one who was shocked the most was Wang Peng, who was very familiar with this voice. You shouldn't. Of course it is me. After glancing at Wang Peng, a short figure in a pink dress walked past him. You can't even remember the voice that guides you on the right path of destiny. Naturally dare not. Wang Peng bowed his head respectfully and replied, I will never forget your kindness back then. In order to help you escape from the seal, I have not let go for a moment over the years. 35. Of course I know that. Macefield replied, otherwise, when you hear my voice, you are dead. 99. Who are you? On the other side, facing the sudden appearance of Macefield, Hu Xiao recovered and snapped in dissatisfaction, saying, a mere god is not a stinky brat, so dare to interrupt at will. Smelly brat. Hearing Hu Xiao's words, Macefield raised his eyebrows, his eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. I just said that your fate line is more than 90% dead line. It turns out that you are an idiot. Sometimes I really don't understand how a guy like you who is not very good at being able to use his head is an upper realm master. Is that even a question? A terrifying divine might came upon him. After gaining the boost through God's domain, Hu Xiao, whose strength skyrocketed in an instant, confronted Macefield and said, of course it's because Lao Tzu is the strongest. 5. Drew. Duke. Kill her. Following the order, the two Tauren who had been following Hu Xiao disappeared instantly. The next second, the two Tauren who appeared beside Macefield on the left and the right slashed at her with the battle axes in their hands high. The strongest. Facing this sudden attack, Macefield, who was standing in place, did not panic. After disdainfully glanced at the Tauren on both sides, she stood on the spot and took the terrifying blow with divine power. If you say the strongest is this level, it's too cheap. Chi. A harsh cracking sound came suddenly. Under the gazes of everyone, Macefield, who should have been chopped into pieces by the giant axe, was still standing unharmed. Instead, the two Tauren Dolu and Duke who launched the attack had a terrifying scratch on their bodies. I have only comprehended one law of power, and my comprehension is only at the level of 12 or 3. 99. Scoff. He pulled out a spear of destiny from the void and pierced the Tauren on the right. A sarcastic smile appeared on Macefield's face. With this level of subordinates, I've lost all my share, and you dare to brag there. Drew. Seeing his two powerful generals fell into desperation in an instant, even one of them was on the verge of death. Hu Xiao, who was still preparing to watch the play, was stunned for a moment, and his expression instantly became furious. BD kid. Don't get too complacent. Although he is only a world lord, he is the one with the strongest combat power among the three, thanks to the compensation of the source contract and the blessing of various lord skills. Roar. Under the watch of Macefield, the muscles all over his body swelled up, and the height of the tiger suddenly soared to more than 5 meters. He opened his huge mouth and let out a terrifying roar. Under the influence of this terrifying roar, ripples appeared in the nearby void, spreading in all directions. This is his trick ripple vibration. In addition to the very fast launching speed, it also has extremely strong penetrating power and powerful mental attack. When an ordinary lower-level god faced this move for the first time, no matter how fast his reaction speed was, he would be stunned for a moment. And for him, who was originally from an orc and had a strong physique, this moment is enough to end the battle. Die! The sharp claw tips popped out from Hu Xiao's right hand. Covered by the golden light, Hu Xiao swung down his right paw with all his strength. Scoff! In the familiar sound of splitting, this terrifying attack landed on Macefield smoothly. Then, Macefield, who never thought that the other party would really dare to call, fell silent. Sorry, I shouldn't have called you a fool before. 9. Looking at the tiger roar with 5 huge scratches on his body, Macefield's eyes were full of amazement. After all, even if you are a fool, you will not choose to attack in the same way after seeing the end of your subordinates. I feel like playing on the fate line is a bit overkill for you guys. Scoff. Pulling the spear out of the Torrendolu's chest, Macefield looked curiously at the tiger roaring in front of him. Can you tell me why you dare to call me? Is it because you awakened a trace of the white tiger bloodline, or did you realize the golden rule of 20% progress? 99. Chi. Forget it, I don't want to listen to you. Looking at the tiger roar pierced by the blood thorns in his body, Macefield pouted and said, idiot like you whose brain has turned into a muscle, it's not good for me to know too much about it. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions came from beside Macefield one after another. Good Wang Zhao, under the horrified gazes of Wang Peng and others not far away, the bodies of Hu Xiao and the others suddenly exploded into blood mist, and slowly merged into Macefield's body. 66. I suddenly understand why you are so concerned about an existence you have never met after you become a world master. Slowly suppressing the fear in his heart, a wry smile appeared on Huang Tu's face and said, it is clear that he has not become a god, but killing a lower god is as simple as stepping on an ant. It's really. What is it really? It's amazing. 35. Facing the question from Macefield, who appeared at an unknown time, Lois responded quickly, I have never seen such a great being with your beauty and strength at the same time. 5. Given time, you must be the next master god who is famous in the void. Count you through. The fangs at the corners of his mouth were slightly exposed, and he was very satisfied with this set of compliments, and Macefield put his fingers down from the Lois forehead. Come with me, Ma Wu is already waiting for you here. Chapter 109 The Secret Key from the 8th Era. With Macefield leading the way, Wang Peng and the 3 quickly entered the fantasy world through the formal passage, and came to Ma Wu. Looking at the man in front of him with a flat breath and an unremarkable appearance. Having seen Macefield's strength, Wang Peng and Huang Tu, who did not dare to be careless, knelt on one knee on the ground and spoke with serious expressions about their intentions. Just the 2 of you. After hearing the words of the 2, Ma Wu, who had already informed Wang Qiang of the letter, was not surprised. Compared with this, he paid more attention to another thing. If I remember correctly, there are 4 boundary masters in Blue Star. What is the situation of the other 2? 55. I didn't hear the news that I asked Wang Qiang to pass the news, or I said I'm not ready to take refuge. Jie. Zhao Chao and Yu Su are also ready to join you, but due to some things in the territory, they are ready to come later. Oh! A playful smile appeared on Ma Wu's face. I thought they were both afraid of death, so I asked you to come and explore the way first. Facing Ma Wu's smile, Wang Peng and Huang Tu fell silent. It's not a good thing to say, but that's what it's been doing so far. Except for the fact that Lois chose to follow Wang Peng over to defect directly. The other 2 world masters, Zhao Chao and Yu Su, who were born in Blue Star, both chose a temporary wait-and-see strategy. Under normal circumstances, this is naturally a good choice. It can not only reduce the risk of encountering problems, but also ensure your own interests. But after the strength is not at the same level and it is seen through, this approach is actually on the verge of death. Recalling the previous performance of Macefield's 363 Germany, Wang Peng and Huang Tu couldn't help worrying about their former colleagues. You seem to be afraid? Ma Wu, who could vaguely guess what the 2 were thinking, said. Don't worry, I have a good temper and can understand the thoughts of the 2 of them. Francis the Lich by the side? What, Francis, do you have any questions? Noticing the change in Francis' gaze, Su Wu turned his head to the side and said, I treat all the opinions of my subordinates equally, so feel free to say what you want to say. I just sighed a little, Mr. Wu, your heart is really very broad. Francis replied, in the situation where the strengths are not comparable, if I were to be tested like this, I would definitely send an army to directly encircle and suppress these two people. If you change someone, there is really no problem with your approach. After affirming Francis' words, Su Wu continued, but the four of them are different. Whether it comes in handy or not, the knowledge I have learned in the past 10 years at Blue Star is indeed shared by them without concealment. On this point, I won't hold on to the little things. Looking back at the lowest body, Ma Wu said, tell them both to make a list of the supplies in the territory when you come over later. After removing the basic materials to keep the territory running, I will collect 80% of the material reserves. 99. If the two of them are willing, this matter will be revealed, and I will pull the two of them into the heavenly court to enjoy benefits and blessings according to the treatment of elite members. If you don't want to, then forget it. I won't target them, but I hope they will not regret it in the future. 99. As for you. Looking at Wang Peng and the two who were suddenly nervous, Ma Wu thought for a while and said, in terms of sincerity, hand in 30% of the materials, and it's enough to make a statement. 5. Of course, the list of supplies still has to be listed. I've been short of all kinds of rare materials recently. If you have what I need in your hands, I will give you the rest of the equivalent value as compensation after taking the corresponding share. How about it? There is no need for compensation. After a simple conversation, Wang Peng, who had a rough idea of Ma Wu's attitude, replied, you have just connected with the void now, and it is normal to lack all kinds of materials. As newcomers who have just joined, this is also the time to contribute. Actually, due to the rush we came this time, the Lois and I didn't make any preparations, and we only have a secret key in hand at the moment. 99. He took out a white ball of light from his arms, and Wang Peng handed it to Ma Wu above. If you are interested, you can accept it. Secret key? Yes. Wang Peng nodded. After seeing that Su Wu didn't seem to know much about this thing, he took the initiative to explain, the so-called secret realm is the collective name of the world containing special materials in the void. The scale of this secret world is large and small, but it is usually closed. You can only enter if you use the corresponding secret key at the right time. As for the key in my hand, it is the key to a special magic stone secret realm. Special? Ma Wu, who took over the key to the secret realm, was puzzled for a moment, and his eyes were on the light ball in his hand. After increasing the strength of the Eye of Truth, deeper information about this secret key appeared in front of him. Key to the secret realm, Magic Stone Secret Realm. Effect: after use, the user can be sent to the Magic Stone Secret Territory. Use restrictions: the highest and lower gods. Countdown to the opening of the secret realm: 26 hours 56 minutes and 13 seconds. Note 1: if the secret key is not used within 1 hour after the countdown ends, the key will be automatically invalidated. Note 2: the magic stone secret contains a huge amount of energy stones. Remark 3: the props created by Alves, the god of magic energy in the 8th era, are aimed at hunting lower gods to restore their state. Remark 4: Alves' body is the legendary magic stone beast, which has the ability to absorb the energy of the air and convert it into a power stone. A little bit of information. Looking at the 4 remarks returned by the Eye of Reality, Ma Wu thought for a while, then raised his head to look at Wang Peng below. You just said that this secret realm is special, what's the reason? This secret key is artificially created. Wang Peng pointed to the ball of light in Ma Wu's hands. Secret realms are generally divided into 2 types, those that are naturally generated in the void, and those that are artificially created. In this case, the keys to enter the secret realm are naturally divided into 2 types. And the key in your hand belongs to the latter. Of course, under normal circumstances, even if it is an artificially created secret realm, there is not much of a problem. 35. After all, to be able to create the existence of a secret realm, at least one must have the strength of a superior god or a main god. The existence of this level creates a secret realm, and the purpose is basically to win over neutral forces, so they are given a secret realm key as a benefit. But the key in your hand is different. It was accidentally picked up by me when it was floating in the void. 99. Speaking of this, Wang Peng's face became serious. You might think this situation is that I got lucky and picked up a big bonus for no reason. But in fact, this is the most troublesome. 35. You must know that apart from the secrets created by the powerful gods in the void, the artificially created secrets may also be left over from the previous eras. How many epochs ago? Hearing the key words, Mahu's spirit rose up. Explain in detail. Sorry, I accidentally forgot that you just got in touch with the void and didn't know about it. 35. Seemingly reacting, Wang Peng quickly explained, this matter is actually a tacit secret. As long as it is a world master or a god-level existence, if you ask a little in the void, you can basically know it. According to the intel disseminated by some powerful beings, the void has restarted at least 8 times. 35. The reason for the restart is unknown, but after each restart, the void will start a new era and develop from scratch. As for the existence of the previous era, it will disappear for unknown reasons, leaving only some special heritage for people to excavate. And this is also the main reason why I said that the secret key in your hand is special and troublesome. It is very likely that it was left over from the last epoch, and beyond. 35. While this rift has more benefits than the usual rift, it also carries greater risks. 5. If it's not necessary, I don't actually recommend that you send someone into this secret realm. Since you don't recommend entering, why do you still give it to me? Ma Wu wondered. Because this kind of item related to the past era is quite popular in the void. Wang Peng replied, even if you don't use it yourself, you can sell it to those who want it. If you are lucky, you may be able to exchange for a lot of rare materials. Speaking of this, Wang Peng hesitated for a while and then continued to add, but this kind of thing actually has certain risks. 5. Some gods are likely to take the keys to the secret realm forcibly after discovering that the strengths of the two sides are not equal. 99. If you need it, I have a personal channel on my side that can help with errands and sales. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1. Send the secret key to the Dream Dragon in the east of the void before the usage time, you can get a lot of rare materials. Option 2. Send Bai Ji into the secret realm, you can get a lot of power stones and a heart of a magic stone beast. Option 3. Send Baiyu into the secret realm, you can get a lot of power stones, the heart of God and the heart of a magic stone beast. Remark 1. The heart of the demonic stone beast, it has the effect of absorbing the magic power in the air and converting it into a power stone. Note 2. When the space control evolves again, you can enter and exit at will by laying down coordinates in the secret territory. If you sell it, you don't need it, I have my own considerations on this side. Glancing at the divine decision that was suddenly triggered, Su Wu turned his eyes to Wang Peng and Huang Tu below. I am very satisfied with your meeting ceremony and information, and the materials collected will be changed to 20%. Thank you for your generosity. Recalling the contract of the Lich Francis that he had seen before, Lois was very satisfied with the current situation. 20% of the reserves are on one thigh, is there anything more cost-effective than this? Gratefully glanced at Wang Peng who gave the secret key to the side, Lois said, Maha World Lord, according to my observation, your understanding of the void seems to be limited. If you have anything else you want to know about, you can just ask. Although I am not a big world lord, I have been secretly collecting all kinds of information in the void. Basically, as long as it's not too remote or secret information, I can basically answer it. I seem to understand a little, why you can successfully become a world master when Blue Star knows nothing about the void. After glancing at the first realm master from Blue Star with some emotion, a smile appeared on Ma Wu's face. Since you say so, I'm welcome. 35. If you're doing well, that 20% figure can keep going down. In a special spiritual space. 4 orcs exuding a powerful atmosphere sat around a long table and exchanged the information they had just obtained. Has the cause of Hu Xiao's death been found? Asked the werewolf sitting in the middle. Not yet. The woman with flaming red wings behind her shook her head. It's just that according to the information collected so far, his last destination before his death was a small world that had just been connected to the Void 9. What about the information about that little world? I don't know. The green-haired man with scales on his face replied, that side is the chassis of Hu Xiao, even if it is me who is the closest to him, it will take a certain amount of time to send someone over. 99. So the conclusion is that you don't know anything. The werewolf sighed with a headache and looked to the left. Boyle, what do you think? It doesn't matter. 99. He let out a sigh of relief, and the fat boy Boyle, who had never spoken, raised his head and looked over. Isn't it a matter of revenge or not? It's so complicated. What about your opinion? Looking at the information, if the enemy is difficult to deal with, it will be treated as if nothing happened, and if the enemy is easy to deal with, it will be killed in one go. That tiger roaring legacy. I said why you keep asking useless questions, the original purpose is this. 99. Glancing at the werewolf with a greedy look in his eyes, Boyle curled the corners of his mouth and said, if you're interested, take it. Anyway, I'm not ready to participate until I find out the enemy's situation. That's what you said. With one troublesome competitor missing, the werewolf turned his attention to the other two. Like Boyle, I don't get involved until I figure it out. The winged woman refused. You two are really timid. Disdainfully glanced at the two allies beside him, the green-haired man and the werewolf looked at each other. I want half. 40% at most. Also. The green-haired man, who was less powerful than the werewolf, nodded his head. I am 4 and you are 6, and that's it. 35. The other side. After getting a lot of information from the mouth of the Lois, Su Wu also returned to his room. Looking at the secret key in his hand, he pondered for a while, then stuffed it back into the storage bracelet, and took out the skill evolution card he put in before. Even though it was just a coincidence, this sacred choice was a disguised one that helped him make a decision. The skill evolution card is successfully used, and the Lord skill space control begins to evolve. Chapter 110 Law and Authority. The evolution of space control is successful, please click to view the properties. The next second as the prompt sound fell, an inexplicable force suddenly descended on Ma Wu. Under the strengthening of this power, Ma Wu's cognition of space began to increase wildly in an instant. Not only that. In the past, with the help of space control, Ma Wu, who was able to control space at will, now clearly feels that this force has undergone a comprehensive qualitative change. If speaking of the previous space, it was like the sword in Ma Wu's hand being manipulated at will by him. Then the current space has completely transformed into Ma Wu's fists and feet, and has become a part of his body. Although there is no improvement in properties. But after getting acquainted with this power initially, Ma Wu can say that his combat power is definitely several times higher than that of a few minutes ago. In the face of this terrifying increase, Ma Wu, who understood the source of all this, clicked on the skill panel and checked the attributes after the evolution of space control. Space control. Level, sss-level, power enhancement. Effect 1, space recording. Automatically record the coordinates of the space that the Lord in attendance have walked through. Can include secret world coordinates. Effect 2, space teleportation. Under the condition of not being disturbed, the Lord in attendant can teleport to the recorded space coordinates independently. The teleportation time increases by 0.1 second for every 10,000 W meters of distance. Effect 3, space control, in a spherical space with a radius of territory level x10w meters centered on the Lord himself. The space is completely controlled by the Lord, and the priority is the highest. Effect 4, Space Authority, allows the skill holder to gain 5% space authority. Can be divided and sent. FK. Looking at the attributes of the evolved space control, even Ma Wu, who has always been calm, subconsciously broke out the foul language at this moment. The evolved space control actually gives authority. It's still the power of space. You must know that the authority of the law is above the law and has a unique item. Its strength can be imagined. If it is said, the increase of the corresponding power is calculated according to the multiplication. Then the increase of authority is directly changed from multiplication calculation to exponential calculation. I said, how can a skill bring such a big enhancement? I didn't expect it would give me 5% of the space authority. Feel the enormous power in your body. Su Wu finally understood why the evolved space control was able to mark the random floating world hidden in the interlayer of space. It was an unexpected surprise. Ma Wu, who was still focusing on the secret key, touched his chin and said thoughtfully, I remember that one of the necessary conditions for becoming a higher level god is to have 1% of the authority of arbitrary laws 5. That is to say, as long as he is willing to divide the space authority in himself, he can completely create 5 higher level gods. Although the power attributes may not correspond to each other, the upper level gods and the intermediate level gods are completely two-dimensional existences. After becoming a higher level god, the probability of finding a way to obtain the corresponding law authority is much more reliable than that of an intermediate level god. For Ma Wu, this can be regarded as a problem solved in advance. Tuk Tek. Just as Su Wu was thinking about how to use this space authority, a knock on the door suddenly came. Come in. Ma Wu, who had sensed the other party's breath long before he approached, said, It's rare for you to come to me in person. Is there anything wrong, Messfield? It's nothing, just feel the breath of the law's authority, come and take a look. 99. After walking into the room, the vampire Loli looked left and right, and then her eyes fell on Ma Wu. What is the effect of the complete second stage awakening of talent? Why do you ask that all of a sudden? Ma Wu, who was somewhat emotionally asked by the sudden question, replied, My talent is still the same, nothing has changed. What? Faced with the unexpected answer, Macefield, who had already brewed black tea on his own, froze and looked over with wide eyes. You didn't master the authority of the law through the second awakening of talent? No. Then where did you get it? Evolution Lord skills obtained. What the hell is the Evolution Lord skill? Macefield, who was hearing about this concept for the first time, sighed and looked at Ma Wu as if he were looking at a monster. Although there is no such thing as skill evolution, this is the first time I heard that after skill evolution, one can gain authority. You guy, you can always bring me some unexpected news. This should be considered a special situation for me. 99. Looking at the introduction of space control again, Ma Wu, who was vaguely guessing about the current situation, replied, Space control is already a top skill in the true sense, and there is no room for evolution 5. However, the skill evolution card awarded when upgrading the territory level has the effect of any skill evolution. 55. In order to improve the effect of space control, the method chosen by Void Awareness may be to directly reward my space authority to strengthen the effect of space control, so that this skill will undergo a qualitative change. In other words, as long as the target selected by the Lord Evolution card is the sss-level Lord skill, the law authority of the corresponding attribute can be obtained. Suddenly feel a little lost. Is it a loss to gain space authority? Macefield, who had understood Ma Wu's analysis, glanced at him and said, Don't be too greedy, you must know that even me, I only have 30% of the power of destiny. I'm not greedy, I just suddenly feel that I have upgraded the wrong skills. Silently glanced at the Royal Girl Ascension at the bottom of the Lord skill list, Su Wu sighed with regret. It feels like I'm missing something important. My intuition is telling me that the very important thing in your mouth should not be as important as you think. We'll have a chance to see the specific effects later. Now that it has been missed, there is no point in entangled in this kind of thing. And compared to this matter, he seemed to have heard something incredible from Macefield's mouth just now. You said just now about the number of fate authority in your hands, I must have heard correctly. It's 30%, don't doubt it. Seemingly noticing the shocking look in Ma Wu's eyes, Macefield's fangs were slightly exposed, and he smiled with satisfaction. That's right. That's the look. I was worried that you didn't understand the importance of authority before, and I never told you about it. This unexpected expression on your face is really heartwarming. So there's really 30% of fate. Of course, why am I lying to you about this kind of thing? After pouring out the black tea brewed in his hand, Macefield took an elegant sip, and his face showed a satisfied look. I know what you want to ask. My answer is to look at the individual. 35. The moment after the talent is fully awakened and mastered for the second time, consciousness will merge into an unknown space 5. That's where I got the 30% of my destiny right now. Speaking of this, you should understand why I said that if you didn't show up, the plan couldn't have failed, right? 99. Unfortunately, I cannot understand. 55. As if thinking of something terrible, Su Wu's mouth twitched. I didn't have many people at the time. Even if you count the later Arthas, there should only be 3 people. With 30% of the power of destiny in your hands, your combat power should be a lot higher than the rest. Why? Are you lying to yourself? Facing Ma Wu's question, Macefield sighed and said, why didn't you tell me the reason when we first met? I can't beat Kang Yu even at level 1. You don't think this thing will change after we all reach level 100? Kang Yu also has it. 99. Yeah, and it's definitely more than 70%, but it's just sealed by her now. Recalling the situation he had vaguely felt, Macefield, who shivered subconsciously, sighed again. This is already the specification of the main god level, and I can't understand why she would respond to you now. Recruit. Unfortunately, I don't understand either. After taking out a mirror and looking at it twice, Su Wu nodded confidently. Sure enough, I'm still too handsome. Macefield. Kind of like hitting someone. At the same time. In the void outside the sea blue world. It's here. Looking at the world in front of him, Hoyle, the fire dragon who was temporarily lent to help lead the way, paused for a while, and introduced to Bai Yu who was standing above his head. This is the world managed by Tiger Roar. Are you sure? I'm sure. After repeatedly looking at the world bubble in front of him, Hualong Hoyle assured, this is definitely the sea blue world. I have been here with Wang Peng once, and it is impossible to admit my mistake. 55. Since you say that, it seems that someone wants to die. 39. After obtaining the enhancement effect of the Royal Maiden Ascension, Bai Yu, whose basic attributes were no longer inferior to ordinary mythical creatures, suddenly exuded a strong murderous aura. At this distance, with a passive blessing, she can clearly feel the state inside the small world bubble in front of her. The 2 cross-world class teleportation formations continue to run, and they are quite courageous. Scoff. He casually cut a gap in the world bubble, and Bai Yu jumped in directly from the top of Fire Dragon Hoyle's head. You watch here, if anyone wants to sneak away from the other direction of the world bubble, stop me. Yes. Chapter 111 The Heartless Voice of All Beings. The Blue World. In a huge city. That side. Speed me up. 35. Looking at the tiger man who was constantly carrying goods in and out of the teleportation circle below, the werewolf standing in the sky commanded and roared dissatisfiedly, didn't you eat? Walking so slowly. If you haven't finished transferring the supplies in an hour, I'll send you to see Hu Xiao. You're still as short-tempered as ever, elf. It's up to you. Glancing at the green-haired man who suddenly appeared on the side, Elf the werewolf asked, the goods on your side have been transferred? It's here so soon. After all, what I need to transfer is only 40% of the goods. Isn't it normal to be faster? Glancing at Elf beside him, a sneer appeared on the green-haired man Grover's face. It's a little bit slower than I imagined on your side. It's only 60% of the goods, how can the efficiency be so low? 35. Hu Xiao's subordinates are too rubbish. The werewolf elf replied calmly, and the city you are in charge of transporting is only the supplies of some small towns. My place is the core area of the territory. Isn't it normal that the territory is large and the speed of transporting materials is slow? Since you say so, then I will send someone to help you. 99. Grover, the green-haired man, gestured towards his subordinates behind him and said, what are you doing here in a daze? Our alliance masters are not enough, so we can't go down and help together. 99. I don't need help, Do not worry. Interrupting the werewolf elf's words, Grover replied with a smile, I am not a villain who does not keep promises and cheats, and guarantees that your 60% goods will not suffer any loss. Hope so. 99. After being exposed by face 367, Elf the werewolf was not angry, and changed the subject directly, it's been so long, your subordinates should have already reached their positions. How to say? Is there anything wrong with that little world called Dreamland? 99. Not clear. 39. Grover shook his head and said, we have all lost contact, and no news has come back. 99. That's the problem. Years. After thinking for a while with his arms folded over his chest, the werewolf elf made a decision, give up revenge for Hu Xiao, and after transferring his legacy, we will retreat directly. That's what it means, Grover agreed. I don't want to pay myself for a dead person. Speaking of which, I think we should send someone to guard outside the void first. 55. It's been so long, if the existence of killing Hu Xiao has an idea, it may be quick, get out of the way. Rub. A dazzling cold light flashed across the sky. After crossing the edge of Grover's body, he rushed downward without stopping. Click. The dense houses turned into two parts, and the earth slowly cracked. In just an instant, the most prosperous city in the sea blue world was divided into two halves by a huge bottomless crack. Who is it? The pupils stood up instantly, and Grover, who instantly raised scales on his body, looked at the sky. Just a little bit. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would have been cut in two by this sudden attack. Get out of here! The green domain of the gods quickly spread with the reading material, covering the entire sky in the blink of an eye. After noticing the enemy's position, he did not hesitate to create an overwhelming poisonous needle to shoot at it. Rub. In the face of this, dab, covered fire suppression, the familiar sword light reappeared. A wide passage appeared in the poisonous mist in the sky, and the poisonous needle that was about to fall was swept away in an instant. Although it was just a random blow, I didn't expect you to be able to dodge it. Walking slowly out of the poisonous mist with a pair of slender legs, Bai Yu's eyes emitted a faint red light. But that's normal. If you are as vulnerable as those lower gods that can be seen everywhere, you will not dare to cut off our spoils. 99. The spoils? Grover, who was still emotional at first, calmed down instantly as if he had been poured a basin of cold water. Is that the tiger roar you killed? You go down and ask him if you don't know. Bai Yu, who was not prepared to say anything to the dead, held the long sword in his hand and swept to the right. Prison flame sword, Liao Yuan. Boom! The raging flames covered the entire sky in an instant, completely burning out the poisonous mist around. Glancing at the werewolf elf, who leaned in quietly, ready to sneak attack on him, Bai Yu, who exuded a fierce murderous aura, waved the long sword in his hand again without hesitation. Prison flame sword, Fei Yan. Boom! The high temperature that even the space began to distort gathered and formed, turning into a fiery red sword energy and flew towards the werewolf elf. Facing the terrorist attack that came to him in the blink of an eye, elf quickly stimulated the power of blood in his body after letting out a roar. A mighty wolf-shaped phantom flashed behind him. After merging with the phantom, wolf, whose strength increased greatly, raised his right fist and smashed it towards the flaming sword energy in front of him. Boom! The right fist, which was covered by divine power, collided with the fiery red sword energy, rushing towards all directions with a turbulent airflow. Break! 55. Resisting the severe pain from his right fist, elf, who had already been hit by Yu's super speed, had blue veins on the top of his head, and an angry roar came out of his mouth. Break me! 35. The fiery red sword energy was broken and turned into a mass of surging flames, wrapping him in it. After discovering this situation, Yu, who had already focused his attention on the green-haired man Grover, looked at it again. Two high-level defensive talents, it seems that the quality of your subordinates is not bad. 35. But, looking at the werewolf whose hair was scorched and his right fist turned into charcoal, Yu waved the long sword in his hand again with an expressionless face. On this level, we are not qualified to intercept our things. Prison flame sword, Fei Yan. 10 bursts. Boom! 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 10 familiar fiery red sword chi flew out at a faster speed, and surrounded Wolf the werewolf from all angles in the blink of an eye. In the face of this lore attack, Wolf the werewolf, who knew that he was not an opponent at all, gritted his teeth, found the gap and drilled directly. Chi chi chi! The burning sound came from his ears one after another. Resisting the severe pain on his body, Wolf, who had lost an arm and his lower body in just a split second, burst out with all his strength and rushed towards the teleportation circle in the distance. Head-to-head confrontation is impossible, the top priority is to feel out of here and save lives. However, Yu, who had already paid attention to him, how could he have given him such an opportunity? Scoff! Accompanied by a slight sound, Wolf's remaining torso instantly turned into pieces that filled the sky and fell on the teleportation array. How is this possible? Looking at the white-haired woman standing in the corpse to pick up the heart of God, Grover in the sky widened his eyes, his pupils full of fear. Hurry! It's too fast! It has only been a few seconds since the opponent sent out the first attack to break through his own divine domain. And in these few seconds, the opponent not only dealt with Wolf, the strongest in the Orc League, but he didn't take any damage. Why is there such a terrifying monster in? After realizing that the other party was not even a god, Grover's whole body began to tremble. Excellent perception ability allowed him to avoid Yu's initial attack. But it is this excellent perception ability that makes him clearly aware of what kind of monster Yu is at this moment. Can't hold on for a second. Run? Impossible to run. In this case, there is only one way to survive. The sound suddenly dissipated, and the world fell into a terrifying silence in an instant. There was no sound of houses cracking, no sound of flames burning, no sound of panic that people were talking about. Grover, who tried his best to open his mouth to beg for mercy, but in the end said nothing, fell silent. Not that he gave up. Instead, he suddenly realized that he already dead. Esoteric style, the ruthless voice of all beings. The white jade sword in her hand was retracted into the scabbard, and the girl who had used all her strength for the first time since she woke up exhaled. After sleeping for too long, the control is still weaker than before. Bang bang bang! The crackling sound came from all directions. Looking at Grover, who exploded into a cloud of blood in the sky, Yu, who seemed to have thought of something, was silent for a while, and a tangled expression appeared on his pretty face, which had not changed since his appearance. Oops, looking after saving time. Not the same as before. Now she has a group of partners with different personalities. Except for the hearts of gods, the bodies and souls of these gods are all recyclable resources. Hey! The refreshing wind suddenly blew up, wrapping the god's heart in blood mist that exploded after the death of the gods in all corners, blowing toward the center together. In addition to the green-haired man Grover, the attack just now also killed 3 gods who were hidden in the corner of the city and did not respond. Counting the werewolf elf's share, this time, he has gained a total of 5 god hearts. After putting it all away, Bai Yu raised his right hand to face the blood mist in front of him, compressing the soul fragments together. It should still work. Looking at the red beads in his hands, Bai Yu nodded confidently. It's not a big problem. Even if Macefield doesn't want it, I can give it to Shiraori. The partner who always closes his eyes is a guy with a particularly good appetite. Even if the energy dissipates a little, the other party should not be too concerned about it. The next words are these 2 extra gains. 99. Looking at the 2 world hearts in his hands, a smile appeared on Bai Yu's face. Buy 1 get 2 free, earn. Chapter 112 Goodbye Rias. That's what happened. Handing the 2 world hearts in his hand to Ma Wu, Bai Yu blinked and continued to add, I have recovered the materials that were taken from the Halen realm. 35. As for the 2 newly encountered worlds, I also made a trip through the teleportation circle and successfully engraved the space imprint. As long as there is a need, we can send it over at any time to recover materials from those 2 worlds. Well done. After nodding satisfied with Bai Yu's approach, Su Wu said, the next main task is to recycle materials. When we have recovered all the valuable things in those 3 worlds, it is time for me to devour the heart of the world and integrate it into the dream world. Of course, you don't need to supervise the matter of material recovery, I will let Arthas take over later. Compared to recycling materials, you have a new task on your side. What mission? This is it. After touching the storage bracelet, Su Wu took out a white light ball and handed it over. Secret key. That's right, it's the secret key. After affirming Bai Yu's guess, Su Wu continued to speak. Kang Yu and Macefield have been sent by me to perform other tasks due to their own reasons. Currently in the territory, the only people who can come back after entering this secret realm are you and me. So dangerous. After sensing the aura of the remaining personnel in the lower territory, Bai Yu looked over suspiciously, even Alicia, can't you achieve your goal, Mahu? This secret realm was created by the magic god of the 8th era. Su Wu replied, being able to survive the mystery of the disappearance of the era, and survive to the present through the secret realm, is naturally not simple. 5. According to my existing information, that guy is a super special police presence with strong defense and endurance. 99. If Alicia is sent over, it is likely that she will be restrained in terms of ability and will not be able to solve the other party. So I need to be more prominent in attack. Do I solve the opponent in the past? 35. After understanding what Ma Wu meant, Bai Yu put away the secret key in his hand. Leave it to me, promise. Don't worry, this is the second thing I want to say. Ma Wu raised 2 fingers and said, those upper-level gods in the void have spread the news about the restart of the void, but there is no further information. If there is a chance, try to subdue that guy and control it so that you can get more information. Of course, I also know that you are in a weak state now. Looking at Bai Yu in front of him, Su Wu was silent for a while, then made a decision, if the opponent's combat power is so strong that you can't keep your hands, you can engrave the spatial coordinates and come back to me. 5. Don't worry, it won't happen in that situation. Bai Yu, who knew that Ma Wu had been deliberately not attacking, patted the body on his waist, and a confident look flashed in his eyes. I can still do it as long as I leave my life. Then it's up to you. Dark God Realm. Have you confirmed it? Yes, after receiving the information, my subordinates have gone to confirm it in person. 99. A woman in heavy black armor knelt on the ground and replied respectfully, "The abyss forces in the entire Void West have begun to retreat in all directions. And the small worlds left after the withdrawal of the abyss forces have been occupied by people from the bright god realm. According to the current situation, it should be the unknown transaction made by the Lord of the Abyss and the God of Light that made the handover process so smooth." Authority. After listening to the subordinate's report, the existence reclusive in the darkness was silent for a while before giving the answer. After the Lord of the Abyss was warned by the void consciousness this time, his authority was taken away by 30%. In order to make up for the lack of combat power, he is ready to collect unique props and recycle the authority in the unique prop to increase his combat power. 99. I see. The woman in black heavy armor showed a look of sudden realization on her face. If this is the case, the other party will find the only place with the largest reserve of props in the bright god realm, which makes sense. But, as if thinking of something, the armored woman's face showed a tangled look again. There are not a lot of small worlds in the west of the abyss, and some of them are even within the jurisdiction of our dark god realm. If we really let the other party successfully complete the handover, then we, who have been at war with the bright god realm all the year round, will suffer a lot in terms of grassroots combat power. Go to Dreamland, Annabelle. A soft voice entered the armored woman's ears, pointing her to the next path. That small world has been connected to the Void 9. The Lord of the Abyss will not shoot for no reason. The small world that sealed Macefield has a mutation that I can't detect. I don't know if this is good or bad, but there is no doubt that this is an opportunity to break the ice. As long as Macefield is not dead, the other party will naturally stand on the opposite side of the bright god realm. 35. You go over to investigate the situation yourself and win over the other party. I will definitely convey your will. It was the first time that Annabelle, the armored woman who heard the adult say so much, lowered her head and replied with a serious expression, "Please rest assured and wait for my good news, the great god of darkness. In less than 7 days, your efficiency is higher than I imagined." In the blood-red soul space, Rias Lucifer, who had just withdrawn from the state of comprehending the law, sighed, leaning lazily on the sofa and looking at the man opposite. "Don't you develop for a while? Even if you contact me now, you won't be able to help without a god. The main purpose is to first engrave the space coordinates and build the space teleportation array between our territories." Looking at the beautiful woman in front of her who seemed to have just woken up, her eyes were filled with a trace of confusion. Suwu was silent for a while, and then asked, "Are you sure you are cultivating just now? Why do I look like I fell asleep?" 99. Because I just slept. Rubbing her eyes, compared to her shrewdness and ability when we met last time, this time Rias, who had not recovered from the confusion period after getting up, replied, "I have a special magic circle on my side that can let me practice while sleeping." Sounds a little unreliable. Don't worry, it's very reliable. Rias, who had almost recovered, shook her head and replied, "This is a method I bought from the Dream Dragon when I was still a superior god, and the effect is absolutely guaranteed. The efficiency of comprehending the law is about 2 to 3 times that of a normal state." 95. The side effects are not serious, that is, the user will wake up like a normal human, with reactions such as getting up gas or empty brain. 99. While talking, Rias in front of Suwu suddenly fell silent. She just seemed to say something that shouldn't be said. It seems that this side effect is sometimes troublesome. Facing the stunned Rias, a smile appeared on Suwu's face. "Are you interested in talking about the Dragon of Dreams? I'm still curious about the legendary Lord God. Let's talk about it later." Rias, who didn't want to talk more on this topic, sighed and changed the subject, "So you just ask your subordinates to come over, is there really no problem?" 35. Seeking Flowers 0. There are many unknown risks in the void, and if something goes wrong, it will be a big loss. If you really want to build a cross-border teleportation circle, I think it's more convenient for me to send someone to your side to build it. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Su Wu waved his hand and said, the two of them are stronger than you think, and the void is not within the pact of the gods and can threaten their existence at the same time. There are not many. Oh. Rias raised her eyebrows with a playful smile on her face. Looks like you concealed something when you exchanged information with me last time. To be able to achieve this level without becoming a god, it seems that there is only the seed of the top battle-type main god. In addition, when Mahu exchanged information last time, she asked about her mythical creature talents. It seems that the difficulty of ending the Demon King's war is much lower than I thought. After all, they're just two ordinary Demon Kings with SS-level talent. After thinking about it for a while, Mawu, who had already figured out the key to this war, replied, the real troubles are those middle-level gods who have been eyeing the law and authority in your hands and have been hiding in the dark. That's about it. Rias nodded, agreeing with Mawu's guess. The number may range from 2 to 3 digits, and there may even be elite intermediate gods sent by the main god-level forces. Just like Su Wu withheld intelligence last time. For fear of scaring Mawu, she also concealed the real truth last time. Why, do you still have the confidence to help me hold them back for a minute after hearing this number? What would you do if I said I couldn't do it? Then find a way for you to do it. With her slender legs stretched forward, Rias, who rested her right elbow on the back of the sofa, waved her hand and said, the potential of mythical creatures is very high. If the strength of your staff is not enough, I can provide resources to help improve the strength. As long as you can reach the level of an elite and lower level god, and wear the artifact suit I prepared, delaying for a minute is actually not as difficult as you think. 55. As for what happens in a minute, just leave it to me. Is that what you think? I thought you would kill yourself if you can't do it. What a strange statement. Facing Mawu's ridicule, Rias complained, the battle of the Demon King is just a small hurdle in my journey to the Lord God. How could I push an ally with unlimited potential to the opposite for this kind of thing? And in the end, you don't need my help at all, you can hold back those intermediate gods. Really? In the face of Rias' reply, Su Wu directly admitted it. You should have guessed that the two members I sent in the past have the same qualifications as you. As long as they are promoted to lower-level gods, let alone resisting for a minute, it is not impossible to wipe out the enemy. It's quite loud. After hearing Su Wu's words, Rias became more and more curious about the two attendants he mentioned. Tell me the names and looks of your two attendants, and I will receive them well when they come. One was called Macefield Scarlet, a vampire loli. She is better at talking, you should give her some of your own blood, it should be able to satisfy her. As for the other. Su Wu paused for a moment, organized the language and replied, she's called Kang Yu, and she's a blue-haired beauty. You remember not to let someone with a bad mind or a bad tone of voice contact her, I'm afraid she will think of some of my orders and attack her. Rias? Chapter 113 The New God Nikari Arena. On the border between the Light God Realm and the Dark God Realm. With a huge world bubble as the center, dozens of long queues that can't be seen at a glance are neatly arranged here. A large number of lower-level gods scurried about in the void. While maintaining order, he guided the guests who had just arrived by the way. This lady, this side. On the periphery of a certain long line, a lower-level god in battle armor beckoned towards Bai Ji, who was flying slowly not far away. Is this your first time to the Acacia world? It's really the first time. After opening his eyes and looking curiously at the lower-level god in front of him, Bai Ji asked with some doubts, how did you see it? Because this. The lower god took out a golden badge with the word food and handed it to Shirai, this is the pass for outsiders to enter the Acacia world. Although it is not necessary, people who have come here usually take it with them when they come for the second time. Is that so? After taking a look at the badge, Shiraori pinned it to his chest with a smile on his face. The management system here is a little more lax than I imagined. Are you not afraid of problems? If I remember correctly, even those trade-oriented neutral worlds used to strictly guard foreign personnel. What? After handing over the badges, the subordinate who had been preparing to patrol in a different direction was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Shiraori again. You shouldn't be the kind of god who slept for a long time or was isolated from the world. More or less. 370 Baiji nodded and replied, I was locked in a seal by a troublesome enemy, and was released by a kind person only a few days ago. I see, it's normal that you don't know the Acacia world. The lower deity turned around and began to perform his duties to introduce to Shiraori. Acacia realm is a rare large world in the void, and it is also one of the top neutral forces in the west of the void. It is under the management of the god of food Hestia, and its main business is to entertain guests to enjoy various rare delicacies. Besides, the superior god, Lord Hestia, is also a member of the void's top force, the god of cookery alliance. Under such a background, outsiders do not dare to come outside at will except to enjoy food or do some transactions. After all, you must understand that the main function of the contract of the gods is to constrain, and the limitations are determined by the situation. If there is an intermediate god who uses his own strength to act indiscriminately here, it is very likely that goddess Hestia will take action in person. I understand what you mean. Baiji, who was lining up, showed a slight smile and made an okay gesture towards the lower god. Don't worry, if it's not necessary, even I don't want to attract the attention of the higher gods. That is to say, if necessary, even if it attracts the attention of the superior god, will he do it? Looking at Baiji who didn't have the slightest expression of fear, the lower level god guard sighed, and finally didn't say anything more. Anyway, when trouble happens, he is not the one to solve the accident. In this case, there is no need to forcibly provoke an unknown powerhouse who can't figure out the details. Hope you have a good time in Acacia. Counting the time, Shiroi should have arrived at the food world in the mouth of the Loess soon. 99. Mamu, who had finished the temporary communication with Rias, stood up and looked out the window at the scenery outside. Although he has obtained a lot of unknown information in one breath after connecting with the void, his next development strategy is still very clear. Raise the level of the territory, raise the level of the world, and recruit powerful servants. Special options: sacrifice 1W high-quality novels and 10 pieces of god-quality oily tofu. You can get a chance to talk to the god of thunder Ye, mythic grade L. If it goes well, the source of god-level fried tofu should be solved. After scanning the special options that were triggered a few days in front of him again, Su Wujiang prompted to close it from the front. The most troublesome oily tofu problem has been solved, and the next step is the source of 10,000 high-quality novels. The country, maybe consider having the attendants write a copy each. After staring at the scenery outside the window for a few minutes, Ma Wu suddenly had an idea and said to himself, the members of the army of the dead were all other races during their lifetime. If everyone writes a book based on their own experiences, they can make up tens of millions of novels in one go. At that time, all these tens of millions of novels will be sacrificed as sacrifices. As long as there is a 1000th pass rate, you can meet the conditions and talk to the other party. But this way, the paper and ink in the territory may not be enough. Looking at the dawn forest in the distance, Su Wu fell into contemplation. After all, it is also the base camp. If it is bald, it will not have a good impact. The other side. After a short queue and level, Shirui also entered the Acacia world smoothly. After looking at the strange monsters of all shapes and sizes, she followed the flow of people to the world's largest food capital. Welcome to the rich mistress. Casually walked into a popular tavern, and soon a cat-eared girl in a maid costume came up. Are you alone? Yet. Baiji nodded. But I'm not here for dinner. I want to know if you can make god-quality fried tofu here. What? Facing Bai Ji's unruly questioning, the cat-eared maid who wanted to say something had a stiff smile on her face, and was instantly embarrassed in place. God quality fried tofu? 35. Yes. 35. This guest, the food you ordered is too special, and our restaurant should not be able to provide it. 99. Then do you know where you can provide it? Shiraori took out a small bag of power stones and handed it over, as an intelligence fee, and said, the price is not a problem, as long as someone can make it. It seems that you are not here to smash the scene. 35. After weighing the cloth bag in her hand, the cat-eared maid's expression softened. God quality food is extremely expensive in terms of manufacturing difficulty and manufacturing cost. As for the special food of God level oil tofu, I haven't heard of any chef who has made it yet. If you really want it, you can go to the newly promoted lower level Shinakiri arena to make a special order for you. 35. I see. He took out a small bag of power stones and handed it over again, and Shiraori continued to ask, can you tell me the reason for recommending her? Certainly. 35. After receiving 2 sets of tips in succession, the cat-eared maid who had a bad first impression of Shiraori had a bright smile now. As the next successor of Totsuki Industry, one of the largest food industry chains in the food capital, Mr. Arena Nakiri, who has the upper 3 qualifications, has received the best resource training since childhood. 5. Even Lord Hestia, the goddess of holy fire, has cast her eyes on her. 35. And it turns out that Nakiri Arina-sama did not live up to everyone's expectations. It only took less than 30 years for her to break through to become a lower-level god with the amazing achievement of comprehending the law of 40% food. Apart from the aptitude, Mr. Nakiri Arina's industriousness is also noticed by everyone. Super 5 senses, the profound meaning of food, the strength of the food demon. Basically, as long as she can exercise, she has basically exercised to the extreme level. 55. After introducing the basic information, the proud cat-eared maid wagged her tail and added, if it were normal, I wouldn't recommend you to meet Arina-sama. But it just happened to be a special day recently, and the goddess of the holy fire is preparing to hold a cooking competition that is held once every 100 years. In order to consolidate his prestige, Arina-sama, who has just been promoted to a lower-level god, will naturally not miss this good opportunity. If you can help her at this critical moment, even if the other party can't make god-quality fried tofu, they will help you find a way to study it. 35. Sounds like a good idea. Nodding with satisfaction, Bai Ji said goodbye to the snobbish cat, I'll try it out, and if I fail, I'll come back and ask you for other ways. I wish you success. Meow. 35. The other side. After repeated use of a large cross-border teleportation circle dozens of times, Annabelle, who was wearing heavy black armor, also smoothly went from the core area of the Dark God Realm to the front line where it collided with the Light God Realm. However, before she could continue to set off, she encountered an unexpected situation. You are the messenger of the Dark God, the superior god Annabelle. Just after leaving the small world belonging to the Dark God Realm, Annabelle was stopped by a strange woman. After carefully looking at the other person's appearance, her eyes finally fell on a moon sign. Shen Moon Elf? How did you know I was here? Of course the person you were looking for told me. I didn't expect to be able to crouch down to a higher level god, Elena. She waved her hand, and greeted without the slightest nervousness, I am Elena, the god Moon Elf. I don't know if you have any impression of this name. Sacred Moon Elf Elena? 35. After repeating it silently, Annabelle, who was somewhat impressed by the name, frowned. Heir of the moon god Artemis. That's right. Elena nodded, a look of emotion flashed in her eyes and said, I didn't expect that as a superior god, you can remember the name of a little person like me, which is really surprising. You are no small person. After confirming the identity of the other party, Annabelle's attitude instantly became serious. As a strong man who stepped into the realm of the Lord God with half a foot, the inheritance test left before his death is definitely not something that ordinary people can pass. 35. And even if this matter is put aside, there are not many active hands that can cause the abyss. 35. We have had a detailed understanding of the information about its attack in the Dark God realm. Speaking of this, her eyes suddenly filled with curiosity when she looked at Elena. How did you survive the main God level attack? Even though it's only one level off, even I'm not sure I'll be able to resist a random blow from the opponent, let alone. I don't know the exact reason, and I don't want to talk too much about this. 35. Elena, who knew what Annabelle wanted to ask, interrupted the other party's inquiry and pulled the conversation back into the topic. Compared to this kind of thing, you need to be more concerned now, it should be why I appear here to put you stop it. Didn't you already say that? The first time I saw Elena, I kept analyzing all possible Annabelle and repeated what Elena had said. The person you were looking for told me. The person in your mouth refers to the 0.1 World Lord who currently controls the dream world. And your identity is the attendant recruited by him, which can also explain why your strength has fallen from the gods. After a short exchange, Annabelle, who had already grasped the general situation, said, I can guess the will of the God of Darkness, and at the same time predict my direction. As expected, even the grown-up talked about the mutation that couldn't find the truth. It really isn't easy. Since you are waiting for me directly here, you must not be ready to let me go over to learn more about it. 66. All right. Looking at the woman in black heavy armor in front of her, Elena, who has been dealing with cats and dogs since she woke up, showed admiration for the first time. As expected of being an important servant of the God of Darkness, this observation and analysis ability is really powerful. No matter how strong it is not predicted. Annabelle, who didn't take Elena's compliments off, took off her helmet, revealing a delicate and pretty face. Since everyone is waiting here, the answer must have been prepared a long time ago. 35. Of course it's ready. After taking out the backlight sword from her arms and gesturing it in front of Annabelle, a smile appeared on Elena's face. This is our trophy, it's not bad. It seems that I still underestimate you. After confirming the identity of the dagger, Annabelle also showed a smile on her face. Cooperation is welcome. In the next period of time, our Dark God realm will be your most reliable ally. Chapter 114, The Whereabouts of the Reincarnation Stone. The headquarters area of Totsuki Industries. Inside the Polestar. Failed again. With the appearance of a sound, the law fluctuations surrounding the attic began to gradually dissipate. The refreshing aroma diffused from the attic and drifted into the distance with a seductive fragrance. Opening the window beside her, the girl with long golden hair looked into the distance. A look of exhaustion appeared in her purple gem-like eyes. Where is the problem? Recalling the failures of the past month, Irina, who has been raised by the praise of others since her birth, finally understands what a bottleneck is. There shouldn't be a big problem with the heat and technique, and it's even less likely that there's a problem with the kitchen utensils. Looking at the crystal-clear bowl of thick soup with an alluring aroma not far away, Irina fell silent. Sure enough, the problem is still in the ingredients. 35. Ingredients. As if hearing Irina's words, a domineering voice suddenly came from outside the room. Irina, whatever ingredients are you missing, as long as it's not a legendary police ingredient, we can find it in the ingredients warehouse of Tajetsu. If I want to know what I'm missing, I don't have to worry so much. Irina, who heard who it was, turned around and asked, why are you free? Shouldn't you be busy helping Lord Hestia to prepare the materials needed by God of Cooking? 99. Of course the preparations are over. Click. The kitchen door was pushed open. An old man more than 2 meters tall with a beard and a scar on the corner of his right eye walked in carelessly. As announced a while ago, the Master Chef competition will be officially held in a month. 23. At that time, Lord Hestia will be present in person to kick off this great competition. 39. Lord Hestia was there in person. Irina, who heard the news for the first time, was stunned for a moment, with a shocked look on her face. Is the news confirmed? Of course it's confirmed. The main purpose of my visit this time is to inform you of this news. Looking at the slender girl in front of her, the old man who had grown up with him was silent for a while, and then decided to say, Irina, as my proudest granddaughter, I have always seen your efforts. Under normal circumstances, I don't want to interfere with your growth trajectory, but this time is different. As a contestant of our Totsuki industry, Irina, even if you can't get the top 3, you must get the top 10. Just the top 10. Irina, who felt that she was underestimated, frowned, and a trace of dissatisfaction appeared on her face. My goal is to be the champion. Grandpa, don't underestimate me too much. I didn't underestimate you, it was you who underestimated the competitors in this competition. Nakiri Senseiman sighed, took out a list from his arms and handed it over. This is the reward of this competition. How many strong people do you think will come? Champions have 1% power to eat. Looking at the list of rewards in front of her, the girl shouted in surprise. Why does Lord Hestia divide the authority of the law on himself? It doesn't make sense. Because she wants to cultivate a new batch of core team. Nakiri Senseiman gave the answer. You should have noticed that many of the famous gods in the Acacia world have disappeared. Seemingly guessing what his grandfather wanted to say, Irina Nakiri looked over in surprise. Could it be that they? Yes, they are all dead. Nakiri Senseiman nodded. While exploring the ruins of a 6th era, the main combat power of the Acacia world was hit hard as never before. The mid-level gods were killed by 60%, and even Lord Hestia just recovered a while ago. This time the god of cooking competition, on the bright side, is to choose the strongest god of cookery in the Void West, but in fact it is Lord Hestia who is choosing a new attendant. Isn't Lord Hestia afraid of losing? Irina asked inexplicably. If the person she likes takes the authority of the law and leaves, wouldn't it be? That kind of thing won't happen. A confident smile appeared on Nakiri Senseiman's face, who has stipulated that the organizer cannot leave the competition. Before the final stage of the competition, Lord Hestia will ask the contestants for their intentions and sign a contract. If the other party really prepares a reward for prostitution, then Lord Hestia will personally let them understand what is the peak of the god of cooking. Irina Nakiri, 35. Even the Lord Hestia was ready to end in person, so she had nothing to say. Looking at the reward list in her hand, Irina's face showed a tangled look. After listening to Nakiri Senseiman's explanation, she understood why her grandfather only expected her to be in the top 10. The enemy's strength is stronger than expected, but I got stuck on the new dishes, it doesn't feel good to go on like this. 35. You don't have to be too nervous about this. Nakiri Senseiman, who knew about Irina's situation, comforted him, as long as you play normally, it's not as difficult as you think to get a top 10-5. As for why you keep failing. Looking at Irina, who has been arrogant since childhood, and seems to have not changed her intentions until now, Nakiri Senseiman shook his head helplessly. Century soup is a top-notch soup dish created by Lord Hestia. If you can really restore it at will, then it's unreasonable. I also understand that this is very difficult, but I want to challenge myself. A cool breeze blew in from the window, carrying Irina's dazzling blonde hair. She stared at Nakiri Senseiman in front of her, and said what she thought, as long as it can be successful, it is not impossible to win the first place. As you like. In the face of Irina's stubborn character like a bull, Nakiri Senseiman finally gave up on speaking. Anyway, as long as we get the top 10, we can guarantee our UNU Industries status in the hearts of Lord Hestia, and you can do whatever you want. By the way, this time I met a special guest on my way back. Would you like to meet me? Seemingly remembering something, Nakiri Senseiman asked Irina, she came to you specifically, saying she could help you with cooking, and I hope you can help her make a special dish for her. Cuisine. 99. Help? Although the strength is only a lower level god, Irina, who is not inferior to the intermediate level cooking god level in cooking, asked, are you sure that the other party is not deceiving? I'm not sure, but I know she's special. A strange look appeared on Nakiri Sentimon's face. The dish I failed to make before, she ate it and didn't respond at all, and she pointed me to the direction of improvement by the way. Failed dishes. After recalling his own memory, Irina Nakiri's expression became strange. Could it be the food that failed to reverse the ingredients and vomited the middle-level god Osvid? That's the one. Nakiri Senseiman, who was successfully shocked by the opponent, nodded with a look of amazement on his face. The customer not only had no problem after eating it, but also gave me several directions on how to improve it. This terrifying ability, used in the opposite direction, I think, should give you some help. 39. Let's meet then. Lo. Irina, who was already curious, agreed. How is the result? Ma Wu, who had just watched Bai Yu leave not long ago, turned around and looked at Elena, who had returned from outside the world. What does the other party say? About what you expected. Elena reported the truth. After the alliance was established, the superior god named Annabelle did not despise us because of our relatively small scale, but paid great attention to it. 99. As long as we are willing to help out, she will give corresponding rewards. 35. What about intelligence? There are not too many in the Dark God realm, but the Light God realm and the specific division of forces in the Frontier Junction area, she has already given it to me. Elena took out an ancient scroll and handed it to Ma Wu. According to her words, as long as you put your mind into this scroll, you will be able to see your map. It's okay, I shouldn't have done anything. After reading it several times with the eyes of truth open, Su Wu nodded and replied. Kang Yu's situation is only a special case after all. As the only skill, the eye of truth can still be trusted in the effect of detecting intelligence. And he is not in a hurry to use it now, he can wait for Kang Yu and Mazefield to come back, and let him help him to test it again. 370 temporarily put away the scroll map, he raised his head and looked at Elena in front of him. Have you been asked about the information about the reincarnation stone? I asked, but it may be difficult to get started. Elena paused for a moment and explained the information she had obtained. The so-called reincarnation stone is actually a special item processed by a god who has fully comprehended the law of reincarnation using his god's heart after death. This difficulty is indeed a bit high. 35. Even if it is an intermediate god to advance to a senior god, the requirement is only 90% of the law perception of any law. However, the reincarnation stone requires complete comprehension, and it must also be the reincarnation law with a relatively high degree of difficulty in the law. Is there a reserve of reincarnation stones on the side of the Dark God realm? Unfortunately, no. Elena, who had already asked about this, shrugged with a helpless expression on her face. According to the statement of the superior god called Annabelle, the probability that there is a reincarnation stone in the void is pitifully low. If you really want it, the best choice is to explore the relics left over from the past era, so that the probability of obtaining the reincarnation stone will be higher. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1, hunt the undead bird Revel Phoenix. You can get the heart of God who understands 100% of the law of reincarnation. Option 2, cooperate with the superior god Hestia to explore the reincarnation ruins of the 6th era, and get 3 reincarnation stones. Option 3, wait for the Squire Bai to lead Revel Phoenix to return, and after establishing an alliance with the Phoenix family, explore the ruins of reincarnation together with Hestia. You can get a lot of resources from the Phoenix family, 1 reincarnation stone. Remark 1, the strength of Revere Phoenix is the top intermediate god, and his combat power is comparable to the superior god. Note 2, there are many dangers in the ruins of the 6th era. It is recommended to wait for the realm of the mythical servant King Yu to be upgraded to the level of an intermediate god, and then cooperate with Hestia to explore. Note 3, in addition to giving an existence a new opportunity to come back, the reincarnation stone can also allow a strong person who has understood the law of reincarnation to obtain 1% of the power of unowned reincarnation from the void with a certain probability. Chapter 115 Magical Secret Realm. Use the secret key successfully. Congratulations on your successful entry into the Magic Stone Secret Realm. The opening time of this secret realm is 7 days. After 7 days, the existence in the secret realm will be automatically transmitted to the outside world. According to Mawu's request, Bai Yu, who entered the Magic Stone Secret Realm for the first time after the secret realm opened, stood on a plain and looked at the surrounding scene. Except that the perception range is greatly suppressed, and the concentration of magic power is somewhat surprising, there seems to be nothing special on the surface. After finding out the most basic information about the magic realm, Bai Yu turned around and looked at an elk walking on the grassland hundreds of meters away. The opponent's strength is not strong, and if you convert it, it is more than 50 Lord-level creatures. It's just a little weird in the breath. Rub. A dazzling cold light flashed across the air. Under Bai Yu's gaze, the elk whose body was cut in two began to slowly dissipate, leaving only a full-quality energy stone that fell on the spot. Sure enough. After picking up the energy stone and looking at it, Bai Yu, who confirmed his guess, nodded. The creatures here are all made of magic, no wonder it is called the Magic Stone Secret Realm. If a large number of creatures in this space are hunted, they should be able to get a large sum of money within 7 days. If she is lucky, she should be able to find a lot of high-quality spirit grasses to bring back to plant. For a secret realm, this kind of harvest is not bad. But, looking at the huge mountain in the distance, Bai Yu fell into contemplation. Harvest is secondary, her main task this time is to find the magic god who created this secret realm, and to subdue him and pull out useful information from his mouth. From this point of view, it seems that there is only the conspicuous mountain that may have contact with the god of magic energy at present. Let's go check it out first. Bai Yu, who could vaguely sense a dangerous aura from that direction, stepped forward and walked towards the mountain peak. The spatial coordinates have been engraved. Even if it exceeds the 7-day time limit, she can send it back at any time. That being the case, there is no need to roam around this secret world like a headless fly. If you explore a little bit, you can always find the hidden magic god. Including the white-haired woman who is not a god, a total of 263 prey came in this time. In the depths of the Magic Stone Secret Realm, 0.2 meters of eyeballs slowly opened, exuding a terrifying aura. From the current point of view, no one has shown unreasonable combat power. Let's start the outermost layout and check it. Boom boom boom. Magic Stone Secret Realm. The magic power that had been stable in the air suddenly rioted. After forming a terrifying magic storm, it blew toward the surrounding. Looking at the darkening sky, Bai Yu, who was walking in the direction of the mountain, suddenly stopped and turned to look at the center of the magic storm closest to him. With the blessing of passive skills, she can clearly see the inner scene of the magic storm through the external interference. Can't you help yourself so soon? Looking at the monster slowly forming in the center of the magic storm, Bai Yu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Apart from the sudden change, the main reason was the strength of the monster that was about to take shape in a short period of time. The breath should have the level of a lower god. However, there is no law perception and blessings from the divine realm, just monsters that are simply piled up by magic. If it is only a single fight, even the weakest lower-level god has a good chance of winning. But, also limited to 1v1 battles. Glancing at the dozens of identical magic storms that existed within her field of vision, Bai Yu finally understood why Mawu said the enemy's strength was not simple. Boom boom boom. Just when Bai Yu was thinking about whether to directly solve these magical creatures, the next round of mutation occurred. 10 heaven-piercing magical beams of light rose from all directions, attracting the attention of everyone who was currently in the secret realm of the magic stone. At the same time, a huge voice appeared out of thin air in every corner of the magic stone secret realm. I am the inheritance elf of Alves, the god of magic energy. Gods who have entered this place, if you have enough confidence in your own strength, please break through the obstacles of magical creatures and go to the place where the light beam is inherited. After selecting the 10 strongest beings, you will enter the final inheritance trial to compete. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. There, the victor who breaks through the layers of slaughter will get all the inheritance of the god of magic energy Alves. Special police reminder: inheritance includes but is not limited to 5% of the power of magic law, 2 artifacts, and a large number of rare materials. Inherited. Hearing the voice from the sky, Bai Yu tilted his head in confusion. Inheritance of this kind of thing is basically what is left when you are dying. But according to Ma Wu, the other party should not be dead, but hidden in some corner of this secret realm. It seems to be fake. Glancing at the huge beam of light on the mountain in the distance, Bai Yu turned his gaze back to the magic storm not far away. But it is still necessary to go and investigate. In any case, that beam of light is a real existence. Since they have come up with that kind of powerful thing, it means that the other party has their own plans. And to see through this plan and find out Alves, the god of magic power hidden in the dark, is what she has to do. Since they are all magical creatures, there is no need to keep them, hurry up and solve them. The sharp sword energy slowly rose around Bai Yu's body. Slowly pulling out the body from his waist, Bai Yu's spirit and energy instantly increased to the extreme. Nether sword, tied. In the depths of the magic stone secret realm, Alves, who was originally paying attention to several special low-level gods, suddenly widened his eyes. What? The huge body slowly rose from the ground. After changing his posture from lying on his back to sitting, Alves fully mobilized his authority as the master of the secret realm, and sensed the direction of the terrifying sword energy that erupted. Under his all-out investigation, the appearance of the other party, Hao Zhao's, quickly came to mind. Bao. It's a fighting type seed of the Lord God. After realizing what happened, Alves' entire beast was instantly dumbfounded. There is only such a troublesome guy who can launch such an attack at a non-god level. Fortunately, it was discovered early, otherwise it collided with the other party without realizing it, and it might really overturn. Including this strange woman from nowhere, there are a total of 8 guys who showed unusual combat power. Since there are no more than 10, then there is a chance to solve them all in one go. But, recalling his previous situation when he spread keys to the void, Alves sighed. There are more and more special beings who come to explore the magical realm, and it seems that this era is about to enter the next stage. It should also converge a bit. After this hunt is over, the magical energy secret realm will be completely closed and put into a state of deep sleep, and the next era will begin to settle down. Chapter 116, Familiar Inheritance Space. Magical Secret Realm. After the fire was full, Bai Yu, who had dealt with the nearby magical creatures, quickly arrived at the destination. After looking at the huge mountain in front of her and the so-called pillar of light of inheritance on the top of the mountain, her eyes fell not far away. Wait! Don't do it! Seemingly sensing a dangerous aura, a young man with yellow hair jumped out of the grass. Rub! I said don't do it! In the blink of an eye, the yellow-haired man whose body was chopped off half of his body looked at Bai Yu in dissatisfaction. Everyone is exploring the secret realm, and I'm not ready to grab your resources, why are you? Rub! Crooked! I'm so angry if I do it again. 35. The masculine eyes of the man with only one head left swayed. Although I can't beat you, the forces behind me are very strong. If you piss me off, you. Rub. Forget it, I kneel down and beg you, okay, don't do it. Vibrant blue flames suddenly rose. Under Bai Yu's gaze, the various parts of the yellow-haired man that had been shattered into pieces began to be spliced together, and finally smoothly merged with the help of the blue flame. Phoenix. That's right. It's the Phoenix. Facing Bai Yu, who finally stopped, the yellow-haired man said with a sigh of relief, "It seems that you can still, wait. Don't put your hand on the hilt of the sword. I always feel that you are going to cut me. I heard that the Phoenix can be reborn infinitely, I want to try it." That's a rumor. A rumor. 35. For the sake of his own life, the yellow-haired man quickly corrected Bai Yu's wrong idea. There is a limit to rebirth. If you cut down like this, I will really die. Oh. You are not going to cut me. See what you have to say. 35. Through powerful perception. After being able to judge that the yellow-haired man was not malicious and did not tell a lie, Bai Yu stopped the movement in his hand and changed to a state of charging. If you can't satisfy me, then I'll kill you. You are really troublesome. Although he noticed that Bai Yu did not become a god, the yellow-haired man who still chose to swallow his voice sighed. My name is Razel Phoenix, the royal family of the Phoenix. 35. I will appear here this time to explore the secret realm left over from the past era and see if I can gain anything. 35. 370. Why did you choose to surrender? Bai Yu asked. Your strength is comparable to that of an ordinary middle-level god, why did you choose to surrender after seeing the existence of me, an immature god? That's why she was ruthless. Every level after the gods will undergo huge qualitative changes. Even if it is the most common intermediate god strength, the opponent has a 30% chance of winning. I chose to surrender because it wouldn't do any good and it would take a lot of work. Razel sighed and explained to Bai Yu. I have a sister named Ravali Phoenix, have you heard of it? No. Oh? It looks like you, wait. I'm not analyzing your information. Just halfway through the words, Razel, who sensed the danger, hurriedly raised his hands and gave a quick answer. The reason for surrendering is that my sister Ravel is the seed of the Lord God. So after finding out that you are the seed of the Lord God, even if you don't become a god, I don't want to fight you. Because I know the ability of the seed of the Lord God to leapfrog fighting better than the average person. This reason is always okay. The reason is passable. 35. By the way, I have special magical protection on my body, if you really die, you will be marked and hunted down by the Phoenix clan. Threatenin'? Bai Yu narrowed his eyes, and the aura on his body suddenly became fierce. Want to give it a try? I'll chop you to pieces together with that so-called special magic in an instant. No. Never. 35. Razel, who raised his hands again, quickly remedied, it's really not a threat, I just kindly reminded me. And if you kill me, at most you will get a special god's heart. 99. But if you keep me, you'll get a lot of benefits. Don't talk to me about interests. Probably guessing what Razel was thinking, Bai Yu put away the long sword in his hand, turned around and walked towards the top of the mountain. You follow me first, and I will take you to see Ma Wu later. 35. Who is Ma Wu? My lord. Glancing at Razel, who seemed to be thinking about something, Bai Yu created a sword intent and penetrated into the opponent's body. Don't think about making small moves, I won't let you have the opportunity to leak information until the negotiation between you and Ma Wu is over. 35. I was just thinking about that voice just now. Looking at the light beam of inheritance close at hand, Razel reminded, the things left over from past eras are often very dangerous. I don't recommend you go in here if you don't have full confidence. According to past experience, the so-called inheritance of the god of magic energy is probably just a trap to seduce people. I see what you mean, but... Looking at the light beam of inheritance in front of him, Bai Ji, who has the most top-level mind and can predict risks from the future to a certain extent, rarely frowned. There is no risk behind this light beam of inheritance. On the contrary, it brings me a sense of security like going home. That's your delusion. 33. Razel complained, anyway, it's something left over from a past era, isn't it normal to be able to disrupt perception? You're right, but give it a try. 39. With the enhanced space control as a guarantee, she can teleport out even if she encounters an accident. Thinking of this, Bai Yu waved to Razel beside him, motioning him to step back. Don't run around, I'll leave a space imprint in the past and come back. Is the character of the seed of the Lord God so selfish? 35. Feeling that his advice was completely ignored, Razel sighed again and sat down on the rock beside him. No matter what you say, my gut tells me there is something wrong with this thing, I hope you won't regret it. Too much nonsense. Stepping into the pillar of inheritance, Bai Yu, who could feel the wave of transmission, glanced at Razel, and finally left a message, be back in 1 minute, don't. Ha ha ha. Successfully deceived the most troublesome guy. Stupid stupid stupid. See you in the next life. The dazzling light instantly filled Bai Yu's sight. In the violent space fluctuations and the mocking sound that suddenly appeared in her mind, she successfully arrived at the legendary inheritance space. Bai Yu? Why did you come back so soon? 35. I met a member of the Phoenix clan who wanted to make a deal with us, so I'll report back to you first. 5. Looking at the familiar scenery around him, and the voice of Maho coming from behind. Bai Yu, whose expression did not change much in the past, twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing a Hessian smile on his face. Ma Wu, wait here, I'll go back and bring him here to find you. Looking at the girl who disappeared again, Su Wu scratched his head in confusion. How do you feel that the other party's mental state is a little unstable? Is the magic god called Alves more troublesome than he thought? Acacia World. Inside the Polestar. Looking at the white-haired woman who was eating and drinking in front of her. Irina, who had been in the kitchen for more than 2 hours, sat down and gave up the idea of feeding each other. What the hell does your stomach do? After staring at Shiraori's unchanged belly for a long time, Irina couldn't help but complain, when I was cooking just now, there should be a law of always injecting food. 5. Even after eating so much, even a troll with strong digestive ability should be mentally satisfied, why don't you react at all? Of course it's because the food you make is so delicious. Putting down the bowls and chopsticks in his hand, Bai Ji's face showed a satisfied smile. In addition to the taste of the food itself, the law of eating that you have infused with conviction is also a delicacy that can be tasted again and again. 35. I couldn't hold back when I was eating, and I entered my devouring space with the food. Meaning that apart from the dab, food that acts on the body, the pleasure and satisfaction that should act on the spirit are also digested by you. Well, that's understandable. Well, you really are a weirdo. 35. Irina, who has been growing up in the Acacia world since birth, was the first to see Shiraori, and said with emotion, it seems that my cooking skills still need to be improved. Want to make me feel full? Shiraori, who understood what Irina meant, smiled and said his thoughts, this may be a little difficult for you. It doesn't matter if it's difficult or not, what I want is a goal that can be chased. 35. For her who has fallen into a bottleneck period, the most important thing is to have a goal that can be accomplished. Thinking of this, Irina photographed a contract on the table and asked Shiraori, how about signing a contract? I pay you a certain amount every month, and all you have to do is come to the Acacia world to taste the food I make. Sounds good. B. I'm sorry, but I can't. 35. Throwing the contract back into Irina's hand, Shiraori explained to the girl who was stunned, I have a lord, and even if I want to sign a contract, I have to get his permission. You can discuss it with him. Irina, who was rejected, did not give up her idea, and chose to surround Wei and save Zhao. This contract is only good for you, not any harm. Even if your lord hears this request, there is a high probability that he will agree. That's not to say. Recalling Ma Wu's various actions, Bai Ji replied confidently, if it were him, there is a high probability that this time will be changed to a time that he can't come over by himself, instead of having to come every month. If you sign like this, isn't it all my fault? 35. Yeah, on the surface, it looks like it's all your fault. After affirming Irina's words, Shiraori continued, but in fact, you are not at a loss. Why? Because you are connected with a huge potential stock for a small price. Looking at the slightly immature girl in front of her, Shiraori raised her hand with a seductive smile on her face and poked Irina's cheek. Why, do you want to revise the content of the contract and sign a contract with me? If it's according to the conditions I said, even I can directly call the shots. Then I might as well go talk to your immediate boss directly. Rolling her eyes at Shiroi, Irina slapped the other's restless paw in annoyance. Let's talk about this later, and tell me your thoughts first. According to the previous agreement, if you want me to make god-quality fried tofu for you, you must help me find out the deficiencies in my dishes and give me a further plan. Now that you eat so much food, it's time to speak your mind. More. You wait. Shiraori, who was trying to read the memories in his mind, replied, although your strength is not very good, your level of cooking is quite high. It seems that there are not many guys who are better at cooking than you and have been eaten by me. My strength is not low. After hearing Shiro's cannibalistic speech, Irina retorted without the slightest fear, even among the lower level gods, my combat power is definitely that of the middle upper level group. Looking at the entire void, I am afraid that my strength can exceed 99% of the creatures. With such strength, how can you get such a bad evaluation in your mouth? Because your strength is really average. Bai Ji replied casually, even my companions who are not gods can let you knock you down with one hand. Hey! 35. Oh, right. Seemingly thinking of something, Shiraori turned to Irina and said, if you want to improve your cooking skills, you can find a friend of mine to learn swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? Irina felt that she couldn't keep up with Shiori's brain circuits. Why do I study that? Because your methods are still too rough in terms of processing ingredients. Licking his lower lip, Shiraori, who recalled the taste of the food just now, said, from an ordinary person's point of view, that level is indeed not bad. But compared to my partner who just woke up not long ago, it's a bit worse. 35. If it weren't for the ability to specialize in cooking, I feel that you would even be crushed by her in terms of food taste. Really as exaggerated as you say? It's not too exaggerated. Recalling some of the strengths that Bai Yu had unintentionally shown, Bai Ji said thoughtfully, for her, that level should only be considered basic skills. Of course, in terms of handling ingredients, the level of basic skills is more than enough. So you mean that you, a partner who is not specialized in cooking, crushed me in the processing of ingredients with only the level of basic skills? Well, that sums it up pretty well. Ignoring Irina, who was on the side, Shiraori, who had already sorted out her culinary memories while taking advantage of this conversation, said, let's talk about this later, now let's talk about the food you made. Areas for improvement. 99. No. I think this should be discussed now. Pulling Shiraori's arm and pulling her up from the chair, Irina said unconvinced, now take me to meet the partner you mentioned. 99. If she can really crush me on the processing of ingredients, you don't need to fulfill the promises I made before. I will help you make god-quality oiled tofu on the spot. That's what you said. Bai Ji, who likes watching dramas, raised his eyebrows and showed a playful smile on his face. If you really lose, I won't tell you what you need to improve after you get the oily tofu. 39. Then, let's talk about it first. Concerning her own cooking career, the girl who instantly calmed down repented, as for challenging your partner, I will use the rest of the conditions as the price. Also. Anyway, no matter how you choose, the other party will eventually come to challenge by you. Thinking of the expressionless by you in the past, a confused look appeared on his face when he was challenged. Or the stubborn girl in front of her, the dumbfounded expression she showed after she was really defeated. Bai Ji then subconsciously began to look forward to it. Chapter 117 Suwu's Conditions. Although the abacus was good, it was a pity that Shiraori's idea failed. Sorry, I don't have time to respond to your challenge right now. Bai Yu, who had just brought back the Phoenix Riesel, shook his head and refused. I need to deal with an enemy who doesn't know what to do, let him understand the price of random provocation. 39. But, seemingly thinking of something, Bai Yu turned his gaze to Ma Wu who was communicating with Razel not far away. If you really want to learn, you can find Ma Wu. 35. After signing the source contract, he has the same level of ability as me. Even if the attributes are not up to standard, there is no problem with handling an ingredient. 6. Are you sure this woman is not your doppelganger? After sizing up Bai Yu in front of her eyes, Irina turned her gaze to Bai Ji who was watching the play beside her. All surnamed Bai, all with white hair and red eyes, and even the tone of voice they speak is so similar. The tone of your speech is nothing like it. Bai Ji corrected, that is just an illusion that you are not convinced after hearing Bai Yu's true thoughts. This I admit. Taking a deep breath, Irina didn't expect that the first time she left the Acacia world, it was to find someone to challenge Irina, whose tone became irritable. I have invested everything in cooking so far, but in your mouth, even a layman can surpass me casually. Of course, I will not be convinced. So you want to challenge me to prove myself? Bai Yu, who was about to leave and return to the magic energy space, stopped, and his eyes fell on Irina again. Since you are so young, let me remind you of one thing. The handling of ingredients is part of cooking for you, but for me it is the domain of swordsmanship. Your talent and understanding are indeed good, and your efforts have indeed surpassed most people, but after all, it is still within common sense. 35. Do you think it's possible to use things within common sense to make up for the lack of time, and eventually transcend the existence outside common sense? Putting the golden hair in Irina's hand, Bai Yu's figure disappeared in place in the fluctuation of space. If you want to learn my sword skills and mood, I can teach you when I come back. But if you plan to compete with me in the field of swordsmanship, then I would advise you to give up. How do you feel? Although he didn't see Bai Yu's confused look, but after successfully seeing the shocking expression on Irina's face, Shiro still smiled contentedly. Did you not even see when the other party shot? Putting the hair in her hands, Irina sighed and said, I'm starting to believe what you said before. Can cooking overwhelm you? Didn't you say that I can beat me with one hand? How did it become a cooking skill? Well, don't be angry, maybe I remembered it wrong. A sly smile appeared on Bai Ji's face. However, being able to make you, a arrogant young lady, admit defeat, it seems that you have been beaten a lot. After all, I was frightened like this by a person who did not become a god. If I were to be more rude, I would appear to have lost my price. 35. Wiping the cold sweat from her cheeks, Irina also gave up the idea of competing against each other in terms of strength after she had already deeply felt the horror of Bai Yu with just one simple shot. Speaking of which, I agree to your previous conditions. Do you still sign the contract? About this contract, didn't you say you want to talk to my immediate boss? Bai Ji raised his hand in disapproval and pointed to Ma Wu who was talking to Razel not far away. Well, it's right there, you can talk to him directly when he's free. You guy, your character is really bad enough. Are you nervous? To say that you are not nervous, of course, is false. Facing Mawu's question, Rizel twitched the corners of his mouth and revealed a stiff smile. According to my observation, the white-haired lady not far away who also seems to be the seed of the Lord God seems to have something to do with me. Weird idea. Hey? Do you mean Shiraori? After Yu Guang glanced at the direction Rizel said, he saw that Bai Ji was chatting with a blonde girl he didn't know, and Mawu replied, "Don't worry, she won't eat guests without my order." Of 66, AE. Well, Bai Ji is a big eater, and he wants to take a bite and taste everything. You feel dangerous, probably because she's wondering what the phoenix tastes like. But don't worry, after we sign the contract and become a partner, she won't see you that way. 99. But the problem is, he hasn't made up his mind to sign the contract. Looking at the smiling tiger in front of him, Rizel, who was born in the Phoenix royal family, felt the pressure of dying for the first time. Okay, let's continue talking about what happened just now. After Xiao Xiao scare the other party, Su Wu turned the topic back to the previous matter. You want to reach a cooperation with me because you are interested in Bai Yu's potential, so you want to ask me for help when you need it in the future. My understanding is correct. Is such that. After seeing the second seed of the main god, Rizel, who was more determined in this regard, opened his mouth and said, "Our Phoenix clan currently has relatively few members, so it has always been a neutral force in the void and does not participate in any team. But even so, there are still many people who secretly covet our Phoenix clan." 9. Scoff. After cutting a hole in his body with his finger, Rizel took a drop of blood and placed it in front of Mawu. As a legendary phantom beast, the phoenix is a mobile treasure in the eyes of outsiders. Blood can restore physical wounds, tears can heal spiritual wounds, flesh and blood can be made into top-notch restorative potions, and even the heart of God will be processed and made at some point. Under such circumstances, the behavior of some people secretly hunting the lone phoenix has never stopped. Sounds really heartwarming. Yeah, it's heartwarming. Looking at Mawu, whose eyes did not change, Rizel was silent for a while, and then added, "Actually, these are still good, we can at least blame it on the lack of strength. What really makes me unbearable is that after some people grabbed the phoenix, not only did they not kill them, but they tortured them by all means. At the same time as satisfying his perverted hobbies, he also repeatedly obtained various materials from them." 9. Understandable. Su Wu touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "If it were a hostile position, even I would not have dealt with it directly. With such a powerful self-recovery ability, it is better to use it as an experiment than to kill it outright." 35. You're so direct. Rubbing his forehead, Su Wu said that Su Wu had some headaches and continued to speak. In short, in order to solve or reduce the occurrence of this phenomenon, the plan of our Phoenix clan is to strengthen our own strength, and at the same time win over allies of neutral forces serve as reinforcements. 35. What are your thoughts? A neutral force like you who has not yet grown up yet has huge potential is exactly what our Phoenix clan needs most. If you want, as a member of the royal family, I can sign a cooperation contract on behalf of the Phoenix clan to invest in you in all aspects, and all you need to do is to come and help us when we are in danger. Representing the Phoenix family. Looking at the blonde man in front of him, Su Wu nodded thoughtfully. It seems that even among the members of the royal family, your identity should be the core group. 35. It's okay, apart from my own aptitude and blood, it's mainly because of my sister's blessing. 99. Did you mean Ravel Phoenix? Regarding this matter, Bai Yu had reported to him when he brought Rizel back. 4 flowers 0. A phoenix with the aptitude of the Lord God can indeed raise the status of your immediate family member. But if that's the case, you shouldn't be qualified to represent the Phoenix clan. This word. Don't worry, I'm not interested in knowing your specific identity. 99. Interrupting Rizel's explanation, Mawu, who didn't care much about this matter, smiled. Since you can represent the Phoenix family, I can reveal some things to you. What's up? Razel suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that you are not a Chinese force? It was not too long ago, as for now. Taking out the contract signed by Annabelle from his arms, Ma Wu pointed to the mark in the lower right corner and said, "You come one step later, I am now an ally of the Dark God realm." 66. Yes, it is an ally, not an affiliated strength. Ma Wu nodded and repeated his words again. In the future, we will fight against the Light God realm together, and even meet the ally of the Light God. 99. How, do you still dare to sign an alliance contract with me? 35. This. I'm a little confused, please wait. 0. In the face of the sudden and explosive news, Razel, who had already prepared for hemorrhage, fell silent. A small force that has not yet seen the existence of the God-level force can sign an alliance contract with the main God-level force. This is a bit too exaggerated. After all, the seed of the Lord God has only potential. In this vast void, the total number of seeds of the Lord God that have appeared may not be many, but it is definitely not many. But after so long, those who appeared in front of everyone were just those famous top-level gods, but the number of main gods had not changed much. In a sense, this has proved that the seed of the main god is at most equated with the superior god, but cannot be equated with the main god. If Ma Wu only relied on the two white-haired women he had seen so far, then he would not be qualified to form an alliance contract with a major god-level force like the Dark God realm. That is to say, the opponent's secret cards may be more terrifying than he imagined. Have you made up your mind? Ma Wu asked again. It is to let the Phoenix family stand in line and choose an alliance with me, a potential stock that is about to grow up. 35. Or continue to maintain the status quo and wait for your sister to grow up before making a decision. By the way, for the sake of your good attitude, I'll tell you one more thing. 35. Looking at Razel who was struggling, Su Wu put down the last condition and said, I have a way to get the reincarnation stone on my side. What? Razel's eyes widened suddenly. You sure? I have no need to lie to you. It is a relic of the 6th era, but the current specific information is in the hands of another superior god. Can I pay a certain price to buy the name of that superior god from you? Of course. Ma Wu nodded indifferently. But are you sure? The superior god is willing to share with you the qualification to explore the ruins. She doesn't have my ability. Let your sister gain 100% of the power of reincarnation after using the reincarnation stone. 6. Please give me some time. Razel, who was really caught on the key, opened his mouth and said, I can no longer make decisions on matters involving the authority of reincarnation. 99. Then get in touch with someone who can call the shots. Su Wu raised his finger to the door not far away, indicating that the other party could leave. I'll be waiting for you here, preferably within 12 hours. By the way, my condition is your sister Ravel Phoenix. Razel. Chapter 118, The Status Quo of the Phoenix Clan. Magical Secret Realm. Boom. The surging sword energy surged into the sky like a tidal wave. At the same time as tearing the inheritance light beam, the giant mountain carrying the inheritance beam is also cut into pieces. Walking out of the sand and gravel in the sky, the white jade holding the long sword turned his wrist, holding the white jade sword in his backhand and inserted it upside down into the ground. The frenzied sword energy exploded like a powder keg, blowing in all directions. In just an instant, everything in a radius of thousands of miles centered on the girl turned into a cloud of powder and dissipated in the air. Aren't you coming out yet? Although she was in a bad mood, it wasn't that the girl who was attacking randomly was standing in the air, looking at the pit under her feet that was cut by her sword energy. The ridicule of the other party was indeed passed on to her mind, but it also exposed the location of the hidden body. Since you like to be provocative, you must be prepared to be called to your door. Or, Halfway through the words, Bai Yu, who realized that something was wrong, suddenly stopped and waved the long sword in his hand again. Boom! The terrifying sword energy slashed the ground, and at the same time revealed the huge space hidden under the ground. Looking at the one-time teleportation formation just activated below, Bai Yu fell silent. She, who has been fighting since the birth of consciousness, is the first time she has seen such a cowardly enemy. After all, he is also an ancient powerhouse who has crossed the mystery of era disappearance. Hum hum hum. Just as Bai Yu was thinking about where the enemy might go, a terrifying trend of magic began to converge. In the blink of an eye, magical creatures with powerful breaths and different shapes quickly formed and rushed towards her. Boom! After slashing the magic creature in front of him with a sword chi, Bai Yu's figure disappeared and appeared in the sky. It turns out that it's not running away, but choosing the plan with the highest winning rate. Facing the magical creatures below that were reshaped in the magic tide, Bai Yu's face showed a clear color. Unlike ordinary puppets, these magical creatures do not have any core. Before defeating Alves, the god of magic power hidden in the dark. Unless she has a way to clear the magic power in this secret world, she can only fight a protracted battle with the opponent. Feeling the weak magic power that he could absorb in the air, Bai Yu knew that this was also what the other party did. If there is a stalemate, then she will eventually lose to Alves, who is good at protracted battles in Mahu's mouth. As expected of the powerhouse of the ancient era, I was the one who underestimated him just now. After smashing the few magic eagles that rushed in front of him, Bai Yu finally understood what a fatal mistake he had made just now. That was the moment when she was closest to the enemy. If there is no nonsense, but directly cut through the ground and seize the other party's body that has not had time to transfer, then the current situation will undoubtedly reverse. Boom boom boom. After repeatedly smashing the endless stream of magical energy creatures, Bai Yu, who was already in a stalemate, was silent for a while, and suddenly looked in the direction of the remaining 9 inheritance beams. Since he found this hiding space by himself, it was set under the light beam of inheritance. The new hiding space after the other party's transfer is likely to be near the rest of the inheritance beams. Let's go and have a look. It would be too embarrassing to go back and report to Ma Wu like this. At least try all the methods that can be used at the moment. East side of the void. In the base camp of the Phoenix clan. The condition is me? The dazzling blonde hair is braided in a vertical curl in a double curly ponytail behind her. Wearing a luxurious dress, the girl with delicate features like a doll raised her head and looked at the middle-aged man sitting opposite her. What absurd condition is this? You don't really think about it when you call me here. 35. It is naturally impossible to give you to the other party. The middle-aged man responded, but the other party obviously understands that this is impossible, so a time limit is added for it. How long? 100 years. 35. The middle-aged man raised a finger and said, you don't need to officially join his territory. Just become a member of the affiliated forces and serve him for 100 years. As for 100 years later, whether you go or stay depends on your own wishes, that's what he said. Face. A 1% reincarnation authority in 100 years sounds pretty good. But there's nothing you haven't said to me. 99. The girl Revel tapped her fingers on the table, and a sneer appeared on her face. As the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, you were not so indecisive in the past. Since the other party dares to open the 100-year time limit, he obviously has enough confidence. Either he is sure to use the relationship to trap me, or it means that he will make some big moves in the next 100 years. Are you sure you want to send me? First of all, I'm not a cold-blooded creature, and I don't have the confidence to promise you that I will come back in 100 years. Really merciless. 35. The middle-aged man sitting in the center touched his nose and sighed helplessly. As the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, and also one of the few high-level gods in the clan, he couldn't understand what level meant. 18. We can no longer maintain an absolutely neutral camp. Noise Phoenix, the contemporary patriarch of the Phoenix clan said, among the three main gods in the Eastern District, except for the Dream Dragon, whether it is the Mechanical Overlord or the Undead Lord, the secret persecution of our clan is increasing day by day. Strengthen. If this goes on like this, our old guys will be safe and sound, but the number of new phoenixes will become less and less. Ravel, this time is a good opportunity, I want to give it a try. Looking at the most talented girl in the history of the Phoenix family in front of him, Noise expressed his true thoughts. Before today, we had only one way out. Underscore number. That is to completely withdraw from the east side of the void and go to other directions of the void to find a way out. But it's different now. 35. What's the difference? Ravely frowned, who couldn't figure it out. She also understands the situation of the Phoenix clan. In addition to cultivating these years, she has also been collecting all kinds of information. Because of this, Ravely really couldn't understand Patriarch Noise's decision. Instead of serving others, I might as well find a main god to serve, such as the god of darkness in the dark god realm. Revere expressed his true thoughts and said, although the main god revealed very little information, there is no doubt that he is a more friendly type in terms of personality. As long as she promises to bless us, the chances of repenting and persecuting the Phoenix clan after the fact are low. 35. Compared to her, I don't think it's necessary to serve that man named Ma Wu. So that's what you think? Facing Revere's thoughts, the Patriarch Noise said his thoughts after being silent for a while. On the surface, the god of darkness is indeed a better choice for the Phoenix family. 99. But only on the surface. 35. Noise interrupted Revere's words and continued, for you, joining the dark god realm is to add a shackle to yourself that you can never break free. No matter how friendly the character of the Lord God is, he will not let his subordinates become the new Lord God. Once you really join the dark god realm, your upper limit can only reach the top-level superior gods. 39. I can accept. 99. But I can't accept it. An angry look flashed in Noise's eyes. Do you really understand what it means to join the dark god realm, or to join the main god level forces? 35. To be blessed. No. That's giving up hatred. Noise closed his eyes and let out a helpless sigh again. Tens of thousands of years have passed since the 7th generation patriarch. The Phoenix clan that once spread all over the eastern side of the void are only those who are now hiding in the corners. He still can't forget the appearance of those newly born phoenixes after being repeatedly tortured, the corpses turned into undead. He couldn't even forget how his wife was killed by him after being transformed into a machine. Ravel, the Phoenix family needs the Lord God. 35. Noise took out a headband and handed it to the girl. You need a main god who dares to attack the Mechanical Overlord or the Undead Lord after the contract of the gods is lifted. In order to be able to take revenge, our Phoenix family has endured for too long. Looking at the girl who took off her hairband, Noise continued his speech. The god of darkness is indeed friendly and has never persecuted any seed of the Lord God, but she also watched the persecution of the seed of the Lord God by the god of light. It's not just her, all the friendly main gods, including the Dream Dragon, all chose to watch. If we join the Dark God realm, we can indeed obtain the protection of safety, but it also means giving up this hatred completely. It is impossible for her to stand up for us. You ask me what's different about the man named Ma Wu, and the answer I can answer to you is very simple. He is a lord who has two seeds of the main god and dares to fight the god of light at the same time. Besides that, he is also the only one that we can reach, the only one who can put us in the position of an ally. In fact, I had a remote conversation with him once before calling you here. How is the result? He only said one thing to me. Noise's face showed a wry smile and said, I have already been hostile to the God of Light and the Lord of the Abyss. In addition to this, the enemies to be solved are the god of war Artaith and the god of seals Arnold. If you are willing to line up, I can fill you two on the list. That's what he said. What? After hearing Noise's bitter speech, the girl who was not in a very happy mood widened her eyes in surprise. It's true or false, not to mention the two main gods, Artoyus alone is enough for him. 0.1 Are you sure he's not kidding us? He has given the deed to Razel. 99. Noise, whose communication with Suwu only stayed at the level of one sentence, replied, as long as you serve him for 100 years, he will not only provide you with the authority of the law of reincarnation within 1 year, but also must in the future. To fight against those two main gods for us. Have you seen his trump card? Leville asked. What if he only has some mortal killings in the past 100 years, so what if he makes a promise of high cow here? That's what you're going to do. Noise pointed to Revere and said, although I serve him, the contract stipulates that in the face of a mortal kill, you can run away. You told me before that you might be trapped by the other party in 100 years. I did hesitate about this matter, but after seeing your determination just now, I understand one thing. If he can get you to let go of this hatred and choose to continue to serve him 100 years later, that prove that you are not wrong. Looking at his father, whose eyes were still filled with hatred, Rivali sighed helplessly. I see what you mean. From all perspectives, this transaction is indeed not a loss. If that's the case, let her go see him. Let's see what a man who makes his father lose his mind with just one sentence. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 119 Gu, Kill Me. The deepest part of the magic realm. With a slash that penetrated the heavens and the earth, the last light of inheritance was cut open with the underground hidden space. Looking at the huge monster slowly emerging from the darkness, Bai Yu, who had been fighting continuously for more than a day in the secret magic realm, stopped for the first time. Got you. You really have perseverance, there should be no hatred between us. After discovering that Bai Yu was able to enter the magical realm of his own accord, Alves, who had been constantly shifting his hiding place, raised his head with a helpless look in his eyes. Forcing a war would not do us any good. 35. Your strength is indeed strong, but that doesn't mean I'm easy to bully. Especially after more than a day of consumption, your chances of winning are not very big now. What do you want to say? Bai Yu, whose fighting spirit did not diminish in the slightest, said, if you feel that you are in a position to win, then I can only say that you underestimate me too much. I didn't underestimate you. Alves, who had fought against the seed of the Lord God, shook his head and expressed his thoughts. We each take a step back. I will pay you a certain amount of energy stone and information, and you will leave the magic energy space, so don't disturb me again. No. Bai Yu refused. Ma Wu's request is to subdue you. Well, I'll just say why you're stalking. 35. After hearing the reason for Bai Yu, Alves let out a helpless sigh. Kanai is the person behind you who is coveting my ability as a magic stone beast. The sky suddenly darkened, and the earth began to shake continuously. In the current of magic that has suffocated ordinary existence, Alves' huge body of several kilometers began to shrink continuously, and finally transformed into a human figure several meters high, appearing in front of Bai Yu. I can't be at the mercy of anyone. If you are determined to be my enemy, then die here. 99. Boom. With the fall of the voice, Alves' figure suddenly disappeared in place, rushing towards the distance. At the same time, the overwhelming magic bullets appeared around Bai Yu and shot towards her. Looking at Alves retreating back, Bai Yu, who understood that the other party was just pulling away rather than fleeing, fell into silence. As Alves said, after a day's battle, her state has dropped significantly. Even if it is a head-on collision, she is not completely sure of winning now, let alone the opponent is ready to continue the protracted battle. If this goes on, the only person who will lose will be her. Can't lose a second time. 35. Recalling the painful price paid for the last defeat, a sharp look flashed in Bai Yu's eyes. Boom! The sword chi that carried through the heavens and the earth erupted from Bai Yu in an instant. Whether it's a magical creature that reappears, or a magic bullet attacking from all directions. At this moment, they were completely dissipated and turned into scattered magical forms. Insert the sword into the sheath, bend the right leg slightly, and lean forward in an explosive posture. After just relying on her momentum to disperse the attack from the enemy, the girl took the posture of drawing her sword in the next second, and her eyes were firmly locked on the back without the slightest pause in the distance. If a protracted war is not enough, then it will break out. The future is forever cut. Danger. Can't be hardwired. Must hide. Just when Bai Yu's figure disappeared in the same moment. In Alvez's brain, who was constantly pulling away, dangerous signals began to come crazily. There was no room to look back to see what was going on. Alves followed his instinct and leaned to the left subconsciously. With a belated explosion of air, a terrifying sword light swept across his right side. At the same time, severe pain came from his right elbow. Realizing what happened, Alves gritted his teeth and raised his remaining left hand towards the sword light hammer that was already close at hand. Boom boom boom! The fist covered with a thick layer of magic and the sharp white jade sword collided continuously, causing a violent gust of wind. Go away! In the absence of an arm, Alves, who was constantly having new wounds on his body, suddenly let out a loud cry, and a violent wave of magic power blew the white jade away. Seizing this opportunity, he picked up the broken right arm and pressed it directly towards the wound. Chi chi chi! A harsh sound rang out along with white smoke. After the explosion of magic power, regardless of the cost, the broken arm and the wound on the body recovered in the next instant. Troublesome! Although he recovered his state to the top, Alves was not optimistic. He hadn't forgotten how his arm was broken. The sudden explosion just now did temporarily repel Bai Yu, but it also gave the opponent time to charge up. If nothing else, the next move will be the opponent's killer move. It seems to be in response to his speculation in general. Just the next second this thought popped up in Alves' mind, inexplicable fluctuations covered the surroundings. The sound of breathing, the sound of blood falling, and the tumbling sound of the magic tide all disappeared. The world lost its color at this moment and turned into black and white. And in this terrifying world, the only thing with color is the sword edge that suddenly appeared in front of Alves. Go away! As a strong man in the ancient era, how could Alves be defeated so easily? He was already prepared to squeeze all the magic power into his right fist. After dodging the slash from other directions at the same instant, he rushed towards the slash directly in front of him without hesitation. The hard right fist collided with the sharp white jade sword again. The thick layer of magic power was easily torn apart like tofu, and even divine power only played a meager blocking role. Different from the previous collision, facing Bai Yu's ultimate move, all of Alves' defenses were completely defeated at this moment. But despite this, he still did not back down. Bone-deep wounds appeared on the surface of the right fist, and then quickly recovered with the support of the magic in the body. With superhuman willpower, after enduring all the pain caused by physical, mental, and even soul damage, Alves successfully turned the battle situation into a protracted battle that he is best at. I said, don't underestimate me too much. Looking at the white jade in front of him, Alves, who was in pain to the point of drooling, said, this battle. I won. 55. The strength of the forward sprint was getting weaker and weaker, and Bai Yu, who was stopped by Alves, was silent for a while, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. If you think about it, it's surprisingly similar to my last defeat. It is also in a bad state, and it is also in a protracted war. If it was me in the past, I might have been defeated by you. 35. Don't be delusional. Even now you will be defeated by me. Feeling a trace of unease, Alves slowly pressed forward and began to actively weaken the offensive in Bai Yu's hands. Be beaten by me obediently. Maybe I can spare your life if I'm in a good mood. I'll keep it. Facing Alves' words, Bai Yu, who took the initiative to back away and distanced himself, said unmoved, please deploy all your defenses to protect your body and try your best to survive. Are you still talking nonsense? After the offensive was broken by me, you have no. Before he could finish speaking, Alves, who suddenly realized that something was wrong, fell silent. Looking at the slowly dissipating right arm, he twitched the corner of his mouth, a strange smile like crying appeared on his face. The second awakening of talent. Is the existence of the past era also called that? 35. Putting the white jade sword back into the scabbard, Bai Yu, who had withdrawn from the explosive state, exhaled. I don't really want to use this trick. Compared to Macefield, who can completely control it, or Shiraori, who has basically controlled it, I am completely in a state of berserk. So you used this dangerous ultimate move against me. 35. After all the magic power in the air was chopped up, Alves, who couldn't even repair his body, sighed. 377 The seed of the Lord God who can be gifted with a second awakening, I am unlucky to meet you. Have you given up your resistance? Arriving in front of Alves, who only had a torso and a head left, Bai Yu charged a few seconds of energy before smashing a terrifying sword energy into the opponent's body. Don't think about making small moves. If this sword energy erupts, even if you are in your prime, you will be hit hard by near death. Got it, annoying guy. Alves curled the corners of his mouth, raised his head and gestured to the area in the distance. If you are not able to dissipate the sword intent that permeates the air, throw me to a place with magic power 5. For specific matters, I will talk about it after I recover my body. It can't be repaired for the time being 5. What do you mean, 9? Actually, it wasn't your limbs that I cut off just now. Facing Alves, who had some doubts about life, Shiraori was silent for a while, and then continued to explain, it's like the magic of this area. It seems that the magic power was cut off by me, but in fact, the concept of magic power in this area was cut off by me. It was also cut off conceptually. Bai Yu nodded affirmatively. Even if you go to a magical area, you won't be able to recover. That's good news. Looking up at the white jade in front of him, Alves, who had fallen to this level for the first time in his life, became desperate. Let me guess if you just cut, but don't fix. Go kill me. No. Bai Yu refused. Mawu's order is to get information out of your uniform and not kill you. Even if you say that, I have nothing useful to tell you. Alves, who had some guesses about Bai Yu's question, sighed, and replied simply and clearly, after all, I'm just a coward who escaped into the secret realm of magic energy before the war started. 359. Chapter 120 The Effect of the Power of the Earth. The void will restart. After each restart, the void that opens a new era will go through 3 stages in total. They are the initial stage after the restart, the stage of the god's hegemony after the end of growth, and the final domination stage. The first 2 stages have nothing to say, and you should be able to understand what it means from a literal reading. Alves, whose torso was placed on the chair, sighed, and asked Mawu in front of him, what you want to know most should be the matters related to the domination stage 9. That's right. Mawu nodded. More precisely, what I want to understand is why the previous era came to an end, and the next era began with almost nothing left. About this, I am not very clear. According to the news at that time, the prerequisite for entering the domination stage is to choose the strongest among the gods under the requirements of the void consciousness. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Alves' face. I am the magic god of the 8th era, the legendary magic stone beast, a well-known superior god, and a strong man who has mastered the authority of the law, but at the same time, I am just a coward who is afraid of death. 5. Compared to the Lord God, my strength is too weak. So when the 8th era reached its peak and was about to enter the 3rd stage of domination, I chose to run away. Through the methods I found in the past era, I gave up the possibility of becoming the Lord God, signed a contract with the Void, and hid in the magic power secret territory and fell asleep. When I woke up again, the previous era had ended, and in its place was a new era in rapid development. A lot of opportunities are in front of me, but according to the contract, I can only choose to watch. Seemingly thinking of something, after being silent for a while, Alves added, like the ancient existence of the 7th era that I once defeated, become a new gatekeeper. It turns out that it's no wonder you say you don't know anything. Ma Wu, who did not see any additional information even through the investigation of the True Eye, sighed, and finally gave up asking about the relevant information of the dominance stage, and turned to ask another question. After becoming a gatekeeper, in addition to not interfering with the development of the current era, is there anything else? You can't give the secret realm resources to the entrant at will, you can't transfer the authority of the law, and you can't reveal the information of the past era. Can't reveal information. Well, can't reveal it until it's defeated by the existence of new era. Faced with Mahu's question, Alves finally added, as for after being defeated, these restrictions are basically gone. Now, I don't have any restrictions except that I can't be promoted to the main god, and I can't use the same method to enter the next era again. 5. Simply put, we have to come to the end in the current era. That's right, that's it. Alves affirmed. So this method is not so much to live as it is to delay the time of death. After giving up the opportunity of the era in which I was born, there is no more chance. 35. What I can do now is to walk on the same road with you until the day when this era ends. 35. But you don't seem to be of any use. After listening to Alves' introduction, Shiraori, who was sitting beside him, looked over with interest. After defeating you, the ownership of that magical realm is already ours. In terms of combat power, when you have the authority of the law and the advantage of the venue, you are crushed by Baihu across a large realm, and it looks ordinary. Even your ability as a magic stone beast, I can restore it after devouring it. Looking at Alves, who was instantly desperate, Shiraori licked his lips and suggested to Mahu, who was beside him, why don't you recycle it, take out his power and let me eat it. 5. Sounds pretty good. Don't. I'm still useful. Although he looked like he was waiting to die. But in the last era, the existence that chose to escape, how could he not care about his own life? Seeing that Mawu seemed really ready to abandon him, Alves hurriedly defended. The basic talent of the magic stone beast is to absorb the magic power in the air and convert it into a power stone. Although I don't know how the white-haired woman uses this ability, she must not be as fast as me in terms of conversion efficiency. And most importantly, to use this ability, you need to stay in a magical environment for a long time. Instead of wasting an important battle strength of your own to produce energy stones, why don't you send me, an old guy who has been abolished? What do you think? You can see that you really don't want to die. Stopping Bai Ji, who wanted to continue to do bad things, Su Wu thought for a while and said, although you didn't bring any useful news, it can be regarded as letting me know some secrets. 5. On this point, I won't be hard on you. Your next job is to continue to take care of the magic energy secret realm, and allocate 18 hours a day to produce energy stones. Can you do it? Give it to me. Alves nodded quickly and agreed, I promise you will harvest a lot of resources every day. Then work hard. If you do well, I will find a way to restore your broken limbs. As for now. Su Wu thought for a while, then turned to look at the red-haired girl not far away. Alicia, first help him build metal limbs that can move freely. Free-moving limbs. After looking at Alves' torso, Alicia responded, this guy's body is a legendary monster, and even if it is transformed into a human form, the internal structure is very special, and it will take some time. 99. Don't worry, just take your time. Anyway, even if he loses his limbs, it doesn't affect the opponent's production of energy stones. Moreover, it is more important to take care of the magic stone secret realm that has just started than to restore the ability to move freely. Thinking of this, Ma Wu looked at the remaining few people. Shiroi, you and Elena will go to the magic stone secret realm in a while to get rid of all the gods that are still alive, and don't let them have the opportunity to run out and leak information. As for the white jade, looking at the girl with a tired look in her eyes, the military general took the white jade sword from the opponent's waist. Being able to subdue and capture the former superior god without becoming a god, you have done a good job this time. At present, the preliminary work after connecting with the void has been completed. Let's go back to the main body and take a rest. Something can wake me up at any time. Bai Yu, who was indeed in a bad state, hesitated for a moment, and continued to add, if you want to do something to Artigzu, then wake me up even if I haven't woken up yet. Do not worry. Facing Bai Yu's worries, Ma Wuren couldn't help laughing. You're thinking too much of me. If you want to solve a superior god of that level, it will take a month at the earliest to have a chance. Just don't do it secretly. Bai Yu, who was also amused by her own worries, showed a smile. Then I'll sleep for a while, good night. Okay, good night. Looking at Bai Yu who disappeared in front of him, Su Wu stopped waving his hand and placed the white jade sword on his waist. Alves, your daily working hours have been increased from 18 hours to 23 hours, remember not to be lazy. Alves. After sending everyone out, Ma Wu, who was temporarily idle, returned to the room and took out the last Lord skill card in his hand. It's almost time, it's time to draw a new Lord skill. Successful use of the Lord skill card. Congratulations on obtaining the sss-level Lord skill Earth Power. Earth Power. Grade, SSS grade. Effect 1, Harvest, the intensity of magic in the territory is doubled, the growth rate of plants is increased by 500%, and mature plants have a 40% probability of double output, a 9% probability of triple output, and a 1% probability of 5 double the output. Effect 2, Son of the Earth, when standing on the ground, the recovery speed of mana and stamina is increased by 300%, the defense power is increased by 100%, the effect of Earth attribute skills is increased by 100%, and the Earth attribute damage received is reduced by 90%. Effect 3, Power of the Earth, enables the skill holder to gain the ability to change the concept of any object to Earth. The new SSS level Lord skills are as powerful as ever. The bumper harvest of Effect 1 made up for Ma Wu's lack of talents specializing in plants, so that he would not be inferior to those great lords in terms of grain and spiritual grass output in the future. The Son of Earth of Effect 2 is a magical skill in combat, filling the deficiencies of Ma Wu's servants in defense and protracted warfare. Since then, Su Wu's army has the blessing of the Soldier Master in attack, the blessing of Son of the Earth in defense and protracted warfare, and the assistance of space control in terms of movement. After obtaining the bonus in all aspects, the undead army is no longer simply winning by quantity. Under the same rank, if the enemy does not have the blessing of the SSS level Lord skills of the same rank police, then even the weakest skeleton warrior will not be weaker than any top troops. In addition to these two effects, the ability to modify the concept brought by the last Effect 3, the Power of the Earth, is even more magical. Just starting, Su Wu came up with 4 or 5 good methods that can be used in battle. However, the specific effect needs to be delayed and tried again. Before that, he needs to greet the next guests. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Come in. Click. Excuse me. 99. Pushing open the door of the room, it was Nikarina who had dazzling blonde hair and was wearing a luxurious dress. After realizing that Ma Wu was not easy, she specifically asked Shiraori to teleport through space to take her back to the Acacia world. After disguising and having a meeting with her family, Irina returns to Mabu's territory again. Mahu Jizu, on behalf of Acacia Gu Industry, I have a cooperation and want to talk to you. Are you free now? Certainly. Mawu pointed to the seat not far away with a smile on his face. Sit down, you came just in time, and I just have something to talk to you about. Me? Irina looked over suspiciously. Don't tell me, you are preparing to improve the food in the territory, so you want to establish cooperation with our Totsuki industry? That can be considered, but other things are more important. Mawu raised his hand and pointed at the blonde girl in front of him and said, I'll help you win the first place in the God of Cookery competition, and you can help me in Hestia, the goddess of holy fire, connect me. Irina. The other side. After more than 2 days of traveling, Kang Yu and Maysfield also successfully arrived near the destination. Looking at the enemies who surrounded her, Kang Yu was silent for a while, and then her eyes turned to Maysfield beside her. Mawu said that stealing is not a good habit to scare you. 6. Shut up. The vampire Lolita said angrily, I'm just taking back what belongs to me. Chapter 121, Fragments of Weapons. Back in time a little bit. Just when Bai Yu was still fighting with endless magical creatures in the magical secret realm. After paying a certain price, Kang Yu and Maysfield passed the cross-border teleportation formation of neutral forces and came to the world near the real Red World, the base camp of Lucifer's forces. Maysfield, who had just walked out of the teleportation array, seemed to sense something, and stretched out his hand to grab Kang Yu's sleeve. Wait a moment. 35. The dragged Kang Yu stopped and looked at the little friend beside her. Are you hungry again? Of course not. Do you think of me as that big foodie Shirai? After glancing at Kang Yu in dissatisfaction, Maysfield grinned, revealing his fangs. I am a vampire, an elegant dark knight noble. But when you grabbed me yesterday. That's why I think the environment and climate of the place is good, suitable for tasting iced black tea. Oh. Kang Yu nodded, then looked at the surrounding scenery. The scenery here looks good too, I need me. No need. Don't you guess what I'm thinking? 35. Regarding Kang Yu's reply that was completely out of the same loop, Maysfield interrupted Kang Yu's words again, a little tired. I told you to stop not because I wanted to drink black tea, but because I discovered my weapon. Arms. Yes, it's a weapon. Pulling out the Spear of Destiny from midair, Maysfield placed it in front of Kang Yu. You should have noticed that this is a weapon I made with the concept of destiny. Although the power is good, in the absence of a carrier, it will be weak against enemies of the same level. Click. With a crisp sound, the Spear of Destiny that Kang Yu took over was directly broken into 2 pieces. Looking at the wreckage gradually dissipating in her hands, the blue-haired girl nodded in agreement. It's really going to be exhausting. 377. Hey! What are you doing? Facing the suddenly broken Spear of Fate, Maysfield, who didn't even have time to react, smacked Kang Yu's arm twice in annoyance. I just want you to take a look, not for you to break. Even if it's just a conceptual temporary weapon, it will take a day to fix it, you idiot. I am not a fool. Who you are not? Maysfield sighed, a tired look on his face. It's really a shame that Guy Maho can communicate with you without any problems on weekdays. Mawu has always been great. Yes, you are a fan of Mahu, I really don't understand why he attracts you. Because Mahu is Mahu. Stop your explanation, I don't understand. Maysfield waved impatiently and decided to end the conversation. If she hadn't beat Kang Yu, she really wanted to teach her a lesson now. About to be PD off. Taking a deep breath to calm down, Maysfield looked at Kang Yu again. Although you caused me some extra trouble due to your stupid operation, you should also realize how fragile a mere conceptual armament is. Understood, the hardness is similar to the current white jade sword. Don't interrupt until I'm done. Facing Kang Yu's sudden declaration of terror, Macefield was silent for a while, dab, and then added, also, Bai Yujian is also the body of Bai Yu, so don't say that in front of her. Continue to talk about business. In just a few minutes, Macefield, who has been led off topic several times by Kang Yu, went straight to the topic and said, in order to make up for the fragility of the concept weapon, the best way is to find an excellent blacksmith and let him help build it. A body capable of withstanding conceptual armaments. About this, when I was in the territory before, I asked Alicia. It's just that due to limited materials, she temporarily postponed the commission. I know this, and my commission has also been postponed. It's not that your commission is too outrageous. He glanced at the third-order longsword hanging on Kang Yu's waist. Macefield, who had heard about the other party's request, twitched the corner of his mouth, selectively ignored Kang Yu's reply, and continued to talk about business. In fact, the weapon body I commissioned Alicia to build is actually the second-generation body that I have improved. As for the first-generation body that once carried the Spear of Destiny, it was smashed to pieces in the annihilation against me and fell into the turbulent space. In this world? You finally followed my train of thought once. Glancing at Kang Yu, who gave the answer first, Macefield nodded affirmatively, that's what you guessed. The moment I stepped into this world, I sensed those weapon fragments that were inextricably linked to me. The time Ma Wu gave us is to arrive at the true Red Realm within a week and join the Demon King Lucifer. There is still plenty of time left. I want to collect the weapon fragments before going to the real Red World, and bring them back to Alicia as the raw materials for the second-generation body 5. Can. Without violating Su Wu's orders, Kang Yu would naturally not refuse her partner's request. Recover the weapon fragments first, and then go to the true Red Realm. Since you have no problem, let's go. Macefield turned and looked at the very center of the city. Although there is a troublesome barrier on the other side that is interfering with her view of the Fate Line, at this distance, even the barrier of the most senior police officer has no effect. After checking the position where the line on his body was connected again, Macefield stepped forward and took the lead. Come on, we strive to end the recycling within 3 hours. Shameless thieves! You are surrounded. The demon burning with flames stood in the sky, glaring at Kang Yu and Macefield below. If you don't want to be executed here, just hand over the stolen items and capture them. I do not want it. Macefield refused dissatisfiedly, I'm just taking back what belongs to me. What you mean by taking is that after I refuse to trade, you sneak into my treasury and snatch the things directly. 35. Boom. The terrifying divine power pressed towards the two people below like a wave. After listening to Macefield's explanation, Wallace's entire demon was pd off. Thousands of years have passed since I became a god, and you are the most arrogant enemy I have ever met. 35. I warn you one last time, now that I surrender now, I will be merciful, and wait for the people behind you to come to negotiate. If I'm stubbornly resisting, I'll really do it. 66. Do you want to do it? Facing Wallace's warning, Kang Yu turned her gaze to Macefield beside her. Ma Wu said that when you can't take the moral high ground and point at the enemy, the best way is to beat the opponent with your fists. It's okay to fight. Knowing that he was unreasonable, Macefield replied, that demon is an intermediate god, you should pull him first. After I knock out the enemies around me, I will help you control him. Lord Wallace. Before the words were finished, a shout from a distance suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Under the watchful eyes of everyone at the scene, a thin demon suddenly appeared on the spot and reported to the demon above. According to the existing information, the two thieves were sent from the Mallow realm through the cross-border magic circle. The specific force has not been found out, but some people reported that these two people had inquired about the location of the true Red Realm. 99. True Red Realm. Hearing this name, Wallace's mouth instantly revealed a violent smile. It turned out to be someone who was going to take refuge in Lucifer. I said, how dare you make trouble here? 35. Being able to defeat the lower-level gods who guard the treasury as a non-god is indeed a bit of strength. In that case, I'll give you another choice. Wallace raised a finger and gestured to Kang Yu and the two of them below, give up allegiance to Lucifer's forces, and give allegiance to the Demon King Leviathan. 35. As long as you are willing to be loyal, I can not only ignore your offense, but even give you that pile of junk as a welcome gift for free. How about it? Broken copper? Macefield was silent for a while, and then asked, isn't this a neutral force? Why are you associated with the Demon King Leviathan? Hey? What nonsense are you talking about? 9. Wallace in the sky froze for a moment and looked at Macefield like a fool. The Demon Lord Leviathan is a neutral force. It's just because he has a grudge against Demon Lord Lucifer, so he went to war with her. I don't even know that, you brat came out of that back country. Kid? Back country? Macefield raised his head, and the last trace of warmth in his eyes dissipated. I didn't expect you to be the subordinate of the Demon King Leviathan. 35. If that's the case, then things are much easier. 35. Oh? After realizing the gap in strength, are you ready to surrender directly? The flames on his body slowly dissipated, and Wallace, who did not correctly understand what Macefield meant, opened his hands with a satisfied look on his face. Since you are so acquainted, then I will not embarrass you. 35. Swear your oath here. Offer your loyalty to the Demon Lord Leviathan. 5. 6. Kang Yu, compared to him, you are indeed not an idiot. I've never been. I think that's something to be verified. 35. The fair little hand was raised above his head, and Macefield said slowly, the plan is changed and all the enemies here are dealt with. Also, that intermediate god should be the world master of this world, don't let it go. Glancing at Kang Yu, who had disappeared in place, Macefield's palm above his head slowly closed and turned into a fist. Let's start. Bang bang bang. A thick blood mist began to cover the whole world. Chapter 122 Kang Yu, I am good at this. Confusion, panic, and fear of the unknown. These were all the emotions Wallace had in his head at the moment. As the right hand of the Demon King Leviathan, he is undoubtedly powerful with the strength of an intermediate god. At this point, it can be seen from the fact that the Demon King Leviathan will give him a top small world that is about to be promoted to a medium-sized world. However, even such a powerful middle-level god, at this moment, can't understand the situation that is happening in the perception. In the entire small world, all existences below the god level of the Demon King Leviathan's power suddenly exploded in the moment just now, turning into a blood fog that filled the sky. Before he could take a closer look at what happened, a scene that he couldn't understand appeared. Boom! The spear emitting terrifying flames collided with the blood-colored ice. A terrifying shock wave blew head-on, swaying the flames on Wallace back and forth. However, no matter how violent the shock wave was, it couldn't blow away the fear in his heart at this moment. Boom boom boom! The shocking sound of the collision continued to bloom in the sky. The trajectory of the two people's movements is like a child's graffiti, drawing an irregular spectrum in the sky. What the hell are you? After completing thousands of fights with the blue-haired woman in front of him in an instant, Wallace, who perfectly blocked all attacks, pulled away, with a look of fear in his eyes. Don't hide it from me. Quickly use my divine power and fight me with all your strength. I don't have those. 95. Facing the panic-stricken Wallace, Kang Yu shook her head and replied truthfully, divine power and divine domain are things that can only be used after becoming a god. I have not yet become a god. Stop lying. UBD. Boom. The fiery red spear flew across Kang Yu's face, turning a huge mountain behind her to ashes. Looking at Kang Yu, whose expression did not fluctuate at all, Wallace asked emotionally, how could you not be a god? After the gods, every breakthrough is a new world. The increase brought by the improvement of the realm is all round. Attributes, God's domain strength, divine power enhancement, law utilization, skill launch speed. Basically, what the gods have will be strengthened after the breakthrough. There are indeed monsters in the void. It is not uncommon for non-gods to defeat lower-level gods, and it is not uncommon for lower-level gods to defeat intermediate-level gods. There are even some monsters that break common sense, who can fight with the main god as a higher-level god and retreat completely. 35. Looking at Kang Yu in front of him, Wallace's expression began to twist. I've never heard of anyone who can compete head-to-head with an intermediate god without being a god. It's impossible. 5. I see. You must have mastered some special ability, hiding your realm. Unable to accept the reality, Wallace muttered to himself. Yes, that's what makes sense. 35. Since I can hide my realm, I will definitely be able to use divine power and divine realm without me being discovered. So that's the case, is this your plan? By putting pressure on me mentally so that... 39. Are you still lying to yourself? Just as Wallace was looking for a reason for the absurd reality, a voice full of irony came from behind him. Kang Yu just didn't become a god. Shut up. 99. Wallace waved the spear in his hand and swept behind him. Purple flames rolled on the spear, and even the space began to distort. In the face of this terrifying blow, Macefield's body suddenly turned into a blood mist and dissipated in front of Wallace. Compared with Kang Yu, Macefield, whose strength was not exaggerated enough to be able to cross two realms at will, avoided this blow and came to Kang Yu's side. Has your law comprehension progress improved again? 35. Glancing at Wallace, who seemed to be greatly stimulated, Macefield complained to Kang Yu, although I expected you to be able to hold this guy down, you were too relaxed. 9. It's clear that a few days ago, you dealt with several lower-level gods from the abyss, and you only did it by entering a weak state. Not the same. 35. Kang Yu raised her finger and created a thick blood-colored ice barrier to stop Wallace's attack, and patiently explained to Macefield. Among those abyss gods, one is the top-level lower-level god, the kind whose strength can compete with weaker intermediate-level gods. So what you want to express is, at that time, you already have the power to compete with the intermediate gods. No, that time there was a sneak attack with the help of the backlight sword. Stopping all the rain of fire from all directions, Kang Yu, who did not feel the slightest pressure, continued to explain, as for this time, I mainly relied on the doubling of the attributes and comprehend 70% of the law of ice. 5. 6. I remember that when you just set off 2 days ago, the progress of your understanding was only 4%. Yet. Kang Yu nodded. After all, it has been understood once, and it is not difficult to repeat it again. 35. If I hadn't realized it once, I might have really believed your nonsense. Feeling that he had just realized the 13% law of destiny, Macefield sighed helplessly and gave up his thoughts of competing with Kang Yu. Let's end this battle now. 35. Macefield raised his right arm and turned his palm to Wallace, who was frantically attacking on the other side of the ice barrier. Anyway, he is also an intermediate god, I can only help you to limit the time of 2 breaths. 99. You take your chance and take him out in one go. 35. It is good. Then I'll start. Powerful mental fluctuations emerged from Macefield. The vampire Loli, whose eyes glowed scarlet, stared at Wallace in front of her, her right hand suddenly stretched down. Charming? On the other side of the ice wall, Wallace, whose brain suddenly received a mental attack, was stunned, and then a sneer of disdain appeared on his face. A mere non-god level vampire doesn't really think he can control. Before he could finish speaking, Wallace, who was constantly shattering layers of ice walls, suddenly felt the scene in front of him shake, and then the blood in his body began to riot restlessly. Certainly. Just when he was about to forcibly control the blood circulation in his body, a magnificent voice carrying the power of destiny passed through the ice barrier and entered his mind. With all his energy on Kang Yu, he didn't care about Macefield at all. Wallace, who had eaten the 3-stroke combo, froze in place in an instant. At the same time, after not having to maintain the formation of the ice wall, Kang Yu also seized this opportunity and appeared in front of Wallace. Looking at Wallace with a terrified look in her eyes, she raised the blood-colored lotus flower in her hand and pressed it down without hesitation. Click! In the frozen world, a crisp cracking sound suddenly came. Achoo, 9. The ice cubes around his body were shattered and the aftermath froze into an ice sculpture. Macefield sneezed and looked at Kang Yu not far away with an ugly face. Why use this trick? You should have many options to deal with him. Because Macefield said, let me deal with it in one go. Kang Yu once again condensed a blood-colored lotus flower and explained, this is the fastest and most powerful move in my single attack. 4 flowers 0. If you use it, the enemy will never be able to escape no matter how many cards he has. Then you also control the power range. After sensing the situation in this world, Macefield felt that his blood pressure was a little unstoppable. In order to prevent accidental injury to outsiders in this neutral world, I also conducted a wave of fate line screening when I started. It turned out that you were good. You smashed a skill and didn't leave a living hole. Can't you? Of course not. Macefield explained with a sigh, we're not in the dreamland anymore. Indiscriminate slaughter is carried out directly in the neutral world, but if someone discovers it, he will be wanted by the whole void. Even if we are not afraid of problems, it will bring trouble to Ma Wu, do you understand? Sorry. 35. Hearing that it would bring trouble to Ma Wu, Kang Yu, who had never cared, suddenly looked over. Is there any solution? I will pay attention next time. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Macefield, 39. It turned out that to let the other party listen to his own words, you only need to mention Ma Wu's name. Rubbing his forehead, Macefield, who was helpless at this unexpected discovery, was silent for a while, then raised his hand to operate in midair. Before no one finds out, I'll disrupt and cover up the fate that just happened. I was lucky this time, and I should be able to cover up the matter, but it won't be the case next time. If you don't want to cause trouble for Ma Wu, remember to think carefully before you start, and even if you don't think about it, consult me, understand? Got it. 35. If you understand, go and help recover the spoils, and by the way, check if there are still people alive in this world. Macefield waved his hand and began to chase people, remember to kill them all. I don't want to be a god, and the wanted order will spread widely in the void. 35. Kang Yu nodded and replied confidently, I'm good at this, leave it to me. Macefield, 55. Are you good at killing people? The Demon King Leviathan has begun to march in all directions. Hearing her subordinate's report, Rias looked at the past in confusion. The reason? According to the information returned by the spies, 2 rounds of world-class attacks broke out in a short period of time in the neutral world Leith realm a few hours ago. Including Wallace, the powerful general of the Demon King Leviathan, all beings in that world were killed. Where's the murderer? I don't know. 99. The demon attendant shook his head and replied, except for the fact that he knew that it was an unknown powerhouse who used ice, he didn't know anything about it. 35. So that guy couldn't find the murderer, so he put the murderer's pot on me and started a full-scale march. Rias, who understood what happened, sneered, it seems that I haven't shown my strength for too long, and he has swelled up and can't recognize himself. Notify the people below and call me back. Rias, who was ready for a wave of slaughtering chickens as an example, ordered, if the other party has an intermediate level god shot, let me know directly. Yes. Lord Rias. The front foot just sent a demon attendant away, and before Rias returned to the room to continue practicing, another new demon attendant walked in from the door. "What's up?" The newly arrived demon attendant reported. "Two people who are said to be reinforcements have come from outside the real red world, let me inform you. Because you ordered this before, I have led them to the reception room." Chapter 123 Arnold, God of Seals. "Have you considered it?" Looking at the silent blonde girl in front of him, Ma Wu, who had been waiting for half an hour, asked, "If you don't want to agree, you can also refuse. I won't embarrass people on such trivial matters." "Sorry, please wait." 99. Irina raised her right hand and pushed the sweat-soaked blonde hair behind her ear. In the previous family meeting, in order to be more convenient, she brought the highest authority to sign any contract on behalf of Yuanyu industry from her grandfather. But because of this, she is now caught in a dilemma. Actually, there's not that much to think about. Looking at Irina, who was nervous, Ma Wu said, "I'll help you improve your cooking skills, you can help me with the thread, it's that simple. It's really fine if it's done under normal circumstances." Irina's face showed a wry smile, "But now, I'm going to do this kind of thing. It may make Hestia, the goddess of sacred fire, suspicious of the damaged confidant, and think that your Far Moon industry is secretly colluding with foreign forces, which will lead to the decline of Far Moon Industries' status in her heart." 99. That's right. Facing Ma Wu's quick answer, Irina became even more nervous. "Where did you get this information?" "If I remember correctly, 377, her grandfather told her that it was a classified information not long ago. Even in the entire Acacia world, there should be not many people who know about this. Could it be that?" "Abandon your strange conjecture." Su Wu interrupted again, "If I really want to do something to that goddess of holy fire, I won't pick the time when she just finished repairing the damaged body. I'm looking for you to help me build a line, just to cooperate with the goddess of holy fire and explore the remnants of reincarnation together. Although it is indeed a rather tricky matter, as long as we negotiate well, the status of your Yuanyu industry in her heart will not only not decline, but will instead rise. I still want to think about it, sorry. If you don't dare to make a judgment, go back to your family to discuss it, and give me the answer within 3 days." Looking at Irina, who was getting more and more nervous in front of him, Su Wu rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then turned to look not far away. "Mesfield, do I look that scary?" "It's certainly not intimidating in appearance." Macefield, who had just teleported back, paused and continued, "But your ability to collect information is different. You don't feel like you have any secret space to chat with you. It's normal to feel pressure and become nervous, not to mention that the other party is just a logistics staff in the greenhouse all the time." "I see." 99. Ma Wu nodded clearly. "What happened to Rias's side? Have you seen it already?" 5. "Not yet." Macefield replied truthfully, "We just entered the real red world and were pulled into the reception room by the other party. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I will run back first to report something to you." "What's up?" "The troublesome thing." Macefield turned his head and looked at Irina opposite. "Can you ask the chef to leave for a while? The next information is inconvenient for outsiders to hear." "I understand." Irina grabbed the steps and got up immediately, nodded to Ma Wu and turned to leave. "Please give me half a day, I will make a decision soon." Obviously a lower-level god, this guy's ability to bear pressure in his heart is really not up to the standard. After all, the other party has basically been cultivating in an absolutely safe environment before becoming a god. It is normal for this situation to occur. Looking at Irina's leaving back, Ma Wu turned to look at Macefield. "Then what do you mean by so-called secret intelligence? Kangya may be inconvenient to take action, and needs to be replaced." Hey? 55. As soon as she entered the reception room, Rias saw an unexpected figure. "How do you, Space Authority?" "That's right. After raising his hand and pulling out a space crack beside him, Su Wu affirmed Ria's guess, although my appearance here is not in the plan, it is a small surprise for you, right? 5. There is no surprise, but the shock is quite enough. Rias, who was wearing a noble dress, sat down opposite Ma Wu, with a seductive smile on her delicate and pretty face. Tell me carefully, the reason why you appeared in front of me in person. There's not much to say actually. 35. Ma Wu turned his head and looked at the blue-haired girl standing behind him. This is Kang Yu, I introduced it to you in the communication before. It can be seen. Retracting her jade hand with white lace gloves, Rias swallowed the grapes on the table that were supposed to entertain guests, and continued, beautiful blue-haired beauty, a very conspicuous feature. What's the matter? My subordinates shouldn't have caused any trouble, right? After the last communication with you, I deliberately sent all the unsavvy guys out of the True Red Realm temporarily. Among the rest of the people, there shouldn't be a guy with a bad mind or a bad speech like you say. Of course there is no problem with your subordinates, this time the problem is on my side. Su Wu paused for a while, and he didn't give a shit, and directly stated his intentions. The two of them destroyed a neutral world called Lizja on their way here. 99. Rias, who was still leisurely tasting her own fruit, had a meal, and her eyes subconsciously turned to Kang Yu who was not far away. Is it that you added a world-destroying ice attribute attack in the Lith realm, which has no life breath? Mersfield said he couldn't stay alive. 35. I can understand that, but your way of silence is really rude. After silently looking at Kang Yu for a few seconds, Rias turned her gaze back to Ma Wu. I seem to understand why you asked me to be careful when entertaining her. What are you going to do now? Although it's just a coincidence, Leviathan, who can't find the murderer, has already put the murderer's hat on my head. After telling the information she had just obtained, Rias expressed her opinion. If nothing else happens, the battle situation on the front line will be fully escalated. I think this is a good opportunity. As long as it is handled properly, it is not impossible to make this a fuse to end the war. What about the specific operation time? 7 to 30 days. After thinking for a while, Rias replied, in the early stage, there should only be a partial outbreak of fights between low-level gods. After a certain amount of damage occurs between the low-level gods, I will seize the opportunity to kill a few middle-level gods who can't hold back, and I will be able to seduce those two guys out to fight head-on. Want to try it? Rias asked Su Wu. As long as the speed is fast enough, all the enemies hidden in the dark will not be able to come, and the pressure on your side will be much lower. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1. Cooperate with Rias' plan and end the Battle of the Demon King in a short period of time. It can obtain a large amount of resources while exposing its own combat strength to the smallest extent. Option 2. Modify Rias' plan to gather all the enemies hidden in the dark. You can get a lot of resources, unique equipment, and seduce Arnold, the god of seals, to take the bait. Note 1. Arnold, the god of seals, is not good at attacking, but when the venue is arranged, his life-saving and defensive abilities are extremely powerful. Note 2. The number of enemies who are hidden in the dark has zero authority of the law. Note 3. After choosing to gather all the enemies, you will face the enemies from the abyss. Arnold, god of seals. Looking at the name that suddenly appeared in the sacred choice, Ma Wu fell into deep thought. If he remembered correctly, this person should be the culprit who sealed Alicia's strength, causing the other party to remain anonymous in the dream world. Unexpectedly, the other party is also secretly watching the Battle of the Demon King, which is also good news. How about it, do you want to do it? Without getting a reply from Ma Wu, Ria's calm voice came from the other side again. Kang Yu can't take action in this war. 35. Everyone who is currently on the sidelines understands that Leviathan just put the blame on her head when the murderer could not be found. But if Kang Yu did it, she would not only really take the blame, she would also be hostile to many people who had nothing to do with the battle of the Demon King. This is obviously not what Rias wants to see. In order to avoid this situation, Kang Yu must end. It can be seen that Kang Yu should be the source of your confidence. If she doesn't make a move, are you sure you can hold back the enemy hidden in the dark in the battle of uncertain time? Of course there is. Facing Rias, who was vaguely testing himself, Su Wu replied unceremoniously, "It's just a group of middle-level gods who don't even have the authority of the law. I can solve it as much as I want." 39. So. No, the plan still needs to be changed by 0.1. Turning off the option of sacred choice, Su Wu expressed his opinion. When the war begins to escalate in an all-round way, you will reveal your idea of preparing for the end of the Demon King's war. Are you serious? Seriously. Su Wu replied immediately, "If necessary, I will personally take action. Since your foreign aide said so." Looking at Mao, who couldn't see the specific strength in front of him, a smile appeared on Ria's face. "Then if I hesitate any more, I will appear to be too indecisive." 35. In a corner of the void. "Did you run away?" Putting down the blood-stained spear in her hand, Annabelle's eyes flashed with regret. As the messenger of the God of Darkness, she will appear here, naturally, to carry out the divine will from the Lord God. However, judging from the current results, her mission seems to have failed. In the final analysis, it is also the existence of the will of the Lord of the Abyss, or it is too underestimated. Looking at the claw marks on her abdomen that almost tore her body in two, she twitched the corners of her mouth with a wry smile on her face. With this level of injury, even she has to rest for a while. Chapter 124, Void Lord Ranking. Half a month passed in a flash. After Su Wu and Rias made a decision, the Battle of the Demon King immediately reached the climax in history. Small worlds with more than double digits are destroyed. The lower-level gods with more than 3 digits are bleeding into the void. Even the 3 well-known intermediate gods were killed by Rias in a sudden encounter. Accompanied by a piece of the best news spread out. The large-scale forces on the west side of the entire void have turned their attention to this area, waiting for the day when this war that has lasted for thousands of years will come to an end. The barren world fell, and the lower god Baron and the 5 lower gods stationed in that world were all killed. Looking at the latest information presented in his hand, the man with blue hair sighed and moved his eyes directly in front of him. There, a monster with the head of 2 eagles and a terrifying aura was holding the coin in his hand and seemed to be thinking about something. "It seems that Rias is determined to take this opportunity to part with us. Mammon, how sure do you think we are to win this battle? Leviathan, you should understand." Looking at the blue-haired man in front of him, Mammon said with the head on the left side, "That woman is not a guy who is on the top for a while. The Lith realm was annihilated by an unknown ice attribute powerhouse. Your decision to use this reason to send troops is not a problem. Since the other party dares to fight back so decisively, it means that he has already made preparations. If nothing else happens, in her eyes, there should be a 90% or even 100% chance that this war will be won. Do you think so too?" 23. The blue-haired man fell silent, his eyes filled with struggle and unwillingness. As a demon king, no matter his strength or aptitude, he is a top-notch existence when looking at the void. If nothing else, his life should have grown up smoothly, and then he would have created an area in the void to become the king and hegemon. However, it is a pity that the most important thing in this void is the accident. I don't want to lose to that guy a second time. Recalling the scene where he first met the red-haired woman, but was knocked to the ground before he could last for 3 minutes, Leviathan's tone became irritable. "We all seized the opportunity and launched a sneak attack at the weakest point after the opponent's reincarnation as a lord. Why did she summon the red dragon Drake at that time? If it weren't for that troublesome dragon, we should have killed her as early as the day she had just been promoted to an intermediate god. Have you started giving up on yourself because of jealousy?" Mammon's head on the right side shook, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. Leviathan, it's too early to give up. 35. I don't know what the lucky woman got, but our advantage hasn't changed since the beginning, hasn't it? You're right. Leviathan, who knew that he had no way out, raised his head and made a decision: send a message to the abyss. As long as they are willing to help, I am willing to hand over the authority of the law obtained after killing Rias to the Lord of the Abyss. Dream World. Ma Wu, you came out of the spiritual time room much earlier than before today. Arthas, who was walking in the territory, stopped and waved his paw at Ma Wu not far away. Don't you need to practice today? Shouldn't I ask you this question? Ma Wu, who was waiting for the time to upgrade his territory, stopped, and his eyes fell on this lazy cat-eared lowly. How do you understand the law? You know, I've been busy with other things recently, so. Other things don't mean hanging out here in a daze. No wandering around in a daze. Feeling like this, his status would be getting lower and lower. Arthas corrected, I'm here waiting for someone. Meow. 35. You should also know that when I reclaimed those 3 small worlds from the Orc Alliance a few days ago, I took over the matter of the 2 younger brothers. 35. Impressive. Recalling the last report from Arthas to him, Ma Wu said, I remember those 2 people, they seem to be the last survivors of the Orc Alliance. After discovering that all allies were dead in a short period of time, I took the initiative to contact you to express surrender to me. That's right. 35. That's right, it seems that your memory is pretty good, Naya. After the ear above his head shook twice, Arthas suddenly became excited. The reason why I'm not cultivating now is that I'm waiting for them to come and give me good news. Good news? Ma Wu, who had never received a similar report, was stunned and looked at Arthas in confusion. What the hell are you doing? This is a secret for now. Arthas wagged his tail, a smug smile on his face. Well, who are you? Just wait, I will definitely give you a big surprise. Don't be frightened. Glancing at the sacred choice option that was about to enter the countdown in the upper right corner, Su Wu patted Arthas on the head and warned, no matter what you are doing, the progress of understanding the law must not be slow, understand? 35. Don't worry, meow. Arthas raised 2 fingers and gestured, although I can't compare with Kang Yu and the others, my speed is not slow. 35. The progress of plague, wind, fire, and water are all close to 20%, and the rest are starting to make progress, with 3% and 4% progress. 35. That's good. Ma Wu nodded in satisfaction. Unlike Kang Yu and others who specialize in one aspect, Arthas' natural disaster is a relatively comprehensive talent. In order to maximize the power of this talent, she needs to understand more laws than normal people. Of course, there are gains and losses. Although it takes more time and effort. But the advantage is that they don't need to be like Bai Ji and the others, they need to comprehend the perception of a single law to a high degree, in order to condense the perfect divine domain that increases the attributes tenfold. Since you know what to do, then I won't urge you. After finishing the daily cat-licking routine, Su Wu walked towards the open space not far away. Remember not to make too much trouble, and if you get into big trouble, be sure to report it to me. 99. I know, meow. Ma Wu, 55. This stupid cat is really ready to do something. Although a little curious as to what the big surprise in Arthas' mouth was. But since the most suitable time to upgrade the territory was approaching, Ma Wu finally decided to investigate later. Upgrade the time house. The command is accepted and the upgrade begins. Building upgrades are detected, heaven manufacturing starts, and starts to accelerate the speed of building upgrades. The time house is successfully upgraded, 1000 W points of energy will be automatically deducted, and 10 W points will be collected. Because you have used the high-level source building fusion card, you have been washed by the power of the void at the same time, and the basic attribute has increased by 87%. It is detected that you have the authority of a small world master, which meets the basic needs of a level 6 territory. It is detected that you have met all the basic conditions, and the territory level will be automatically upgraded. The upgrade is successful, and the level 6 territory rewards will be distributed. Congratulations on getting 10,000 reputation points. Congratulations for getting 100W energy. Congratulations on getting 300W unit wood. Congratulations on getting 300W unit stone. Congratulations on getting the high-level source building card pack, choose one of two. It is detected that you have used a high-level source building fusion card, and the high-level source building card pack, choose one of two, is changed to a skill evolution card. Because you are the first lord of the fantasy world to upgrade a level 6 territory, you will receive an additional reward of 30,000 reputation points, 200W points of energy, 50W units of red sandalwood, and 50W units of magic iron ore. Because your territory level has reached level 6, open the Void Lord ranking function. Special reminder, after the territory level reaches level 6, the first upgrade territory reward will be cancelled, and the corresponding materials will be obtained every month according to the ranking of the Void Lord's leaderboard. Void Caller 380 main leaderboard. After getting used to the sudden increase in power in his lower body, Mawu's eyes shifted to the new function that was just activated. Although this was something that didn't appear in Blue Star's textbook, he had also learned from him when he conquered the lowest before. To put it simply, it is one of the benefits of the Void to the profession of Lord. Although the material obtained when the ranking is relatively low is not much, but only once a month. Under the long flow of water, it is still a huge sum of money. Thinking of this, Mawu stretched out his finger and clicked on the icon that had just appeared. Void Lord ranking, West. First place, Dorothy Ella, 8th level territory. Second place, Rachel, level 8 territory. Third place, Bruno, level 8 territory. Fourth place, Yul, level 8 territory. Number 7, Rias Lucifer, 8th level territory. Number 9999, Ding San, level 7 territory. Number 10,000, Suwu, level 6 territory. Not bad. Mawu nodded in satisfaction. The Void Lord's leaderboard is based on the territorial level. If the territory level is the same, the ranking will be based on the comprehensive combat power of the territory. Now that he has just opened the leaderboard, the ranking has directly reached the first place in the 7th level territory. What this means is of course needless to say. At least on the west side of the entire Void, none of the lords of the 6th level territory can surpass Mawu in comprehensive combat power. In a sense, it was a small satisfaction for Mawu's vanity. But this was also what he expected. 5 sss-level lord skills, 7 myth-level servants, and the weakest servant army of lord-level creatures. It would be too embarrassing to compare this with those lords who had at most a little more low-level gods. Chapter 125 Future Overdraft, Evolution Again. Do you want to receive this month's supply? Received successfully, congratulations on getting 1 million energy points, 100,000 units of wood, 100,000 units of stone, 100,000 units of red sandalwood, 10,000 units of magic iron ore, and a package of intermediate rare materials x10. Intermediate rare materials gift pack. After opening, you can get a certain amount of rare materials at random. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1, 2 seconds later, open all intermediate rare material gift packs, you can get 5,000 units of mithril. Option 2, open all intermediate rare material packages after 8 seconds, you can get 500 units of God's Gold. Option 3. After 25 seconds, open all intermediate rare material gift packs, you can get 5,000 units of Magic Source Stone. After checking the Void level ranking list and writing down all the top lords with level 8 territories, Suwu quickly found a place to receive supplies. Faced with the sudden divine choice, Su quickly glanced at the options and made a random decision. Successful use of the intermediate rare material package. Congratulations on getting 500 units of God's gold. Not bad. After receiving all the metal that appeared on the grass in front of him into the storage bracelet, Ma Wu showed a satisfied expression on his face. God's gold, as the name suggests, God-level metal. Perhaps in terms of performance, it is not the strongest one. But in the field of use, it must be the most widely used one. Build equipment, manufacture machinery, build city walls. Basically, as long as it can be used in the field, the gold of the gods can be used. Of course, for Ma Wu, the most important role of this batch of God's gold is to hand over to Alicia, so that she has room to use her skills. According to the conversation between the other party and Ma Wu, the transformation of the white jade sword requires high-level items with the concepts of eternal and destruction, and the amount of God's gold is not much. Apart from the part left to the white jade sword, the remaining God's gold plus the weapon fragments recovered by Macefield can just make out the second-generation body that carries the Spear of Destiny. At that time, with a handy weapon, Macefield's combat power will be further improved. Not to mention being as outrageous as Kang Yu, he could kill intermediate gods indiscriminately across 2 realms. But at least with the help of his second awakened talent, he can fight back and forth with weaker mid-level gods. Also a nice improvement. After deciding on the purpose of this batch of God Gold, Su Wu closed the page of the Void Lord's leaderboard, and then opened the panel of the Time House to check the changes after this upgrade. Time House. Level, sss-level. Effect 1, Made in Heaven, accelerates the process of building/upgrading/repairing all buildings without consuming any time and completing it immediately. Effect 2, World, pause all enemies within the territory for 9 seconds. Cooling time, 30 minutes. Effect 3, Time Regulation, 10 pieces of 10000x10000 area can be selected for time acceleration or time deceleration. The current adjustable upper limit is 6 times. Effect 4, Spiritual Time House, located inside the Time House, a special space with auxiliary cultivation and amplifying cultivation results. The time ratio to the outside world is 60:1, not affected by the effect of time regulation. The current maximum number of people who can enter, 2. 0. Effect 5, Peak Moment, all members of the territory, the physical state is maintained at the peak state under natural conditions, and will not weaken with the passage of time. Effect 6, 0-hour mystery, at 0 hour every day, the status of all servants in the territory will automatically return to their peak state. Effect 7, Future Overdraft, after using it, you can obtain the power from the future in a short time, so that you can gain all aspects of the increase. Cooling time, it depends on the time of overdraft. Currently, the power can be overdrawn for the next 6 days at most. Upgrade conditions, 30000W energy, 3000W lead location, 10W unit of God's gold. Note 1, after the future overdraft state ends, it will enter a weak state, and all attributes will be reduced by 30%. Duration, it depends on the time of overdraft. Note 2, the weak state of future overdraft can be cancelled by refreshing the state of the 0-hour fan. As usual, in addition to the further improvement of the effects of several skills, the Time House has a new skill. Future Overdraft, by overdrafting the power of the future in exchange for the power of the present, is a skill that can be satisfied just by looking at the effect. What makes Ma Wu even more satisfied is that the side effects of future overdrafts can be offset by the effect of 0-hour fans. This directly doubles the practical value of future overdrafts. As long as the usage time is good, the so-called weak state is a joke. Satisfied, he closed the page of Time House, and Ma Wu put his eyes on the item in his hand. Unlike in the past when upgrading the territory, Ma Wu will obtain higher-level territory rewards. This time, the reward he got was still a Skill Evolution card. Skill Evolution card, exclusive to Kaijamaru. It is possible to evolve any common skills, special skills, and lord skills once. There is no change in attributes, which is exactly the same as the skill evolution card he obtained last time. The last hope was also shattered, and Mawu sighed helplessly. According to this situation, even if he raises the territory level to level 7, the item he gets will still be a skill evolution card. But in this case, it just gives me the opportunity to complete the last idea. After accepting the reality, Su-Wu quickly adjusted his mentality. It's a pity not to get better items, but that doesn't mean that skill evolution cards can't work. On the contrary, after experiencing the convenience of the evolved space control many times, Mawu paid more attention to the opportunity to use this skill evolution card. The skill evolution card is used successfully, and the evolution skill is the Lord skill Royal Girl Ascension. The Royal Girl Ascension has successfully evolved. Please click to view the attributes. Ascension of the Royal Girl, Power Enhancement. Equal Order, sss-level. Effect 1, Heaven's Charming Girl. All female servants in the territory have a 200% increase in basic attributes, 2000% increase in training effect, and 2000% increase in perception. Effect 2, Female Friend. When recruiting attendants, the probability of getting highly talented and highly qualified beauties is greatly increased, and at the same time, the favorability of female creatures you meet for the first time is increased. Effect 3, Kidney Strengthening. The strength of the internal organs of the body is increased by 5 times, and the recovery speed of physical strength and magic power is increased by 300 times. Effect 4, Power of Yin and Yang. Obtain 2.5% of the power of the law of Yin and 2.5% of the power of the law of Yang. Hiss. Looking at the effect of the enhanced Royal Girl Ascension, Su-Wu subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. It's a bit fierce. Although he had been prepared for a long time, the effect of this strengthening was too exaggerated. The growth rate of Tianzhijia Envy has doubled directly. The potential benefits of cultivation and understanding need not be overstated. The increase of this basic attribute from doubling to tripling alone can make a lot of changes in Mawu's plan. Hey! Just as Mawu was thinking about whether to revise his plan, a cold wind suddenly blew, interrupting his thoughts. It's really a good time to pick. Looking at the slowly falling snowflakes in the sky, a smile appeared on Mawu's face. It seems that it is impossible to modify the plan this time. Your mythical attendant Kang Yu successfully condensed the Arctic Divine Realm. Perfect. Your mythical servant Kang Yu starts to advance. Abyss World. The great, good money, Lord of the Abyss, your most faithful servant Will has come to see you. Kneeling on one knee in front of the huge mass of flesh in front of him, the huge werewolf lowered his head and asked, "Excuse me." Scoff. Before he could finish speaking, a black tentacle suddenly penetrated Werewolf Will's chest. Facing this unexpected attack, Werewolf Will subconsciously widened his eyes, and seemed to have reacted randomly, with an ecstatic expression on his face. Great Lord of the Abyss! Thank you for your favor. 33. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly exploded from the Werewolf Will's body. With the help of the Abyss Lord, the inner wound he was hit by the messenger of the Dark God, Annabelle, began to recover quickly. In just a few breaths, he once again reached his peak state. No, even stronger than that. Feeling the power of the moon that suddenly appeared in his body, the Werewolf Will, whose strength had skyrocketed, pressed his hands on the ground and threw his 5 bodies on the ground in front of the Lord of the Abyss. Command your oracle. 35. Recycling Law Authority and Unique Equipment. Except for the higher gods, everything else can be discarded group. Yes. Chapter 126, The Weapon that Kang Yu picked up. The sealed book is in the hands of Demon Lord Lucifer. Looking at the information just presented in his hand, a small rat man was silent for a while, and finally his eyes fell on the rat man attendant not far away. Where is the source of the information? From the Demon King Mammon. The Ratman attendant reported truthfully, according to the Demon King's statement, this is the important information that his subordinates lurking in the true Crimson Realm stole at the cost of his life. As long as Lord Arnold is willing to help, he can transfer the ownership of the sealed book to you after killing the Demon King Lucifer. 99. Is the source of that troublesome devil. 35. Arnold, the god of seals, thought for a while, and continued to ask, can our people sneak in to confirm the information? There have been attempts, but now the battle of the Demon King has entered a white-hot stage, and the defense of the true Red Realm has reached an unprecedented level. Handing the list that had been prepared in his arms to Arnold, the Ratman squire replied, more than 20 epic squires specializing in lurking, and 3 lower-level gods specializing in lurking have all died in battle. After sensing that an enemy was approaching, the Demon King Lucifer even walked across the road himself to deal with the enemy. That means it's impossible to confirm the authenticity of the information. Yes. 35. Face. Send a message to the Demon King Mammon and the Demon King Leviathan. Even after hearing the information about the loss of a large number of squires, Arnold, who still had no anger, ordered, if you want me to participate in the war, let the 2 of them come over in person to sign the contract. 99. Otherwise, even if the power of the seal is sent to my face, I will not take the initiative to leave the Nord world. In the snow-white world, the sky was covered with heavy clouds, and there was not a single trace of sunlight to be seen. The cold wind mixed with snowflakes blowing Buddha in the air. Above the 10,000 feet of ice, covered with a layer of snow several meters high. This is a cemetery, a forbidden place for life, and a real permafrost. Even if the gods wanted to stand in this extremely cold place, I am afraid they would have to use all 380 of their strength to do it. In this terrifying environment, a figure wearing a long white dress stepped on the snow without any haste. The terrifying low temperature that is close to absolute zero is connected to her body, but it has no effect. Under the blow of the cold wind, she raised her white fingers to take care of the blue hair that was blowing to her forehead, and then raised her head to look in front of her. In the depths of the snow, a blue long sword with the same color as her hair was inserted there. Your mythical level attendant Kang Yu has successfully advanced to a lower level god. It's finally over. After glancing at the prompt that suddenly appeared, Mahu, who was drinking soup with Shiraori, turned his head and looked at the blue-haired girl not far away. Since the prompting of the advanced gods, the other party has been standing there in a motionless posture for nearly a day. Mawu. Year. After sensing Mawu's gaze, the blue-haired girl with a confused look in her eyes turned her head and looked at the people who were drinking soup. I am back. It's good time to come back. Come and drink soup together. If it's later, Bai Ji will drink it up 5. This should be considered a false accusation. 39. Bai Ji, who was on the side, smiled and retorted, I have a bowl reserved for Kang Yu. If you hadn't touched the bowl just now, your persuasiveness should have been higher. That's just to help Kang Yu to see if the taste of the soup has been lost. Do you think I'll believe it? Glancing at Bai Ji who was full of nonsense, Ma Wu gestured towards Kang Yu and asked, how do you feel? Did you take this opportunity to increase your understanding of the law of ice to 100%? 5. The comprehension of the law of ice has been fully comprehended before condensing the realm of the gods. Hearing Kang Yu's unexpected reply, Su Wu was stunned, and his eyes were instantly filled with doubts. Then your chance to link with the Pillar of Law is a complete waste. Pillar of Law. It was a legendary item that was hidden in the deepest part of the void, and was personally looked after by the void consciousness. Although it has never really appeared in the void. But every existence that has been promoted to a god will receive a reward from the void consciousness after communicating with the void consciousness through the divine realm. And the content of the reward is precisely to let the ranker see the magical pillar and greatly improve the progress of the law that he has comprehended. The duration is determined by the level of the condensed divine domain and the understanding of the law. The more perfect the quality of God's domain, the higher the understanding of the law, and the more time it takes to connect with the pillar of law to speed up the understanding of one's own law. This was also the main reason why Ma Wu asked Kang Yu when he woke up and asked if his understanding of the law had reached 100%. Although it is an exaggeration to fully comprehend a law just after becoming a god. But when he thought that Kang Yu was connected to the legendary pillar of law for a day, everything became reasonable again. However, Kang Yu's answer not only broke Ma Wu's guess, but also made him a little confused. I remember seeing the existence of the pillar of law, and I can only comprehend the law that I comprehend. 99. Yes. Kang Yu nodded and affirmed, the pillar of law is a very special item. The person who sees it, no matter how rare the law he comprehends, can see all the information about that law. As long as you seize the opportunity, it is not impossible to increase the perception of the law to 100% at one time, so that you can fully comprehend it. In that case, have you comprehended other laws besides the law of ice? After looking at Kang Yu suspiciously, Ma Wu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's really not a law since then. 35. Although it is difficult to fully understand a law before becoming a god. But as long as it is successful, the connection time with the pillar of law will be greatly strengthened. In one day, if it is you, maybe you can really master the second law perfectly. Did not grasp the second law. Facing Ma Wu's guess, Kang Yu shook her head again and denied, the more important rule is adaptability, not the more the better, I only need one law of ice. Then what were you doing before? The conceivable possibility has been denied successively. As for Kang Yu, who was beyond his expectations as always, Ma Wu gave up his guesses and asked directly, you will never be connected to the pillar of law and then stare at it for a day in a daze. Not connected to the pillars of law. Kang Yu replied without the slightest delay, that thing has little effect on me. With this opportunity, my consciousness briefly returned to the place where I lived before. Where used to live, 35. Su Wu was silent for a while, then opened his mouth to confirm, is it the place where you stayed before you responded to my recruitment? It's there. Not knowing where to take out a blue longsword exuding cold air, Kang Yu handed it to Alicia, who was also drinking soup. Go back and pick up a weapon, in this way, there will be materials for transforming the shadowless sword. Alicia. Looking at the long sword that was suddenly handed in front of him, the red-haired girl who was enjoying the food suddenly fell silent. If I understand correctly, you mean to let me melt this sword and use the dismantled materials to transform your tier 3 sword? 35. What the hell are you? 35. Alicia patted the table in front of her in dissatisfaction, and the blue veins on her head bulged instantly. I don't know where you got such an exaggerated artifact from, but I will never help you do this outrageous thing. Split a complete top-notch artifact just to transform a third-order weapon that is no different from a broken one. Let's not say whether I can do it or not, just thinking of this requirement, I feel that my professional ethics as a blacksmith can't be accepted. But the shadowless sword is not an ordinary tier 3 weapon. 35. Facing Alicia, who was suddenly blown up, Kang Yu explained without being affected in the slightest, it was given to me by Ma Wu. That's not your excuse for extravagance. Alicia grabbed the blue long sword from Kang Yu's hand and shoved it in front of Ma Wu. And even if it is Ma Wu, I will never agree to you doing this. Ma Wu will agree. That's just your own idea. Congratulations on getting the top artifact Zhuanghua sword. Frost sword. Grade, top artifact. Attribute 1, attack power plus 1000 W. Attribute 2, ice amplification, ice damage increases tenfold. Attribute 3, God's domain amplification, the effect of God's domain is increased tenfold. Attribute 4, divine power amplification, the quality of divine power is increased tenfold. Attribute 5, eternal power, with the blessing of eternal power, the frost flower sword will not be affected in any way over time, and will always remain in its sharpest state. Attribute 6, the true meaning of extreme cold, the enemy injured by the frost flower sword will suffer from the root cause of freezing wounds. Attribute 7, the way of extreme cold, it will be unlocked after the advanced level is a Deo weapon. Remarks, although the former Deo weapon degenerated into an artifact after losing the blessing of the way of extreme cold, its power still exceeds that of an ordinary top-level artifact. Suwu, 99. He thinks, sometimes, Alicia really can't be blamed for being a little grumpy. Dismantle this top artifact to transform a tier 3 weapon. Ma Wu felt heartache even for a layman, let alone Alicia who is a blacksmith. The 2 blows just now did not break the dining table, which may have been Alicia's last effort. Ma Wu, is it all right? Just as Ma Wu was thinking about it, Kang Yu's voice suddenly came from the side. Facing the straight stare of the blue-haired girl, Ma Wu, who knew how stubborn the other party was after admitting something, decided to solve the problem in a different direction. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1, agree to Kang Yu's request, dismantle the Shuanghua sword and transform the shadowless sword into a new divine weapon. Option 2, reject Kang Yu's request and keep the Shuanghua sword for his own use. Note, don't try to leave the Shuanghua sword to Kang Yu. Glancing at the divine decision that was suddenly triggered, Ma Wu, who was already ready to speak, paused and temporarily changed his lines. You picked up this weapon, if you really want to do it, it's fine. Hey! Suwu, you! Calm down first. Pushing the excited Alicia back to her seat, Suwu looked at Kang Yu again. But if it melts like this, I feel a little pity. Pity? That's right. Ma Wu nodded. Although the materials needed to transform the shadowless sword are troublesome, they are not expensive enough to dismantle a top artifact. Rather than dismantling it directly, why don't you give it to me as a gift? Ma Wu patted Bai Yu Jiandao on his waist. You should also know that Bai Yu entered a special state of cultivation after falling asleep. Although it will take some time to wake up, it is only a matter of time. When she wakes up, I don't have any suitable weapons to use anymore. Originally, I wanted to entrust Alicia to help me build a suitable long sword, but if you want, I would like to use this frost sword. As compensation, how about I help you gather the materials for transforming the shadowless sword later? Can. After watching Ma Wu silently for a few seconds, Kang Yu nodded and agreed, then the Shuanghua sword will be given to Ma Wu. Although the quality is a little worse, with the talent of the Ice Queen, it can still exert a good power. It's not just the Queen of Ice. After mastering this top-level artifact through the effect of the Soldier Master, Suwu casually waved a sword flower and said, Swordsmanship's supreme realm can also play a role together. Chapter 127, Ruzel's Message, Mechanical Legion. Although the process is a little tricky, the result is always good. After Ma Wu's persuasion, he not only dispelled Kang Yu's idea of dismantling the Shuanghua sword, but also successfully kept the Shuanghua sword as his weapon. And with this top ice attribute long sword, his combat power can finally be fully exerted. Even if I face a top-level intermediate god, I'm sure that I can kill with one blow. Pinning the Shuanghua sword to his waist, Suwu happily looked at Kang Yu who was sitting next to him. Is there any other reward you want? Although they are all my own, it is still a bit too much to transform a shadowless sword to get a top-level artifact 5. So you know it too. Seeing that the Shuanghua sword was protected, Alicia, who was in a relaxed mood, spit out, use a third-order longsword and some rare materials that can be found with a little effort to exchange for a top-level artifact. 99. This kind of thing, it feels like you dare to say it. Then I won't say it, go and dismantle the Shuanghua sword. Actually, what I want to say is that as expected of Ma Wu, I can always think of the most suitable solution to the problem. It has not reached the level of the problem, it is just communication. 39. Glancing at the red-haired girl who had calmed down again, Suwu looked at Kang Yu again. Although the real contact time is less than a month, Ma Wu has already gained a profound insight into this 3-0 girl. After thinking for a while, he continued, if you really don't have anything you want, you can keep this opportunity for the time being, and mention it to me later when you have something you want. Then for the time being, I have a good idea about this. Mesfield, who had been watching the play silently, suddenly interrupted, since Ma Wu wants to make up for Kang Yu, why don't you find a gift of similar value to her? Anyway, as long as it is given by you, no matter what Kang Yu it is, it will be kept as a treasure. Okay. After hearing Macefield's thoughts, Kang Yu's eyes flashed with a look of satisfaction. Ma Wu, give me a gift in return. Speaking of this, as if thinking of something, Kang Yu added a rare extra sentence, it can be more expensive, and I will give you another gift in return. Ma Wu, Country 39. I don't know if it's an illusion. He always felt that Kang Yu wanted to make the gift of giving back a daily task with him. Ma World Lord, are you free next time? After a short dinner, Macefield and Alicia went to the blacksmith shop to discuss the specific design of the second-generation Destiny gun body. Ma Wu and the others also got up one after another, ready to do their own thing. Seeing this, Irina, who had been beside her and dared not speak, hesitated for a while, then stepped forward and said, I need your help. 39. Go ahead. Su Wu stopped and looked at the girl who finally chose to cooperate with him after careful consideration. It's about the completion of century soup. Irina said, with your help, after I practiced in the spiritual time room, my ability to handle ingredients has been improved enough. But that alone is not enough. Even if I do my best today, in the God of Cookery competition, I have progressed from the top 10 to the top 5. If you want to win the first place, you still have to completely restore the century soup. I see what you mean. Su Wu pondered for a while, and turned his eyes to Bai Ji, who was standing beside him and didn't leave. You drank so much of the semi-finished century soup just now, you should know how to make up for it. Certainly. Bai Ji nodded and replied, actually, I have already figured out the specific missing materials and obtained them. It's just that Irina has been practicing the method of handling ingredients in the spiritual time room recently, and I didn't report it to you. Already got it? Looking suspiciously at Irina, who seemed to have known about this for a long time, Ma Wu seemed to have understood something. Are you asking me for help? Do you want to borrow the permission to use the spirit time house? Yes. Irina responded. Although the materials are already available, the specific production process still needs to be studied. Besides, Shiraori and I would also like to see if there is any further improvement plan for the finished century soup. It should take a considerable amount of time to accomplish this. 35. In order to prevent the situation of running out of time, I would like to temporarily borrow the spiritual time room, can I? 99. Sure. Ma Wu raised his hand and took out a door-shaped pendant in midair and handed it to Irina. This is the temporary permission to use the spirit time room, which will automatically dissipate after the God of Cookery competition is over. Until then, you can stay in the spirit time room for as long as you want. Thanks for your help. Facing the result that was smoother than expected, Irina's eyes flashed with joy. I will surely respond to your expectations by making the perfect century bisque. Just as Su Wu was about to encourage a wave of Irina, a blue flame suddenly penetrated the space and suddenly appeared in front of Ma Wu. The flame of the phoenix. Looks like a way to send a message. Bai Ji, who was on the side, looked at the flames and said confidently, the flames only play a protective role to prevent internal information from being destroyed after encountering external attacks. It's about the same as your analysis. After looking at the flame through the eye of reality, Ma Wu replied, this is a long-distance communication from Raisel. Raisel, the elder brother of the Phoenix clan's chief god seed. Shiraori, who was a little impressed by the name, recalled, and his tone was suddenly full of doubts. I remember that after signing a contract with the Phoenix clan, that man also became an affiliate of Heavenly Court. You didn't give him the transmission authority to control the space, how could he still use such a cumbersome method to transmit information? 39. The permission for space teleportation is naturally enabled. Ma Wu, who was deciphering the information in the flame, replied, the Phoenix family and the Dream World are located on the west and east sides of the void respectively, and the distance is a little too far. 35. His sister Ravali couldn't replicate the way that Razel came to the Dream World, and could only continue to pass through the large cross-border magic circle in the neutral world, rushing to this side little by little. 35. In order to speed up the arrival of the other party, I sent Razel out half a month ago. As long as the two can reconcile, Razel can teleport directly back to the Dreamland with Ravel through space teleportation. Oh! After receiving Ma Wu's affirmative reply, Shiro's face suddenly showed an expression of interest. 4 Flowers 06. Even though he has the authority to teleport in space, he still chooses such a cumbersome method of transmitting information. Looks like something interesting happened. I don't know if it makes any sense. Ma Wu, who had already deciphered the information in the flame, was silent for a while, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But I understand that someone is courting death. Need my help? No. Ma Wu shook his head and refused. You and Arena go to the spirit time room and continue to perfect the century soup. As for the trouble on Razel's side. Ma Wu turned around and looked at the blue-haired girl who had been following behind and watching him. Kang Yu, come with me. It is good. In a small world on the west side of the void. The splendid and gigantic city has become a broken wall, and the beautiful mountains and rivers in the past have now become a purgatory on earth. Flames burn above the ruins. A large number of dilapidated corpses were randomly thrown in the corners, adding a touch of sadness to this small world that has been shrouded in death. 0. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a huge crashing sound came from a distance, breaking the dead silence atmosphere with only the sound of flames burning. I saw a robot with a height of more than 3 meters and a heavy equipment on its body, which was slowly walking from the front. With the advancement of the body, its mechanical head also began to rotate left and right, and the dim single eye began to emit a dazzling red light. After walking around all the surrounding areas, the terrifying combat robot made of God's gold stopped and sent a communication signal to the link that was just outside the world. The connection is successful, and the battle number TT98952212 begins to report the situation. The exploration of the area number X510 is completed, and the target Razel Phoenix is not found. The area number X510 has been explored, and the target Revere Phoenix has not been found. Area number X500 to area number X510 have all been explored, please issue the next step. The information is received, and the next step is now issued. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly came from a distance. Looking at the blue flames rising into the sky in the distance, the link's next order was also conveyed to the fighter's mind. Go to the area numbered X796 and cooperate with all fighters to take down the targets of Razel Phoenix and Revel Phoenix. Receive. The magic fuel in the body began to burn rapidly, and the turbulent airflow was sprayed out from the body of the fighter. Boom! With the appearance of an air explosion, the fighter plane that had completed the acceleration in an instant disappeared in place and rushed into the sky. Start heading to the area numbered X796, the estimated time is 16 seconds. Boom boom boom. Just as the robot with battle number TT98952212 continued to report its status to the link, a violent explosion sounded again from its front. At the same time, the link's command also came synchronously. Detected that the target's resistance strength is too high, unlock the limit. Please switch to fire protection mode for all combat units. Start to build the hunting magic Yan Long Xiao, the estimated completion time is 72 seconds, all fighters please pay attention to avoid. Receive. 1. Chapter 128 Yan Long Xiao, Revere's Flame. Bad luck. This was the only thought that Revel had at the moment. Since the communication with his father, Noise Phoenix, the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, was completed half a month ago. Having decided to temporarily serve Suwu for 100 years to observe the situation, Leville officially embarked on the road of leaving his hometown. The base camp of the Phoenix family is on the southeast side of the void. And the Dream Realm, which is located between the Dark God Realm and the Light God Realm, is on the southwest side of the void. Although there is no embarrassing situation where one is in the east of the void and the other is in the west of the void, this distance is not too short. Even if Ravel is the top middle-level god. After using all the means and strategies that could speed up her journey, she barely ran half the distance in half a month and came to the south side of the void. Then, after meeting up with his old brother, Riesel, who came from another direction, the two of them were successfully surrounded. After casually making a fireball and knocking back the fighter in front of him, Riesel returned to the spot and looked at the blue flame behind him. "Hey! Not dead?" "Of course not, you underestimate me too much." After repairing the fatal wound on his body, Riesel, who came out of the flames, smiled bitterly, "Although my talent is a little worse than yours, it's not that I can't do it again. Don't bullshit me, this is the third time." Blocking all the energy cannons that were falling overwhelmingly from the sky, Revere frowned and said, "Once when you were suddenly attacked, once when you risked your life to send a letter, just blocked the attack for me. Again 3 times of full recovery in less than half an hour, even if you are a phoenix, you will reach your limit sooner or later. Even if you say so, I should still go." Blue flames rose from Riesel. Looking at the endless army of machines in the sky, a tyrannical smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Although I don't know why the hunting corps under the mechanical overlord is here, I am still very clear about the responsibilities I have to perform." 55. Chirp. The shocking voice suddenly resounded throughout the small world. Under Revel's gaze, a phantom of a phoenix waving its wings and burning blue flames on its body suddenly appeared behind Riesel. "Ravel, you need to maintain your own state first." After arousing the power of his own blood, the aura on his body suddenly soared by a level, and Riesel stepped forward and came to the front of the blonde girl. "This hunting corps is not aimed at us, but it just happened to find us before suddenly launching an attack. Judging from the scale they are currently showing, there should be only one link behind them." Boom! The raging flames rolled out from Riesel's body. After forming a hemispherical shield and buckled it upside down on the ground, he instructed Revel behind him, "What you have to do is very simple. 5. Find its location and smash it when that link sends an absolute attack to us to reveal its location. Don't be too careless, otherwise, even if you are the top middle-level god, you will definitely be hit hard. Just rely on these scraps of copper and iron." From the very beginning of the battle, Raveli, who was led by Riesel to the east and west, frowned. "If I burst out with all my strength, I don't think it would be as troublesome to clean up this army as I thought." "That's because you have too little combat experience and haven't been in contact with them." Looking at the fighter jet entering through the flame shield, a wry smile appeared on Riesel's face. "These machines are not as simple as you think, they evolve. The longer the stalemate, the more information you will leak. And after these intelligences are sorted and transmitted to the link behind them, the other party will quickly find the corresponding policy in the database based on the intelligence. Just like me now." Boom! After dismantling the machine in front of him with his bare hands, Riesel, who was scratched by a long-range cannonball from outside his field of vision, smiled wryly. "The Hunting Legion is one of the top legions under the Mechanical Overlord, dedicated to hunting all kinds of rare creatures in the void. Even if it's the smallest one, after working with each other, it has a top-notch intermediate level. If you can't get rid of the link hidden behind the scenes before the other party can figure you out, then it's really over." This is also the reason why he had the opportunity to escape, but chose to stay. Ma Wu did open up the teleportation authority for space control to him. But it takes more than 10 times as long to bring people to convey them than to convey them alone. And for this army of machines that lays out spatial interference and monitors every corner of the world at any time. This brief teleportation forward shake was enough for them to fire 2 rounds of ultra-long-range artillery. In this case, it is obviously impossible for the two to leave together. But it was impossible for him to leave Ravel, whose knowledge of the Mechanical Legion only remained on the surface, and ran out to move the reinforcements alone. In this case, he can only choose the relatively cumbersome method of transmitting information, throwing out the distress information through space transmission. Don't worry, even if you can't solve the other party, I have already spread the current situation. Seemingly finding that Revere was a little nervous behind him, Riesel said comfortably, the Martial World Lord is a very special existence. As long as we survive the enemy's attack for 1 to 2 rounds, we should be able to welcome reinforcements. 55. No need to explain, just concentrate on the battle. Looking at Riesel, whose wounds continued to increase and heal, Ravel, who was standing behind, was silent for a while, then raised his head to look at the sky. Unlike Riesel, who has been out and about for many years, her combat experience and understanding of the enemy are indeed somewhat lacking. But compared to Riesel, who has an advantage in strength, she can find something different. Magic is gathering. Looking through the protection of the flame shield, Laville frowned as he looked at the dome. Although it hasn't fallen yet, from this scale, the finished product should have half a foot able to step into the realm of the higher gods. Do you want to penetrate us together with this world? No, it should be to analyze my information. Recalling what Riesel had just received, Ravelli seemed to understand something. After realizing that only this level of offensive can't collect my intelligence, he began to force me to take action. Surely the enemy of trouble. 99. However, this level of strategy is normal. Being able to traverse the void for so many years, in addition to the mechanical overlord, the main god behind the hunting legion, its own combat power is definitely a point that cannot be ignored. Bang! After blowing up a fighter jet that was ready to attack Riesel, Ravelli came to the back of his brother. Come closer to me, the big one is coming. Where? Outside the void. 35. Glancing at the army of machines that started to retreat quickly, Ravel looked up at the sky. If you have the exact coordinates. Found it. Boom. Just as Ravel sensed the enemy's specific location, a beam of light emitting a terrifying aura suddenly penetrated the world wall and fell from the sky. Click click click. The hard space barrier in the past was like fragile glass at this moment, and it began to burst continuously, revealing space cracks. The violent spatial turbulence sprang from the crack and blew in all directions. The earth shook and the sky shook. In front of this world-destroying attack, the entire small world reached the brink of being scrapped in an instant. At the same time as this terrifying attack fell, the wreckage of the mecha around Ravelli and Riesel mutated. Taking the location of the wreckage of the mecha as the coordinates, the exquisite magic circles suddenly rose out of thin air, forming together in mid-air. Even the battle damage is in the other side's arrangement. Feeling the terrifying gravity that suddenly appeared on his body, he was about to exert his strength and frowned. Although she had already prepared enough in her heart, she never expected that the enemy would even be able to use the wreckage of the mecha. Boom boom boom. Just as Rivoli was crying inwardly, the last round of the mechanical army's attack was officially launched. After a short charge, super long-range energy cannons attacked from all directions, blocking all escape routes for the two of them. Is this the power of the hunting corps? 99. Glancing at Riesel, who was not in very good condition, a wry smile appeared on Ravelli's face. In the face of a series of lore, it is impossible for her not to reveal the information even if she wants to. The flames started to ignite on the girl's body. It's not the same as Riesel, who was huge before. The flames on Laville's body looked very weak, swaying from side to side with the air like flames. But unlike the traditional blue flames of the Phoenix family, the flames burning on Revere at this moment, are black. Legion level pseudo-code Yan Longxiao was successfully activated alone, and the restoration power is 31%. God level magic super heavy domain was successfully activated. Due to the insufficient number of mechanical wreckage, the power is only 79% of the expected. The ultra-long-range firepower coverage is over, and all the retreats of the target have been successfully blocked. Start scanning. The scan is over, and confirm that the target has no signs of moving. Detect abnormal fluctuations and start scanning again. The scan is over, and the source of the fluctuation is confirmed to be the target Revel Phoenix. Start to detect abnormal fluctuations. The test is over, confirming that the target Revel Phoenix has comprehended the law of reincarnation. The detection system is running at full power, and will now confirm the target's comprehension according to the first round of attacks. In the void outside the small world. As soon as he arrived at the humanoid figure, he stared at the world bubble with a hole below, and slowly lowered his arms that were smoking white. Dazzling white light came from the world below. The shock wave of fear penetrated the holes in the world wall, blowing the long hair of the human figure, revealing his eyes full of reason. Pseudo-code Yan Longxiao successfully hit. Ultra-long-range artillery hits 0.1 successfully. Detected that there is no sign of movement of the target, the device starts to return. Anomaly detection. Connector L1098 begins to connect to the database. The connection is successful, and the information update starts. Looking at the energy wave below, which was gradually eroded by the black light and finally disappeared, the link numbered L1098 began to upload the latest information. Target Revel Phoenix's comprehension of the law of reincarnation is initially confirmed to be above 70%, and the current performance ability is energy absorption. Uploading ends, disconnect. Connector L1098 is in contact with connected body L1099 and connected body L1100. The first round of intelligence collection is over, and the specific intelligence has now been uploaded to the database. According to the performance of the target, it is preliminarily judged that the strength of the target, Revel Phoenix, is a top middle-level god without the authority of laws. According to the existing intelligence, it is inferred that the enemy's character is more cautious, and the probability of successful capture alone is 17%. In order to obtain more information and increase the probability of capture, we are now applying for linker L1099 and linker L1100 to join the battlefield in advance. Received, linker L1099 begins to join the battlefield. Received, link L1100 begins to join the battlefield. The Legion gathered successfully and began to set up the second round of firepower network. Begin to build the second round of hunting magic pseudo-code Tianzu, the estimated time is 11 seconds. Chapter 129, Revere with full firepower. In a broken world. Revel, who was burning with black flames, let out a breath and lowered his arms slowly. It seems that the first round of the enemy's attack has ended, and it is still within the absorption range. But looking at it this way, it seems that the most troublesome situation has occurred. Looking at the army of machines that suddenly doubled in number in the distance, Revel was silent for a while, then raised his back elbow and slapped Rezel next to him. Don't be in a daze, tell me about this number of enemies, there are probably a few links behind them. From a purely quantitative point of view, there should be 3. After making a simple calculation, Rezel's eyes fell on his old sister. Revel, that trick just now. The ability of the hungry ghost, what's wrong? No, just a little shocked. 5. Rezel sighed from the bottom of his heart, I didn't expect to see such a big change in your strength after only 100 years. That's because you didn't understand me before. I completely mastered the law of reincarnation as early as 400 years ago, and I have only further developed it on the basis of mastery over the years. Even if you say that, I can't help it. After repairing the wound on his body, Rezel shrugged helplessly. You are the last hope of our Phoenix clan. Our father has already gone crazy in order to hide your information. You know, even my own son is within his daily vigilance. So, in order not to leak my information, did you just decide to burn some of your life force to resist that attack? Glancing at the blonde man beside him, a look of indifference flashed across Revel's eyes. You're too self-centered like that man, that's why I don't like chatting with you. Mysterious fluctuations slowly dissipated on Revel. Under Razel's gaze, a huge roulette wheel took shape in the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye, and began to emit a familiar white light. Your attack, eat it yourself. Boom. The beams of light from the sky are continuously shot out from the roulette. After piercing the ultra-long-range cannon from the mechanical army, the more and more intense beams transformed into various beasts and fell into the distant mechanical army. Bang bang bang! In the face of the sudden counterattack, the mechanical legion, which was defeated in the first time, was immediately scrapped by a third. Even the remaining mechanical army began to retreat in front of the powerful beast army. It seems that the side is temporarily restrained. Temporarily suppressing the grassroots army that had been making troubles, Ravali, who had already exposed his second ability, raised his head and looked up at the sky. There, after the three energy cannons converged in mid-air, they turned into a long spear and stabbed straight at her. After realizing that the scattered energy cannonballs would be absorbed, did you choose a stab-type attack with a powerful impact? This level of attack, even if she can absorb it through the ability of the animal, she will still suffer some damage. Hey, let me ask you a question. Faced with this targeted attack, Ravel suddenly spoke to Razel who was beside him. I remember that man named Mahu, he probably doesn't have god-level combat power. Are you sure he can help us annihilate this level of mechanical legion after he sends someone here? 35. It's unclear whether it can be wiped out, but it should be no problem to help us complete the retreat. Okay, I see. Although the relationship with his family is not very good, Revere still recognizes his brother's ability. Since the other party said so, then the man named Mawu must be able to do what the other party said. Stand back a little. After pulling Razel by the collar and throwing him aside, a serious look appeared on Ravali's face. I want to be serious, remember to cover yourself. Hey! Wait! Razel, who was thrown out before he could react, tried to stop him and said, reinforcements are coming soon, so there is no need to continue leaking information to the enemy. Wouldn't it be better to continue to seal the enemy's attack with your ability called the Hungry Ghost Realm? Even if there is some damage, it can be repaired at any time for you who have the fire of the Phoenix. Then what? In the face of Razel's suggestion, Razel, whose aura was still expanding, asked back, even if you can complete the retreat with more information, what's the use? 5. Didn't you also say that the original target of this hunting army that suddenly appeared was not us? A strong murderous aura bloomed on Revere's body. Under the infection of murderous aura, the golden hair slowly changed. It turned bright red. With black lines on her body, she raised her head, and a huge black phoenix slowly rose behind her. Since the target is not us, it means that our smooth retreat will not cause any interference to the other side. Could it be that? That's right. Revere nodded and responded to Razel's guess, since running can't cause interference, then I'll give them enough damage to affect their actions. 5 Boom! Terrifying killing intent slowly gathering and attaching to the Black Phoenix. After activating the ability of the Azure Deo without any hesitation, Leville, who summoned the ancient murderous aura, disappeared with the strengthened Black Phoenix behind him. The second round of Firepower Network EN is over, and the super long-range artillery cross-coverage begins. The target starts to counterattack, and the initial observation is that it summons energy creatures. Start depth detection. The detection is over, and the composition of the summoned object is confirmed to be the pseudo-code Yanlongxiao and the energy covered by the first round of firepower. Connector L1098 begins to connect to the database. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The connection is successful, and the information update starts. The construction of the second round of hunting magic pseudo-code Tianzu is over. In order to prevent it from being absorbed and converted into new energy creatures by the target, the construction begins. The configuration is over, and the launch begins. Boom boom boom. Under the gazes of the three linkers, the real form should have been the Tianzu bombarded by energy cannons like Yan Long Xiao, shooting straight down like a long spear. The launch is over, and it is tentatively predicted that this round of firepower coverage will further stimulate the resistance of the target Revel Phoenix, and will now start a new round of intelligence collection with full power scanning. Rebuttal: 146 seconds ago, the target Revel Phoenix had conveyed information to the outside world. It was initially predicted that the target Revel Phoenix would choose the delaying tactic, and it was suggested to start the next round of firepower. Retort: no matter whether the enemy has reinforcements or not, the current primary goal is still to collect information on Revel Phoenix. End the debate. Detect special energy fluctuations. Please number L1099 and number L1098 to construct a defensive spell immediately. Boom. Just the moment the link numbered L1100 transmits the message, the pseudo-code Tianzu, which was falling towards the small world below, suddenly exploded. Accompanied by a surging heat wave, Revel, carrying the Dark Phoenix, appeared in front of the three linkers. It's too late to construct a defensive art. Under the control of Revel, the Dark Phoenix exuding a terrifying murderous aura slammed into the three linked bodies. A huge energy attack was detected, and the number L1098 began to build the defensive technique pseudo-code entry prohibition. Target correction: when the primary target is to protect the number L1098 to survive. Number L1099 began to build the transfer technique pseudo-code space movement L. Confirm the target. The number L1100 starts to build the defense technique pseudo-code pass regulation 1. 0. Facing the sudden attack of Revel, the three linkers exchanged information in the blink of an eye, and constructed three new spells. Survived. On the other hand, after capturing the communication signal of the three connecting bodies through the powerful mental power, a dissatisfied expression appeared on Revel's face. It's just a three-layer makeshift magic, do you still want to stop my attack? Correction, not triple. It seems that he heard Revel's words, and the L1098 link that collided with the Dark Phoenix immediately looked over. sss-level hunting target Revel Phoenix, you are more reckless than we imagined. Boom. At the outermost part, the pseudocode and traffic regulation responsible for deflecting Dark Phoenix's attack was broken in an instant. However, just when the Black Phoenix maintained its momentum without the slightest decline, and was about to smash the double magic that came down by 380 and devour the three conjoined bodies together, a mutation occurred. The True Tome Starkiller has been constructed remotely and has been successfully transported to the number L1099 through the pseudocode and space movement. Number L1099 has been received, and will now launch True Tome Starkiller. Holding the lightsaber that suddenly appeared in his hand, the L1099 link, whose sturdy body made of God's gold began to disintegrate, lifted it above his head. Please move the number L1098 to the rear and record the latest information on the target Revel Phoenix. Bang! The second layer of defense magic pseudocode entry prohibition is broken. From launching an attack to breaking through all the enemy's defenses, the Black Phoenix, which didn't even use a second of time, came to the front of the three linkers in an instant. In response, the link L1099, which had been prepared for a long time, greeted him without advancing and retreating, and waved down the lightsaber in his hand without hesitation. True Tome Starkiller activates. Click. A crisp sound came from the lightsaber. Under Revel's gaze, the energy torrent that had completely entered the realm of the higher gods continued to emerge from the shattered lightsaber. Boom! The white energy torrent collided with the Black Phoenix that devoured everything, and the terrifying aftermath swept out from the intersection. Glancing at the world bubble that was blown away below, and realizing that his brother still had the ability to complete the recovery, Revel was silent for a while, and a blue flame burned on his body. The opponent's attack, which was transported from nowhere, was stronger than she had imagined. If the stalemate continues, accidents will inevitably occur. In this case, it is better to die together with the enemy. Click click click. Just like the lightsaber before, cracks began to appear on Black Phoenix's body. Looking at this scene, Link L1099, whose body has evaporated 2/3, sent the final information to the distance. Detected that the energy began to scramble, and it was inferred that the purpose of the target Rebel Phoenix was self-destruction. The energy detection is over, and the power of the self-destruction is estimated to be. Boom! Chapter 130 Reappearance of Mokabutmo. Among the ruins of the broken wall, a hand suddenly ripped off the heavy object above and stretched out from the inside. That guy Revel, is he so strong? 35. Disgraced climbed out of the rubble, and Razel, who had just finished her 4th recovery, leaned against the wall behind her with a wry smile on her face. It's really outrageous, just the aftermath can completely shatter my body. After all, it is the energy impact of the superior god-level police officer, and even the core of this world has been shattered, entering the countdown to destruction, let alone U9. At this time, I really don't know whether to say that you came fast or slow. Looking at the man who appeared in front of her at an unknown time, Razel sighed and said, "Go and help Revere, I have space to teleport and can leave here directly." She can't do it. According to the current situation, this hunting corps that came out of nowhere should be a medium-sized formation. Besides the 3 links on the bright side, there are at least 7 more links hiding in the dark, please be careful. You're still too conservative. Bang bang bang. Throwing a total of 27 human figures made of machines in front of Razel, Mahu, who had just moved his body, showed an interested smile. The number of links is now 30, I didn't expect it. 99. To be honest, I was terrified. Razel, whose eyes were wide open, was silent for a while, and his tone was full of shock. The conjoined body of 30 hunting legions, is the mechanic god realm trying to provoke a war? 35. But their base camp should be on the east side of the void, and there's no reason for it to be on the south side of the void. 99. You can't think of a reason. Glancing at Razel, Mahu, who was able to get more information through the eye of reality, replied, "It's like you haven't imagined now that the real number of enemies is more than 30 links." 30. More than. Seeming to hear some unbelievable news, Razel subconsciously retorted, "Impossible. The Hunting Legion is one of the top combat powers under the Mechanical Overlord, and there are only 1,000 conjoined units attached to this legion. If 30 units are not the limit, does it mean that the other party sent a large formation to the south side of the void?" The response was good. Feeling the slowly dropping temperature around the body surface, Suwu nodded and said, "As you think, the enemy's true combat power is a large formation composed of 100 conjoined units." 35. Otherwise, do you think the mere 27 links hidden in the dark can produce the so-called true cannon Starkiller in such a short period of time? At the same time when Revere was on fire, Mahu, who happened to be teleporting with Kang Yu to witness the whole process, lowered his head and looked at Razel at his feet. "I know very little about the mechanical world, so I will ask you a question now." 35. A large formation with a concatenation of 100 hunting corps as the core, what level is the target enemy generally? The divine body has completed 100% conversion, and has a superior god with 10% or more law authority. Looking at Mahu, who didn't look nervous at all, Razel, who had been completely frightened by the sudden and explosive information, couldn't concentrate at all, fell silent. "Well, Martial World Lord, why do you seem not nervous at all, but you are still very happy? Why are you unhappy?" Mawu, who had a smile on his face, asked back, "When you have the ability to annihilate the enemy, all you need to consider is the harvest after the war." 35. According to the current situation, the conclusion is that the mechanical power system in my territory will usher in a leap beyond your imagination. If that's not something to be happy about, what's to be happy about? Razel. Capable of destroying? After subconsciously shivering, Razel, who finally noticed the abnormally low temperature around him, raised his head and looked at Ma Wu in horror. He was overwhelmed by the successive explosions of news just now, which caused him to not discover a single thing. This Maha World Master who annihilated 27 conjoined bodies in a short period of time seems to be not even a lower-level god. In the void, a blue flame rose out of nowhere. After completing the initial ignition, the blue flame began to expand rapidly, forming a slender humanoid figure. It's more powerful than I thought. After getting used to the body that had just recovered, Leville, who had only expected to lose 2/3 of his body, raised his head and looked at the link that was close to being scrapped in the distance. I remember your serial number is L1098, it's pretty amazing to be able to survive that kind of shock. Reply, will survive because of the defensive magic from number 1100. Did you even answer my question? Unlike the previous dialogue obtained by intercepting the communication signal, this time the voice of the connection body appeared in her ears. Faced with this unexpected reply, Ravali was silent for a while, and then his eyes suddenly shifted behind him. I saw figures that were similar to the serial number L1098, emerging from the ripples in space one after another. Number L1026 arrived at the destination, and will now join the hunting activities of the sss-level hunting target Revel Phoenix. Number L1003 arrived at the destination, and will now join the hunting activities of the sss-level hunting target Revel Phoenix. 71. After simply sensing the number of links appearing in front of him, even the always arrogant Revel fell into silence at this moment. Even she, who has little experience with the Mechanical Legion, fully understands what this number means. The complete law of reincarnation? Highly developed reincarnation capabilities? The fire of the phoenix that can continue to revive? Recalling what he had, Leville shook his head helplessly. No way. Even if she can fight against some ordinary higher-level gods as a middle-level god, she still can't solve these enemies in front of her. In the final analysis, the existence of the Mechanical Legion of this scale is no longer an ordinary superior god. But thinking that this will scare me, and underestimating me. White and black rays of light rose from Revel's body. In the face of this unimaginable scale of the enemy, she was ready to take out the last card directly. In the state of Azura, further activate the way of heaven and hell. 35. Although it is still in the state of being conceived, if it is not used in this case, there will be no chance to use it in the future. 35. There is a chance. A white jade hand suddenly stretched out from behind Leville and placed it on her shoulder. Ma Wu said that the real trump card must be reserved for the most critical moment before it can be used. The self-destruction of his body began to stop, and Leville, who was forcibly suppressed by Kang Yu, froze and looked at the friendly army behind him. Home, are you the reinforcements that Razel said? Yes. 35. In your opinion, isn't this the most critical moment? Looking at the huge magic circle in front of him. After sensing the aura above, it was even more terrifying than the Shinto star killer just now. Revel, who had not forgotten what Razel said before, looked straight at Kang Yu. Even in the face of this situation, are you still confident that you will lead me to complete the retreat? No need to retreat. 99. What? Ravali, who was already ready to run, was stunned for a moment, and stared blankly at the blue-haired woman beside him. Not to retreat? Yes. Kang Yu nodded. Ma Wu's order is to annihilate the enemy and recover it. After deftly dodging Leville who was trying to block her advance, Kang Yu walked straight towards the linked body army. Abnormal situation? No. L1011. Number 1097, a total of 27 links lost contact. Proposal, after solving the target Revel Phoenix, and then inquire about the reason for the disappearance of the link. The proposal is accepted. Please build the Legion Magic True Tome Beng Hao with the number L1001 as the center. Descent: Shinto Columbo will completely kill the target Revel Phoenix. It is recommended to use consumption tactics to consume the opponent's stamina. Rejected: the priority of the target Revel Phoenix has dropped, and the current priority is to investigate the cause of the disappearance of the link. Accept: start building the Magic True Tome Roar. Emergency report: detected that the ice attribute magic power began to be greatly active. Urgent report: an unknown presence was detected behind the target Revel Phoenix, and it is currently speculated that the other party is the source of the active ice attribute magic. Emergency report: all channels for transmitting information to the outside world have all failed, and it is initially speculated that the reason is caused by the ice attribute magic of the unknown target. Don't panic. Facing the crazy communications in your head, good money, good money. Gathering the power of all the links, the link L1001, which is building Shinto and Roar bit by bit, opened his mouth and said, "We are machines, tools for the great mechanical overlords to set foot on a higher realm. Please get rid of useless emotions and bring all the magic and computing power to me. Receive. Receive." After gathering the power of all the connected bodies, a magic circle comparable to the size of the world quickly took shape. Shinto Roar has been built. No. L1002 detects that the unknown target is moving slowly, and preliminarily predicts that the other party has the ability to confront Zhendian Benggao. Prediction accepted. Number L1001 begins the final announcement of this round of battle. Shinto crash, launch. A torrent of energy burst out. The sturdy void barriers began to twist, and cracks appeared. The chaotic space-time storm leaked from the crack, and was carried by the terrifying torrent of energy and shot towards Kang Yu. Facing this terrifying attack, Kang Yu stopped for the first time. At this distance, even if some of the powers of the law that have been unlocked are used, it will not affect Mahu. That being the case, it's time to end this battle. Click. After the Demon King Norris was dealt with in the Forest of Dawn, the sound of freezing all things sounded again after a lapse of 20 days. Chapter 131, The Order of the Mechanical Overlord. The linked army is frozen. The violent time and space torrent was frozen. The world-destroying blow caused by Shinto Benggao was frozen. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ravel, who had already prepared for a desperate fight, fell into silence. Incomprehensible. Totally incomprehensible. Before he could react, he walked step by step to Laville, who was in front of the frozen Beng Xiao, with a confused look on his face. Is this really something only a lower god can do? Go back a little bit, please. Facing Revel, who was walking in front of her, Kang Yu opened her mouth and reminded, "I need to disarm Mokabat Mo to completely smash this attack. If you get too close, you will be injured by the aftermath." 95. How did you do it? After hearing Kang Yu's words, Laville, who obediently retreated behind the blue-haired girl, said curiously, "No matter what you look at, you should only be a lower-level god. What do I have to do so that a lower-level god can launch an attack at the level of a higher-level god?" 9. Click click click. The sound of ice cracking began to sound continuously. Watching that the frozen collapsed roar began to gradually dissipate into fast powder, Kang Yu turned to look at Revere. "If you have already developed the law of reincarnation, you only need to join Mahu's territory and at the same time master 10% of the reincarnation authority. 10% power of reincarnation. Does that mean you have 10% power of ice? I really envy you, being able to find and harvest the right of law that suits you." 35. Revere sighed helplessly and said, "I'm not as lucky as you. The law of reincarnation is a relatively rare law, and the news of its corresponding reincarnation authority in the void is even more pitiful." 5. 383 Since my main attack direction was confirmed as the law of reincarnation, the Phoenix family has been searching for the authority of reincarnation in the void for thousands of years. But so far, the income is still zero. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have thought about it for so long after receiving Mawu's conditions. Don't be discouraged. After realizing that the little friend who was about to join the territory seemed to be in a bad mood, Kang Yu imitated Su Wu and touched the other's head. Su Wu will help you solve the problem. I know that, after all I'm here for this. 35. Pulling off the hand above his head, Leville, whose interest in Mawu has greatly increased after this incident, asked, "What shall we do next?" 35. Ravel's words will help you recover the mechanical wreckage. Kang Yu replied, "Mawu just said that these machines are made of precious and rare metals. Even if they are broken, they can be handed over to Alicia for purification and reorganization. 9. As for me, the recycling needs to be done." "Recycle?" "Yeah." Kang Yu nodded. Mawu said before he left that these conjoined bodies were to keep the fighter bodies and observation bodies under his command in place, and they were transferred by space transfer. 35. As long as the recovery is completed within 10 minutes after the battle, even if the mechanic god realm finds something wrong, it will not be able to snatch the spoils from us. Then don't stand here chatting with me, hurry up and go to the mission." Revere, who understood Kang Yu's meaning, urged, "While there is still time, try to go as much as you can." Dab. 9. Do not worry. Facing Leville, who wanted to weaken the combat power of the mechanical god realm, Kang Yu interrupted, "Those fighters are of average strength, the clones I created can solve them. 79% has been recovered and the full recovery is expected to be completed within 5 minutes. Revere, 39. Fighter strength? Mechanical god realm. As the most prosperous area for the development of magic energy technology in the void. Compared with the vast majority of worlds in the void, the scenery here is completely different. Battleships exuding the power of space shuttle back and forth in the sky, transporting materials collected from the outside world. Huge steel factories are scattered and orderly built on the ground. After 24 hours of uninterrupted operation, the mass-produced parts will be sorted and taken away by humanoid logistics robots, and sent to the rest of the mechanical world for final assembly. Bang bang bang! With the shaking of the ground, one after another mecha made of God's gold slowly walked out of the factory. According to the original instructions, their next task is to go to the west side of the mechanical god realm to meet with the 1st Brigade of the Hunting Legion that is being reorganized there. Report: the 1st Brigade of the Hunting Corps has begun to reorganize, and the grassroots combat aircraft and observation aircraft will be reorganized in 24 hours. Hint: this round of reconstruction will consume God's gold and various rare metals on a large scale, and the current storage materials will drop by 7%. What about the link replenishment time? Hint: the link is a special body that gave birth to the power of the heart and has intelligence and can continue to grow. It cannot be mass-produced with God's gold. Nonsense, do I still know this? 39. On the throne, a man whose right eye is a mechanical prosthetic eye and whose body is entirely made of steel exclaimed, "I'm asking how long it will take to give birth to 100 special machines with a heart." Hint: Lord Mechanical Overlord represents the external image of the mechanical god realm, please pay attention to your own words. Go away. Quickly answer my question. Conclusion: the 100 people who want to fill the 1st Brigade of the Hunting Legion completely master the heart and can understand what emotion is. The time required is unknown. That is to say, even after all this time, have you still not created an organism that can naturally master the heart? The man who had just woken up from a deep sleep glanced at the data flow panel in front of him, and said with dissatisfaction in his tone, "It's really useless." Answer 1. It's not that it can't be done, it's that it can't be done. Answer 2. Please work hard to improve your strength, the mechanical overlord. The day you can defeat the void consciousness will be the day when the mass production of special machines will occur. Then I want you to have a fart. Getting up from the throne, the mechanical overlord walked to the edge of the transparent wall and looked at the steel factory in the distance. It's so suffocating, you've become a master god and you have to be restrained by a guy who doesn't have a heart. Retort, Lord Mechanical Overlord, you once said that the consciousness of the void has a heart. Did your personality develop in strange directions while I was falling asleep? 35. He did say so, but it was only the first half of the sentence. I haven't seen it in 10,000 years, how can this broken robot learn to take things out of context? Answer, Lord Mechanical Overlord once said, let me develop in the direction of being able to control the overall situation, so that I can always remind you of the loopholes that you have ignored. Tisk, did you really go astray? Aware of the problem, the mechanical overlord turned around and looked at the stream of data transformed into a human form. Is there a way to reset the personality? Answer, yes. That's for me to use right away, to reset your personality to what it was 10,000 years ago. 35. Hint, if this machine enters the reset state, the development of the mechanical god realm in the next year will have the full authority of the mechanical overlord, whether to accept it or not. Special Note 1, after 10,000 years of development, the subordinate forces of the mechanical god realm have been several times more than 10,000 years ago. Special Note 2, the task of hunting troops. To shut up. Looking at the endless stream of data, the mechanical overlord interrupted, there is so much nonsense. If you don't want to reset it, forget it. Anyway, I have been deducing the way of machinery on weekdays, and I don't have so much time to argue with you. Sitting on the throne again, the man who was about to enter the state of deep deduction thought for a while, and then said, the development of the mechanical god realm will continue to be under your sole authority, as long as you can make steady progress. As for the murderer who doesn't know who it is, you can just look for it, and if you can find it, record the information, and if you can't find it, just assume that nothing happened. Although the individual combat power of the hunting legion is not high, the cooperative combat power can reach the realm of the old-fashioned superior gods. Being able to annihilate that complete large formation in a short period of time without triggering the law of the gods, you should understand what it means even if I don't say it. Answer, it means that in order to regain the place, we must wait for the constraints of the contract of the gods to disappear before we can do it. Get back to the scene. If it was you before, then the word at this time is probably revenge. After the machine has a heart, it is really interesting. Then it's up to you. 35. The mechanical overlord, who closed his eyes again, finally ordered, in the current stage, everything is mainly about stable development. Remember, the enemy is not only the major gods in the void and the seeds of the gods who hate us. Receive. P.S. I'm numb. The number of words in the notice sheet cannot exceed 5,000 words 2 days ago. I still smiled and felt that it had nothing to do with me. As a result, when I uploaded a new chapter today, I told me that the number of words exceeded 3,500 words and let me delete it. PS2, Suwu cut more than 20 links in vain. The lack of people will weaken the power of some of the classics in Beng Xiao. The word limit was cut by me. Let me explain it here. Chapter 132, Suwu's territorial features. Dream World. Is this your territory? 99. Looking at the huge city in front of him, Revere thought for a while and then commented, it's simpler than I expected. 99. I don't mind if I want to say something crude. Glancing at the blonde girl beside him, Suwu replied, in the end, I'm just a new lord who has just arrived for less than a month. Except for the development of cutting-edge combat power and grassroots combat power, everything else is basically in a state of being left behind. 99. But you can rest assured that you can be satisfied with the living environment and the cultivation environment. You understand too much. After standing on the edge of the city wall and scrutinizing it carefully, Laville, who was able to recognize that the row of defensive measures above it was the magic tower, explained, I just think it's simple in the literal sense. Like our Phoenix family, when building the city wall, in addition to ensuring that the performance meets the standard, it will also make great efforts in the decoration. 35. For example, engrave an exclusive imprint of blue flames on the city wall, trigger a huge coercion after stimulating the defensive effect of the city wall, and arrange a tasteless magic that can exude a quaint atmosphere to increase majesty. 39. What are you doing with such bells and whistles? Ma Wu, who felt the generation gap between himself and the Void Clan for the first time, was silent for a while, and asked, instead of wasting resources to do those useless things, why not save resources and create an additional defensive measure? That's what you have to ask the old guys. Ravel shrugged with a helpless smile on his face. You may think this is too pedantic for our Phoenix family, but in fact this is the mainstream in the Void. 99. The holy light of the Light God Realm, the darkest darkness of the Dark God Realm, the steel torrent of the Mechanical God Realm. Even the abyss that doesn't pay much attention to this aspect will leave some curious things on its defensive measures, such as tentacles, eyeballs, or disgusting bugs as its own signs. Is this some weird comparison? Not at all. Revel summoned a blue flame and shook it. Although this kind of thing is not very useful, it can also be regarded as a symbol of one's own identity. Like now, when outsiders see this blue flame full of vitality, as long as they know something, they will guess that I am a phoenix, not a balrog. Similarly, angels who use holy light and angels who use other magic are also two types in the eyes of outsiders. I probably understand what you mean. Ma Wu nodded clearly. Simply put, it is to use the exclusive characteristics of one's own forces to increase their popularity in the Void. 99. It's almost like this, so does your faction have any special characteristics? If you have to say it, there really is. What is it? Leville looked over curiously. Just now after clearing the battlefield with Kang Yu and returning to the small world to join Ma Wu, she had heard from her elder brother about this man's heroic record. In the case of not becoming a god, more than 20 link bodies were cut down in a short period of time. Thanks to it. Now Revere's attention has gone from being curious about Kang Yu's specific information to all things related to So Wu. The characteristics of the territory in your mouth, shouldn't it be that the number of seeds of the Lord God is relatively large? After analyzing the existing information, Revere guessed, I remember that in addition to Kang Yu, there is also a seed of the Lord God with strong swordsmanship in your territory, and a seed of the Lord God who seems to be a foodie. 5. Now adding me, the 4 seeds of the main god can indeed become an exclusive feature. It does count as a feature, but it doesn't feel conspicuous enough. So Wu stroked his chin thoughtfully, and gave a direct answer, the female servants in my territory are all very powerful, is this a feature? 35. Hey! Revere's expression instantly froze. What's wrong with the female attendant being so powerful? Speaking of which, I seem to have only opened the benefits of space teleportation for you. As if thinking of something, So Wu opened the territory panel and started to operate. For a member of an affiliated force like you, it stands to reason that I usually only activate some auxiliary effect blessings, such as increasing the efficiency of creating equipment, and speeding up the recovery of physical and magic power. Even if it is an elite member of the affiliated forces, at most I will open up an extra space for him to teleport. However, your words are also a seed of the Lord God. I will treat it with the district police this time, and open up some combat enhancements. Click. With So Wu's voice falling, Leville who was walking suddenly staggered, and his right leg was directly inserted into the ground. At the same time, the aura of the blonde girl swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye under the gazes of those around her. What is this? Feeling the constant rolling outward force in his body, Revere's face instantly filled with a shocking expression. The basic attributes have tripled at once. It seems that you have a high degree of control over your own power. Looking at the girl who made a correct judgment in an instant, So Wu nodded affirmatively. This is the effect of one of my lord's skills. It can increase the basic attributes of female attendants. In addition to this, your comprehension and cultivation speed will also be increased by 20 times. In addition, as long as you use something with the concept of weapon to attack, you will receive the blessing of the soldier to double the damage. 35. If you stand on the ground, you will also be amplified by a series of effects from the sun of the earth. It's too troublesome to explain in detail, just go back and experience it yourself. I want to ask you a question. After listening to Ma Wu's explanation, Laville seemed to have thought of something, looked at Kang Yu and said, does she also have these inexplicable increases? Of course Kang Yu said it. Glancing at Ravel in confusion, Ma Wu replied casually, she is my first attendant, how could these things not be open to her? 5. Ravel seemed to want to understand something, and sighed helplessly. It turns out that the focus of the leapfrog challenge is not the 10% law authority, but to join your territory to obtain this series of terrifying blessings. That's something that varies from person to person. Looking strangely at Kang Yu, whose expression did not change in the slightest, Su Wu felt that he had to help Revere to establish a correct value. Every level after the gods has changed a lot. 35. After you have obtained these enhancements, you may have the ability to challenge intermediate gods at the level of non-gods. But if you want to fight against higher-level gods in the state of lower-level gods, or even old-fashioned higher-level gods, I suggest you still be prepared and try again. 5. You're right. After glancing at Kang Yu in a tangled state, Ravel nodded in agreement. The changes in myself are truly terrifying. After fully grasping this power, Ravel even has the confidence to fight against the old-fashioned superior gods. But the confidence of all this is based on the fact that she is an intermediate god. Flowers 0. You must know that between the lower-level gods and the intermediate-level gods, there are requirements except for the understanding of the laws. The biggest difference is the tempering and transformation of the divine body. Through the laws that he has comprehended, he transforms the godless body into an exclusive god body that suits him and can exert more power. This is the biggest advantage of the intermediate god. Revel is the seed of the chief god of the Phoenix clan. When you are promoted to an intermediate god, naturally you will not be promoted directly after meeting the minimum requirements of 10%. On the contrary, she is using various rare materials to advance the conversion progress. It wasn't until she converted 100% of the divine body into a reincarnation divine body that was more suitable for her to exert her abilities before she advanced to an intermediate level god. And it was on this basis that Raveli gained a series of boosts from Mahu, and was only qualified to use the old-fashioned superior god's attack. But Kang Yu is different. Looking at the blue-haired girl standing behind him, Riveli's expression became more and more tangled. How on earth did you do it? 10% of the power of the law can really bring about such a big qualitative change, allowing you to display such a terrifying attack in the time of a lower god. Okay. Facing Revel's puzzlement, Kang Yu nodded and replied without hesitation, as long as Revel has 10% of the power of reincarnation and uses it to the extreme, the superior god is not your opponent at all. 99. What does it mean to play to the extreme? Well, it means to play to the extreme. Kang Yu paused for a while, then created 2 ice clones that were exactly the same as hers and said, that's probably the difference. The ice avatar created by the least efficient Ling Law Authority is similar to the reconnaissance body in the previous Mechanical Legion. But if it is used to the extreme, the created ice clone can annihilate a mechanical brigade under the link body alone. Revel? After looking back and forth on the 2 icicles, Riveli was silent for a while, and his eyes finally turned back to Mahu. The seed of the main god in your territory can't be able to achieve this level. 99. You can rest assured. Ma Wu patted Revere on the shoulder empathically and said, in terms of uniqueness, no one else can compare to Kang Yu. However, Shiraori, Macefield, and Shiratama should be able to do 2/3 or 3/4. What? As for the others, since the enemies currently being dealt with have always been trash fish that can be crushed at will, it remains to be seen how much they can do it. Wait. 35. Seemingly finding that Ma Wu wanted to continue the introduction, Revere hurriedly interrupted, Shiroi and Baihu are the seeds of the main gods in your territory, right? Who is Mazefield? Who else are the others referring to? Mazefield is a vampire, and the others are Arthas from the undead race, Elena from the god moon elves, and Alicia from the human race. Of course, they are the same as you as the seed of the female main god, so they can all get these blessings from you. Glancing at the blonde girl who was trying to control her expression, Su Wu asked, how is it? The seed of a powerful female god, this can be a feature of my territory. 99. It does. Revere replied with a long-lived expression, in any way, you can be regarded as a feature of the territory. Well, it is indeed a feature one. Chapter 133. After the brief discussion with Revel, Ma Wu had other things to do, so he handed him over to Kang Yu, and then went to the blacksmith himself. Master Ma Wu. Just as he stepped into the blacksmith shop, Su Wu was seen by a dwarf attendant near the door. Looking at her own boss who suddenly appeared in the blacksmith shop, this dwarf lowly hurriedly ran towards him with her short legs. I'm Tabitha, who is in charge of helping Alicia manage the smithy, may I ask if you need any help? Where is Alicia? Lord Alicia, I just went to the third floor with Lord Macefield. If those two hadn't jumped out of the window, they should still be inside by now. I see. After taking out a piece of rare ore and stuffing it into the hand of this pretty lowly, Ma Wu walked upstairs. Come on, work hard. Yes. I think it could be a little longer. Looking at the blueprint in front of him, Macefield expressed his thoughts and said, the length is a bit short now, and I feel that the momentum is not enough if I take it and confront the enemy. You sure? Alicia scratched her hair and said helplessly, this is already an extended version. If it is longer, 383, you can only float in the air and fight with the Spear of Destiny. There's nothing wrong with that. After thinking about the possible scenes, Macefield nodded with satisfaction. The initial momentum competition is very important. How can you overwhelm the enemy without being domineering? Actually, I think it's better for you to focus on practicality. 35. Alicia tried to correct the vampire lowly's concept, although there is an advantage if the weapon is too long, it is not easy to fight back if you get close. Then help me make the body heavier and stronger. Macefield said unwaveringly, if the other party really dares to approach, I will use the gun body as a stick and smash it out. According to your design, some special metals need to be added in terms of materials. Then you don't have to worry. Macefield turned around and looked at Ma Wu, who had just pushed open the door of the room. Isn't the person who sent the materials here? Don't take me as if I'm being taken advantage of. Sitting down on the chair beside him, Ma Wu placed a storage bracelet in front of Alicia. Take it, this is what you need to do overtime for the next period of time. 39. All to deal with. After checking the mechanical wreckage in the storage bracelet, Alicia looked at Ma Wu with a headache. I'm too lazy to ask where you got such exaggerated stuff. 99. But these mechanical wrecks are all handled by me alone, don't you think the workload is too much? 5. Don't worry, I understand what you mean. Facing Alicia, who had already made it clear, Ma Wu, who knew that his request was somewhat outrageous, opened his mouth and comforted, at this stage, we only need to purify enough God's gold. In fact, I hand these things over to you, and the more important thing is to let you study these organisms thoroughly. 99. You want me to restore it? Alicia instantly understood what Ma Wu meant. In terms of structure, I can really analyze it thoroughly, and even the assembly drawings can help you out. But to achieve mass production, you have to build machine factories that can continuously process parts in various parts. In fact, this is the most troublesome. If there is no corresponding top-level machinery factory, Then Alicia wants to build these bodies, she must rub the parts by hand and then send someone to assemble it by herself. If only 100,000 would be fine. But Su Wu's intention is obviously to create a mechanical army. In this case, it is obviously impossible to choose a hand-rubbing robot. At least it is absolutely impossible until she obtains the authority of the law and becomes a superior god. Don't worry about the problem of the machinery factory, we will consider this later. Ma Wu, who also understands that this matter is in a hurry, paused for a while and continued, what you have to do now is to temporarily put aside the other things in your hand and analyze them thoroughly. 35. That Macefield Spear of Destiny. It's postponed, of course. Facing Alicia's question, the one who answered first was the vampire Loli who had been standing beside her. You don't really think that Ma Wu gave this thing to you, just so that you can reproduce this mechanical army? Isn't it? Of course not. Glancing at Alicia who hadn't figured out the situation yet, Macefield's eyes turned to Su Wu. You haven't told her about the enemy yet? No. Su Wu shook his head and said, the original plan was to capture the opponent alive and surprise Alicia. TT. Alicia, who heard the key words, looked over suspiciously. Ma Wu, are you ready to attack Arnold? It's not that I'm ready to do something to him, it's that he is about to bring it to the door himself. He took out the book of seals from the storage bracelet and put it into Alicia's hand. If Rias hadn't screwed up, the cunning god of seals should have received information about the book of seals in the true Red Realm by now. 35. It turns out that if there is seal authority, Arnold may indeed take the initiative to leave his territory. Looking at the sealed book in her hand, Alicia had a smile on her face. Looks like I'm going to work harder. Are you sure you want Alicia to deal with that god of seals alone? Following Ma Wu jumped out of the blacksmith's window, Macefield suddenly said. Since your initial decision was to send someone else to capture the god of seal alive, you must have known that Alicia's ability was restrained by the other party. 5. Of course I know. Ma Wu pointed to his radiant eyes. Although some troublesome things can't be seen through, the most basic things can still be seen. Then you you don't want Alicia to reproduce those connections. 99. Of course. Ma Wu nodded. Alicia is indeed restrained to a certain extent, but that is only now. 35. Imagination is an ability that takes time to accumulate. 35. The last time she lost was just because the birth time was too short and she did not complete enough accumulation. 99. This time I handed her the entire large troop of the Hunting Legion. As long as she can achieve my desired goal, it is not a problem to solve in Arnold. What about the linker problem? 99. Macefield asked, it's a special type of machine with a heart. If you create it casually, it will be targeted by the void consciousness. Faced with the Macefield question, Su Wu looked over suspiciously. You've been looking at the fate line and haven't seen the corresponding future? When it comes to void consciousness, how could I be able to see this kind of thing casually? That's really weird. Looking at the golden lines that only he could see in front of him, Su Wu became a little puzzled. Then why is my side not affected? 5. What's the meaning? The corner of Macefield's eyes twitched, and he had an ominous premonition in an instant. You don't want to say that the ability you took away from me has a clearer fate line than me. That's the truth. Reaching out his hand and holding down the excited vampire Loli, Su Wu replied, in my eyes, the fate line of Alicia's conjugation of the conjoined body is clear. 5. From the conclusion, the temporary concretization of the connection body will not be targeted by the void consciousness. That kind of thing doesn't matter anymore. Macefield stared at Ma Wu angrily and asked, what I want to know more is why you can see clearly. Maybe prettier? That's right, I didn't expect that you have learned to answer quickly, Macefield. I cannot stand it anymore. The angry vampire Loli rushed up. You BD here every day bullshit me, don't give me 3 liters of blood today, don't expect me to forgive you. Even if you suck my blood, you can't see the fate line that shouldn't be seen clearly. Glancing at Macefield hanging on his back, Ma Wu raised his hand and poked the other person's cheek indifferently. Also, don't add anything when you are sucking blood, it feels a little itchy. Long-winded. People who are sucked blood will look like they are sucked blood. Even if you say that, I still feel like I'm feeding a pet now. Glancing helplessly at Macefield, who was a little sucked in his head, Su Wu raised his footsteps and walked towards the mansion not far away. Speaking of which, why did you set an illusion on me? There are too many attendants on the road, if my brutal 0.1 blood-sucking method is seen, I can't maintain enough majesty. Then why don't you just come down? No. You are so irritating, it's better to suck blood directly like this. Su Wu, Crystal 35. He didn't know whether the other party was relieved or not. Anyway, he felt quite comfortable. The blood-sucking technique of mythical vampires is good. At the same time, out of Baker's realm, which is some distance away from the Dream Realm. Great King Wu Miao, the Baker realm ahead is the enemy's base camp. A young man who looked a little fat bent his waist and asked the cat ear lowly beside him, "Do you want to attack immediately? Have the enemies all arrived?" According to the spies that were placed in, the lords of the Baker Alliance have gathered together with their confidants. The woman with a pair of fiery red wings on her back replied, "The transboundary teleportation circles within Baker's realm are all currently open and can be used." 39. Then go according to the plan we said earlier. After taking out the Ashbringer from the storage ring, Arthas said to the world below, "This is a surprise I prepared for Mahu, don't let me down." Chapter 134 The Gift of Arthas. Disaster, without warning, came to the Baker world. Boom! With a loud bang, the Baker world, which was holding a celebration, suddenly began to shake violently. Amid the panic of the Aborigines, a huge black hole quickly formed in the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone in the Baker community listen up. The great power and the surging heat wave rushed out of the loophole and swept the whole world. Under the watchful eyes of the Aborigines who fled in panic, a huge flamingo slowly emerged from the black hole and appeared in front of everyone. "I am Athena, the god under the command of King Wu Miao. The purpose of this visit is to conquer the Baker world. If you want to live." Athena. Before the words were finished, a resentful voice suddenly came from a distance. Looking at the red-haired man who appeared in front of her, Athena the Firebird paused for a while, then changed back to her human form and confronted him. "Long time no see, Beckett. Don't pretend to be familiar, UBD." Beckett, whose aura was no weaker than Athena, glared at her angrily, and asked loudly, "How dare you launch a sneak attack on the Baker world? You want to cause a rift between the Orc Alliance and the Baker Alliance? War? Don't get excited, because you are still a world master, why are your ears so hard to use?" Controlling the fiery red wings behind her, she fanned twice in midair, and Athena, who also had red hair, came to the other side. "Didn't you hear my previous declaration? Now I'm a member of King Wu Miao. You betrayed the Orc League." "No betrayal." Athena shook her head and said in denial, "It's the Orc Alliance that has been disbanded." 35. Boyle and I are smarter, so I survived and chose to serve the great Mahu World Lord and the King of Miao Lord Arthas. 99. As for the other three stupid idiots, they have disappeared into the void forever with their stupid greed. Impossible. Beckett's eyes widened suddenly, as if he heard something in disbelief. If something like this happened, how could I have not received any news at all? Isn't that easy? Athena looked at Beckett like a fool at the moment. The death time of those three idiots probably didn't add up to more than a minute. 35. Only with your inefficient intelligence collection methods, it is only a ghost to receive a letter. I don't want to talk nonsense with you, I have only one purpose for coming here today. Looking at Beckett in front of her, Athena started her announcement. Surrender, or die. You choose one. 35. I choose the third one and let you die. Moo. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, a huge Tauren instantly appeared behind Athena, waving the double-edged axe in his hand and slashing towards her. In the face of this sudden attack, Athena, who had discovered the other party long ago, sighed, and her figure disappeared in place in an instant. It's because there are too many unknowable guys like you that cause too many deaths. With the ability of space teleportation, Athena, who appeared behind the Tauren without warning, swung a heavy blow with incandescent flames. Stop! Assaulting the messenger of the King of Mo is no different in nature from provoking Lord Asses, the King of Mo 5. Glancing at the Tauren sunken in the giant pit below, Athena's gaze returned to Beckett. You wouldn't think it was just a coincidence that I picked today. 35. Beckett's face darkened instantly. Could it be that? Yes, I know that today is the celebration day for you to become the World Master of Baker. Facing the murderous aura on Beckett, Athena nodded without hesitation and responded. All the World Masters of the Baker Alliance will come to participate in this huge celebration today, and at the same time discuss the next development of the Baker Alliance. I am right. 5. Since you know that you dare to come, it seems that you are really not afraid of death. 35. It seems that he understands that his and others' hiding has been discovered, and one after another, figures exuding divine power appear one after another, surrounding Athena inside. I don't know who the King Wolf you are talking about, but it's a good idea to let us just surrender like this. A man with a feminine appearance and a psychedelic aura looked at Athena, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Since you dare to provoke the Baker world today, you must be ready to collide with all of us head-on. 5. You can't decide, so be quiet for me. Facing the threat of the feminine man, Athena threw a flame at the other party without paying attention, and then looked at Beckett, whose eyes were uncertain. You're running out of time, tell me your decision. Surrender, or die. It's really domineering. Facing the aggressive Athena, Beckett was silent for a while, and finally raised his head to look at the surrounding allies. The existence of Athena behind the scenes is a terrifying powerhouse who can annihilate and kill the three gods of the Orc Alliance in a short period of time. The odds of winning against us head-on may be very low. 35. So. Looking at Athena in front of him, a surging murderous aura suddenly bloomed from Beckett. Everyone who is not afraid of death will kill her with me. Then they will go to the middle-level god Abel for refuge. Boom. 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 Invisible gusts, raging flames, invisible and colorless poison. The moment Beckett's voice fell, dozens of terrifying attacks mixed with divine power erupted from all directions, shooting towards Athena in the center. Boss Beckett is mighty. It's long overdue. 35. It's cool. I've seen this guy Athena upset for a long time, and I can finally beat her up. You stand back. I'll give her a big one. Boom. And sure enough they were hooked. Facing the sudden outbreak of the enemy, Athena, who was standing in the center of the battlefield, not only did not panic, but showed a smile. As a person who can distinguish the form and make the right decision to save her life at the first time, she is naturally not an idiot. The reason why the attitude just now was so arrogant. It was because her purpose, from the very beginning, was to seduce the opponent to attack. Boyle, aren't you lazy? Of course it's already ready. The fat man who appeared silently beside Athena glanced at her with a helpless expression on his face. How could I be lazy about something so important? Although Lord Arthas is easy to talk, he won't be merciful if he really makes a fuss. I still don't want to die young and become an undead to be torn down every day by Lord Arthas. Stop talking nonsense. Athena interrupted impatiently, hurry up and fight back, this is our chance to show up in front of Lord Arthas. I know, don't rush anymore. 35. Looking at the attack that was so close at hand, Boyle sighed, that's why I hate fools. They all called at the door, how could they not be prepared for an accident? It was too simple to think that finding an intermediate god as a backer would avoid problems afterwards. And now, because of the stupidity of the enemy, he is going to suffer. With a phantom flashing behind Boyle, the fat man began to swell up continuously. Although he has always maintained his human form on weekdays, as a member of the Orc Alliance, Boyle's real body is naturally related to Warcraft. However, it is different from the other allies of the Orc Alliance. Its real body is not a common large-scale creature such as a tiger, an oxen, and a bird, but a rare monster that is relatively rare in the void. Thick limbs, a sturdy blue body, and a white abdomen made of fat. Although he still squinted his eyes like he did in human form, Boyle, who was standing on the ground at this moment, exuded a wild aura. Boyle made such a big move, and the gods of the Baker Alliance naturally discovered each other. Boyle? Is this the man's real body? It's the first time I've seen it. Does anyone know what kind of monster this is? 35. I don't know, but it doesn't matter, since he dares to jump out, he will be with that woman. This is Kirby. Just as the gods of the Baker Union were discussing Boyle's true body. 383 Beckett, who repeatedly looked at the ancient beast in front of him, seemed to have thought of something, and a look of panic suddenly appeared on his face. Go back! Go back! Kirbymon's racial ability is... Too late. Before Beckett could finish speaking, Boyle, who also heard the other party's shouts, let out a roar. Bounce back for me! A terrifying torrent of energy fell on Boyle's body, and after a momentary stalemate, he instantly began to return to the original path. In the face of this unexpected counterattack, even after Beckett's reminder, the gods who had already started to retreat were still affected by their own attacks. Boom boom boom! The terrifying sound of explosions continued to come from the sky, bringing turbulent heat waves. Looking at this scene, Boyle, who had changed back to his human form, let out a sigh with a painful expression on his face. The bloodline ability of the Kirbymon family is to absorb damage and reflect it. It sounds great, but there are also many limitations associated with it. For example, the only damage that can be absorbed and reflected is energy damage, and physical damage can only be reduced. For another example, even if the Kirby beast can absorb energy damage, the premise must be that it can withstand it. In addition to these, there are also many restrictions on the Kirby beast in the process of absorbing energy attacks. Not only have to endure the pain caused by the energy attack falling on the body, it is also necessary to control these energy not to explode and return the same way while enduring the severe pain. It is precisely because of these many conditions that the ability of the Kirby beast sounds very powerful, but it is actually very tasteless. The reason why the effect just now is so good is entirely because Boyle, who is the user, has a unique talent. Athena, how many died? After getting used to the severe pain from his lower body, Boyle asked his teammates, if there are not many casualties on the opposite side, we have to retreat temporarily. Retreat? Before Boyle could finish speaking, a dissatisfied voice suddenly came from behind him. As my messenger, why are you so timid? Boyle. I'm numb, why did this King Mo come back at this time? Chapter 135 Spare a large circle of Arthas. Boyle, you have disappointed me too much Nian. Behind Boyle and Athena, Arthas, who had just completed his mission and came to check the battle status of his subordinates, approached slowly. After flicking his tail restlessly twice, Arthas, who was dissatisfied, looked at Boyle. I specially asked Suwu to give you the blessing of recovering physical strength and magic power, so that you can continue to fight for your sake, instead of retreating when you encounter difficulties. The enemy is just a group of featureless lower-level gods, and there is no threat at all except a little more. Faced with such an enemy, as my messenger, you want to retreat, are you prepared to lose my face? 66. The Great King of Meows, you misunderstood what I meant. Feeling the severe pain on his body, Boyle, who was unable to describe the pain, was silent for a while, and then explained, although the enemy is stupid, in the end, he is a god who understands the law 5. Just relying on the round of counterattacks just now, it is impossible to annihilate everyone at once. So the retreat mentioned by the subordinates is just to avoid the second round of the enemy's attack and adjust his state to facilitate the re-attack. There is absolutely no intention to escape. 35. In other words, even with the blessing of the protracted war, you still can't meet my expectations. After squinting his eyes and looking at Boyle, Arthas finally turned his gaze to the reinvigorated gods in the distance. Give you two choices, either find a way to convert your faction to undead to get my blessing, or find a way to improve your own strength so that you can fight 1 against 10. 99. If the subordinates can't do it, then I will personally kill you and turn the corpse into an undead. Arthas replied without hesitation, don't think that I don't know the thoughts of you and Athena. If you want to get enough benefits, give me the corresponding performance. 35. Tisk, is another guy popping up. Looking at Arthas who was talking to Boyle in the distance, Beckett, who avoided the attack just now, smashed his tongue, turned to the person beside him and asked, how is the situation? 4 died. A strong man who was bleeding continuously replied, half of the remaining people were seriously injured and could no longer fight. Trouble, 39. Faced with this tragic situation, Beckett was silent for a while, and then said to the strong man Hodge, you take the seriously injured person to temporarily retreat through the cross-border teleportation circle. I will take the rest of the people to test it again, and if there is no chance, I will give up this side. I understand. Faced with Beckett, who had already made up his mind to abandon his base camp, the brawny Hodge also knew that now was not the time to hesitate. Then I'll withdraw first, Boss Beckett, be careful. Don't worry. 35. Beckett turned around and looked again in the direction of Boyle and the others in the distance. I don't know where another guy came out, but it's only 3, 2. Before he finished speaking, Boyle, who noticed that there were only 2 enemies left in the distance, suddenly froze in place. Impossible, I was clearly staring at that side just now. Although he was explaining his orders to the strong man Hodge, Boyle, who had a cautious personality, had been watching the enemy in the distance from the corner of his eye. However, under such strict guard, the other party disappeared without a sound. Disappeared is the cat that appeared last. Could it be the legendary ghost cat? Unfortunately, I wasn't such a famous creature before I became an undead. Leaving behind the brawny Hodge, who had turned into a mummified corpse, Arthas, who appeared behind Beckett at some point, said, and you look down on yourself too much. 55. If I was really the kind of existence who was born to master the laws of space, the moment you saw me, you would already be dead meow. Certainly. Retracting the palm that penetrated Beckett's chest, Arthas concluded, even if I am not a ghost cat, this ending will not change. Athena. What's the matter? 35. Did you see clearly? Looking at the gods who are constantly being harvested like leeks in the distance. Boyer, who thinks he is stronger than ordinary lower gods, rubbed his eyes and began to doubt his life. Why can't I see Lord Arthas's move 5? It's a problem if you can see clearly. The corner of Athena's mouth twitched and said, no matter how harmless you are, Lord Arthas is still in the same position as the woman who disintegrated the Orc Alliance. If there is no such level of strength, why should the 2 of us take the initiative to come to the door and surrender? But Lord Arthas always says that he is the only commander-in-chief in the territory. Looking at the gods of the Beckett Alliance who were all dead in the distance, Boyle's forehead shed a cold sweat and said, I thought her fighting power would be slightly weaker than others. It's really weak, what's the problem? Master Arthas. Hearing the voice that suddenly appeared in his ear, Boyle, who was still talking badly behind his back, suddenly stiffened. I just meant. Stop your useless explanations. Walking past Boyle who was kneeling on the ground, Arthas waved his hand indifferently. If you want to compare someone else, I will indeed be angry. But if you compare me with King Yu and the others, then I will definitely be weaker in one-on-one combat. Recalling the few friends who grew faster than the last, Arthas sighed helplessly. It's good to live as long as possible. If my birth time was a little longer, I wouldn't be pulled away by such a big distance. Meow 35. Master Arthas will never be weaker than anyone in the future. Well, this sentence is well said, I like it very much. Looking at Boyle, who was in a cold sweat, Arthas, who was in a much better mood, said to him and Athena beside him, go and recover the battlefield. Except for this world, the god-level combat power of all the worlds under the Baker Alliance has been eradicated by me. Let's set off now, take my undead army and divide it into 2 ways to recover all the materials in these worlds. That's 7 small worlds meow. 35. After bouncing around Suwu for several times, Arthas, who had never stopped flicking his tail, began to take credit and said, if it were normal, it would take more than a day to travel. 55. But with my cleverness, I managed to catch the moment when the other party held a celebration and all the cross-border teleportation circles would be temporarily opened in both directions. 99. Not only did I go to all the worlds to mark the spatial coordinates in a short period of time, but I also cleaned up all the god-level enemies and completed the recovery of materials. 5. What the hell? Am I very good? 35. Really impressive. Putting down the report in his hand, Suwu stretched out his hand and touched the head of Arthas. With this extra income, the dream world is only 1 step away from the advanced intermediate world, and it's doing a good job. 99. Hehe, it's good to know that I'm good. Nodding with satisfaction, a smile appeared on Arthas' face. That's why you don't always call me a stupid cat, but if you really want to do it, I'm still very powerful meow. If your performance on weekdays has been so reliable, then I naturally wouldn't call you that. Then you look good. Facing Mawu's reply, Arthas said without stage fright, 66. I have mastered the secret of winning, and I will definitely satisfy you in the future meow. The secret to winning. Suwu looked at Arthas curiously, tell me about it. 35. The principle is actually quite simple. Arthas raised a finger and shook it, talking about his latest discovery, just get 2 reliable men, meow. I don't need to think about the specifics at all. Just say the request and make a little threat. No matter how harsh the conditions, those who seek refuge with me will give a concrete solution. Mawu. What a devil party this is. If you can't think of a satisfactory plan, you will come up and see you, absolutely. Looking at the proud Arthas in front of him, Suwu seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly asked, the specific plan for this operation, shouldn't the remnants of the 2 Orc Alliance come up with you? It was the 2 of them who thought, is there a problem? No problem, I just suddenly figured out some strange points in the report. 55. Putting away the report, Mawu sighed helplessly and said, I said, why did you go around in such a big circle to accomplish your goal? Circling in circles. That's right. Mawu nodded. Your 2 subordinates don't understand your strength, don't you have a count of your own? As far as the gods in the so-called Baker Union are concerned, even if they get together, they are not enough for you to kill with 1 hand. As long as you find a way to sneak in and attack on the day of the festival, you can completely kill all the enemies slowly, good money is good, and then use the cross-border magic circle to conquer other worlds. Instead of teleporting around in that row of cross-border magic circles like a stupid cat whose butt is on fire, and finally rushing back to rescue his men. But Boyle and Athena both say it's the most successful option. That's because their eyes are limited and cannot imagine how far you can do it. Mawu raised his right hand and tapped Arthas on the head. Compared to colliding with dozens of lower-level gods head-on, in their opinion, they should take the lead in weakening a wave of the enemy's combat effectiveness, and then let you go on the field to ask safer. 95. At that time, Even if the enemy has finished retreating, you who have already gone to those worlds in advance to engrave the spatial coordinates, you can directly catch up to complete the repair. 35. From the planning point of view, it is really good, even considering the situation that the cross-border teleportation circle is destroyed by the enemy when they retreat, and it cannot be chased. Of course, you don't have to be discouraged, I'm just reminding you of some low-level loopholes. Looking at Arthas, whose ears were drooping on his head, Ma Wu paused for a moment, touched the other's head and said, "From the results, you have indeed made a great contribution this time. Any reward you want? Have eat." The instantly refreshed Arthas raised his paw and patted the storage ring in Su Wu's hand. "I want to go to the auction with you." Su Wu? What the hell is an auction? Chapter 136, The Indescribable Existence. Abel's Invitation Letter. Grade, Special. Effect, with an invitation to go to the Boar Realm, you can bring up to one attendant to participate in the upcoming Abel auction. Note 1, Abel is an intermediate god attached to the Light God realm, and his daily task is to win over neutral Lord forces to join the Light God realm forces. Note 2, this invitation letter was given to Beckett by Abel in order to win over the Baker Alliance. Note 3, one of the final items of this auction is the sss-level Lord skill card. Following Arthas's prompt, Su Wu quickly found information about the auction from the storage ring. Looking at the invitation letter in his hand, Ma Wu, who could see a lot of hidden information through his true eyes, stayed on Note 3. sss-level Lord skill card. This is undoubtedly a great attraction for Ma Wu, whose territory level has risen to level 6 and has an extra Lord skill bar. But the problem is a mid-level god attached to the Light God realm. Glancing at the contents of Note 1, Ma Wu's gaze shifted to Arthas, whose face was full of anticipation. "Are you sure you want to go to the auction?" "Uh-huh." Arthas nodded heavily and replied, "I've wanted to go to an auction for a long time. This time I finally got a chance, I don't want to miss it." "Can you tell me why?" Ma Wu looked curiously at Arthas in front of him. Since he came into contact with this stupid cat, it was the first time he had seen the other party put so much effort into things other than the construction of the undead empire. "Actually, it's not a complicated reason." Arthas scratched his hair, and said a little embarrassedly, "This matter involves a wish in my lifetime." Previously. Su Wu was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted, "Are you talking about what happened before you became an undead?" "Yes." Arthas affirmed. "You should also know that, with the exception of some special creatures, the members of the undead race are basically formed from the dead. In this regard, even me is no exception. The main reason why I want to go to the auction with you is that I was promised this thing before, but it was never completed." 35. This is a rare opportunity, I want to relieve one of my regrets while satisfying my curiosity. Of course, about the information about the god called Abel, I have also learned from the following people. Looking at Ma Wu in front of him, Arthas, who has always been reckless, hesitated for a while and added, "There is the sphere of influence of the Light God realm. If you have any police thoughts that are inconvenient to take with me, I can accept it too. You don't have to worry about that." 99. After touching Arthas's head, Su Wu showed a smile on his face and said, "Anyway, he is the one who brought me this invitation letter. It is not difficult to satisfy your wish. 5. And have I told you that I'm going there in person?" "What?" Asses was stunned just thinking about what he was going to, and looked at Su Wu in surprise. "Aren't you going to the auction?" "Why should I go?" Looking at the stupid cat who hadn't reacted, Su Wu showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Didn't you yourself say that it is the territory of the Bright God realm, so why should I risk the danger to go there?" "Well, what you said seems to make sense." Nia 35. After realizing it, Arthas nodded and looked at Ma Wu curiously. "In that case, who do you decide to send with me?" "It's up to you to decide for yourself." Su Wu shoved the invitation letter into Arthas's hand. Except Alicia, Shiraori, and Elena who is not in the territory, you can invite everyone else. 35. When you find a suitable teammate, bring her over to find me, and then I will explain some things to you in detail. 99. Got it, meow. Taking the invitation in his arms, Arthas, who had already made up his mind, said, I'm going to find Kang Yu. Although the relationship with each other is not particularly good. But when it comes to reliable teammates, the first person to appear in Arthas' mind is still the expressionless blue-haired girl. Asses. Looking at the cat ear loli who turned and left, Suwu suddenly asked, Can I ask you one thing? Hey? Of course you can, meow. Arthas looked at Mawu unconcernedly, I haven't done anything wrong, so there's nothing I can't ask. 99. It's not about that. Suwu paused and added, it's about before you became an undead. 35. What happened before? Faced with this unexpected question, Arthas scratched his hair in annoyance and said, although it's not a pleasant memory, if Wu Are You wants to ask, just ask. 99. Then I asked. After getting permission from Arthas, Mawu directly asked the question he cared about most without hesitation. Do you remember the culprit that made you undead? 35. Of course I remember that. 35. Arthas, who was trying to recall the other party's appearance, said, it's a slightly special lower-level god of the undead race. What's special? Well, I can't say exactly how to describe it. Dab. Facing Mawu's questioning, Asas sighed helplessly and said, actually, this is the most special aspect of the other party. It cannot be described in words or expressed in images. But you can rest assured that the other party is already dead. Looking at Mawu with a thoughtful look on his face, Arthas quickly added, so don't worry about finding the enemy Naya. 35. Did you kill it with your own hands? That's not it. Arthas shook his head. It's just that when I woke up again and turned into an undead, the other party's body was lying not far from me. Although it's a pity that I can't take revenge myself, but since I'm dead, I can't help it. Then I'll ask you one last question. Silently staring at Arthas in front of him, Mawu asked, do you know who the person who killed that unknown god is? I have investigated this matter, but the results are not very ideal. 35. Arthas replied, with the small world where I woke up as the center, there is not a single living person in the surrounding small world. Except for the fact that I finally learned that the area has been brought under the jurisdiction of the Lord of the Undead, nothing else has been traced. After saying everything he knew, Arthas was silent for a while, then raised his head and looked into Suwu's eyes. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Did you learn some unknown information through those eyes? No, the opposite is true. 55. Looking at the cat-eared loli in front of him, Mawu, who was constantly having rainbow lights in his eyes, replied truthfully, I can't see anything, that's why I ask you about it. 99. Don't you have real eyes? Faced with this unexpected answer, Arthas asked in a puzzled way, why can't I see it? Even if you ask me about this, I can't give a specific answer. Looking at the fate line spreading to the past on Arthas, Mawu shook his head and said, I have used all the means that can collect information. But whether it is the eye of truth or the observation of the fate line, it can only be traced back to the time when you recovered after you became an undead, and if you look further forward, it will be inexplicably blurred. I haven't figured out the reason for what I said before, and now, after hearing what you said in person, I think the problem may lie in the special god you mentioned. You mean that the other party is not dead? It wasn't me who was at the scene at the time, so it's up to you to judge whether the other party is dead or not, but... Looking at Arthas whose face was instantly tangled, Suwu continued, there should be no problem with your memory. Then it'll be fine, Naya. Arthas, who was still worried about whether the enemy was dead or not, instantly said with relief, since you said so, then the enemy is basically dead. As for the troublesome question of who is that special guy and who killed it, I'll leave it to you to think about it slowly. Also works. Looking at this carefree stupid cat, Su Wu smiled helplessly. When I have a chance to find out the specific situation in the future, I will tell you the result of this matter. Then leave it to you. After waving at Su Wu, Arthas ran out of the room with his short legs. I went to Kang Yu to discuss the auction, meow. 66. Looking at the back that gradually disappeared from his field of vision, Ma Wu's eyes returned to the fate line in front of him. He was naturally happy that his servants could not take revenge. 18. After collecting the relevant information, can you penetrate the blockade and see the hidden real situation? Looking at the jelly-like monster that appeared on the fate line and formed by the convergence of eyeballs and mouths, Ma Wu, who was already in debt, touched his chin with a look of emotion on his face. A thing similar to a clone has this kind of strength, and it seems to be a troublesome enemy. Chapter 137, Isis, Goddess of Life. The south side of the void. The area where Kang Yu annihilated the hunting legion with one strike. A large number of top-level reconnaissance units from the mechanical god realm gathered here, constantly analyzing the residual information on the scene. Quite a while. A captain's reconnaissance plane, which looked more ornate in decoration than other aircraft, stopped its search and began to organize the information it had collected and reported it upwards. Application for reconnaissance aircraft Z997, please connect to the database. The connection is successful, and the information update starts. The SLB-37 area reconnaissance is over, and the residual energy attribute is detected as ice, and the residual energy concentration is about 123 times that of the rest of the battlefield. Preliminary speculation, the SLB-37 area is the final place where the conjoined army was annihilated. Besides this, according to the coordinates of link L1098 when the information was updated, the SLB-37 area is also where the opponent accidentally discovered the sss-level hunting target Revel Phoenix, and the S-level hunting target Rysel Phoenix Place. Concluded that the unknown target is likely to be related to the Phoenix family. The information update is over, waiting for the latest update from the Supreme Commander. Just as the Z997 reconnaissance plane was updating its intelligence, a huge divine might suddenly enveloped the area. After detecting this divine power, the Z997 reconnaissance plane took the initiative to interrupt the reporting action and turned around to look not far away. I saw a beautiful woman in an aqua green dress standing there for some time, with a soft smile on her face. Target confirmed, Isis, the goddess of life. Ask, why are you hiding in the dark? Isn't it normal for me to hide and check the situation when I see you wandering around here with such a big fanfare? Seeing that the reconnaissance body turned to her, Isis's red lips with long brown hair and exuding vitality lightly opened, but thanks to her, I seem to have heard something interesting. 99. Can you tell me why you are here? Rejection, this operation is the top secret of the mechanical god realm. Top secret? Looking at the reconnaissance plane in front of her, Isis's soft facial features moved slightly, and a meaningful smile appeared on her face. If I heard correctly just now, you mentioned the Supreme Commander in your report. Negative. As far as I know, the mechanical overlord is in a state of deduction all the year round and ignores foreign affairs. The development of the mechanical god realm is all under the responsibility of a special type body under his command who has never shown his face. Facing the denial of the reconnaissance plane, Isis, who was completely unaffected, said to herself, in this case, it seems that there is only one who can be called the Supreme Commander by you. With that conclusion, the rest of the guesswork is much simpler. According to past experience, the top-secret missions issued by the plenipotentiary agent of the mechanical god realm basically involve battles at the level of higher gods. 39. And then that's the point now. Feeling the cold air that permeated the void around her, Isis passed over the reconnaissance plane Z997 without any delay and came to its rear. There has been a fight at the higher god level here. As for the result, judging from the sentence you just said, the linked body army was annihilated. It is you who lost. Guess it is certain, the 1st Brigade of the Hunting Legion was completely destroyed here before 8134. Why are you suddenly willing to tell the truth? Facing Z997's reply, the smile on Isis's face became brighter and brighter. Isn't it top secret? It's really good to tell me this, outsider. Answer, if it is guessed, there is no need to hide it. Agreed. Please Goddess Isis not to spread this news at will, and the mechanical god realm is willing to provide a certain remuneration as a hush money. No rumors? This is no good. Looking at the reconnaissance plane slowly pulling away from the surrounding area, Isis shook her head casually and said, I shouldn't be obliged to help the enemy who killed me to hide the information. 99. Correct, this machine is not ready to attack the goddess Isis. Then what about the 1st Brigade of the Hunting Legion that has been wiped out? The divine power that filled the air began to intensify. Under this enormous pressure, all the reconnaissance units stationed in this area were all fixed in place and could not move any further. Warning! Please stop the goddess of Isis. Warning! This machine is in a state of connection with the database, and you can upload your actions at any time. Warning! The Tree of Eternity is in a sleeping state. As the superior goddess of the elves, your actions here will trigger a war between the elves and the mechanical world. I overheard all your reports just now. 35. Facing the warning from Z997, Isis did not hesitate. On the contrary, the smile gradually disappeared from the face of this gentle goddess, replaced by indifferent eyes full of murderous intent. Seeking flowers 0. Since it was an accidental target that was discovered, it is also an unknown entity associated with the accidental target in your mouth that annihilated the Nexus army. 35. Then who would be the real target of the fight with the Hunting Legion? Could it be me, who happened to be passing by with an important item? Refused to answer, this information is top secret. Boom boom boom. The next second when Z997 refused to answer, a violent explosion suddenly sounded from all around. Perceiving all the teammates around him who had lost contact in a short period of time, Z997 was silent for a while and continued to speak. Warning, I have uploaded your actions to the database, please prepare for the war to start. 66 War? The elves are really underestimated. Looking at the reconnaissance plane left in front of her, the gloomy Isis slowly walked in front of it. You should be watching me through this pile of scrap metal, the supreme commander of the mechanical god realm. 99. No, this machine is the reconnaissance plane Z997, and it is not connected to the supreme commander. It doesn't matter if you don't want to admit it. Facing Z997, who was still stubborn, Yuxi replied indifferently, I just want to tell you one thing. The eternal tree is indeed sleeping, but I hope you don't forget why it was sleeping. Except for the Abyss Lord who has colluded with the outer gods, all the Lord gods in the void owe the Tree of Eternity a favor. 35. If the mechanical overlord really doesn't even want his own face, then let's go to war. Raising the wooden bow in her hand, Isis finally said, no matter what position it is, the Dream Dragons will not choose to watch this war by the sidelines. Let me see how your mechanical overlord can fight against more than one main god alone. 35. Arrows emitting green light passed through Z997's chest, causing a burst of explosions. Looking at the mechanical wreckage in front of her, Isis was silent for a while, and finally her eyes slowly moved not far away. Although the way the other party hides is very clever. But for her who holds 7% of life authority, the other party's life breath is still too conspicuous. Haven't seen you for a long time. Isis, whose eyes penetrated the space and looked at each other, showed a gentle smile on his face again. Elena. P.S. The fingers are not very comfortable, the number of words in the third chapter is a little less today. Chapter 138 The Decision of the Elves. Long time no see, Isis. Under the silver brilliance, Elena, who slowly walked out of the space mezzanine, raised her head and looked at the goddess of life in front of her with complex eyes. I didn't expect you to be a superior god. Isn't that normal? Facing Elena, whose tone was full of emotion, Isis shrugged helplessly and said, "We elves have only two main gods. After you were attacked and disappeared by the Lord of the Abyss, my treatment has increased several times visibly. Even the troublesome things like life authority, those old guys have collected 5% for me, which is really enough. Is it really good to say such a thing in front of me?" Glancing at Isis, who was still smiling, Elena curled her lips and said, "I understand the truth, but hearing you say that is really annoying." "Well, don't be angry." Looking at Elena, whose appearance had not changed in any way compared to the past, Isis's mouth showed a wry smile. "Although the benefits are much more than before, the burden is also much heavier. Manage the world of the elves, make diplomacy with the rest of the main gods, and lead the team to snatch things. Except for cultivation, I have basically never stayed in the eternal god realm. It's really not easy to hear you say that." 387. Recalling that in addition to cultivating in the dream world, she has been studying the daily life of flowers and plants, and Elena showed an embarrassed smile on her face. There is no harm without contrast. Looking at it this way, the workload on Mahu's side is indeed surprisingly small. Speaking of which, you can go to Eternal God's domain with me later. As if thinking of something, Isis suddenly changed the subject and said, "It's time for you to pick up some things. The power of the moon left by Lord Artemis." "That's right." Isis nodded. That month's authority should have been placed in the inheritance of the moon god. But Lord Artemis was worried that there would be a problem with the inheritance, so he placed it in the Tree of Eternity. Later, the eternal tree fell into a deep sleep, and the storage location of that authority was transferred to Elder Luna. After so many years, Elder Luna has been helping you to keep this power of the moon well, waiting for you to come and collect it. Wait for me to pick up." Hearing Isis's words, Elena suddenly fell silent. She appeared here naturally because of Mahu's orders. According to the other party's statement, as long as you hide your aura and hide here silently, it won't be long before you get the authority of the moon that will be delivered to your door. Although it sounds weird. But judging from the current progress, everything went as smoothly as the other party expected. Reunited with my old friend Isis, was invited to the eternal god realm, and regained the authority of the moon that belonged to me. Logically speaking, she should be happy now. But it went so well. Looking at Isis, who was inviting her in front of her, Elena, who was enveloped in a huge sense of disobedience, fell silent. "Elena, what's wrong?" Isis tilted her head in confusion. "Is there something urgent, so it is not convenient to go to the eternal god realm immediately? If you need help, just tell me. Even with the limitation of the gods' pact that you can't do anything casually, you can still solve some small troubles for you. Why don't you surprise me at all?" The enthusiastic voice was interrupted and replaced by Elena's puzzled question. "I've actually been waiting for your answer, but you don't seem to have taken the initiative to bring it up." I suddenly asked a difficult question. Facing Elena's question, Isis, who knew that she couldn't interrupt the mess, sighed. "Because it's not something worth mentioning. I'm actually quite happy to see you appear safe and sound, and you didn't even go down the wrong path for revenge. As for why I wasn't surprised to see you appear, from your expression, you should have some guesses. 5. Is it the Tree of Eternity?" "Yes," Isis affirmed. "At that time, the Tree of Eternity actually wanted to save you and bring you back to the Eternal Realm." 99. I understand. After interrupting Isis again, Elena, who had personally confirmed the truth from the other party's mouth, showed a relieved expression. "I heard about it from a partner. The Lord of the Abyss dared to act at that time, but the root cause was that the Tree of Eternity was seriously injured after fighting the powerful enemy outside the void." 35. In that situation, the eternal tree can still save me, and I'm actually quite satisfied. 66. You can understand. Realizing that Elena didn't just wake up, but woke up for a while and calmly thought about the reason, a sad look flashed in Isis's eyes. In order to save you, the Tree of Eternity, which was seriously injured at that time, went directly into a deep sleep. You must have heard of what happened after that. Of course I heard. Knowing what Isis was talking about, Elena paused and continued, take advantage of all the cutting-edge battle power of the elves to go out and trade with the major cutting-edge forces in the void. 99. The Abyss army is fully dispatched, destroying all the worlds where the gods and moon spirits exist. Now that I think about it, the other party will do such a crazy act, it should be to find the missing me. 99. A look of sadness also flashed in Elena's eyes. As one of the beings who have recently approached the Lord God, the power of the moon left by Lord Artemis is as high as 40%. Without the slightest leakage of information, the Lord of the Abyss believes that it is normal for me, who has obtained the inheritance of the moon god, to have that authority. It is a treasure enough to make a Lord God's heart move. In addition, the Tree of Eternity happened to be seriously injured during that time. On the south side of the void, there are only two main gods, the Tree of Eternity and the Lord of the Abyss. The time and place are right and everyone is gathered. In order to be able to go further, it was also to be expected that the other party suddenly started to slaughter the god moon elves afterwards. You're calmer than I thought. The other side. Facing Elena's calm reply, Isis, who could hear the determination of the other party, asked, what are your plans now? Give despair to the Lord of the Abyss. Elena replied without hesitation, since it is so eager for power, then I will destroy everything about him myself. Destroy his abyss, and rob him of all the power of law in his hands. 5. Besides that, I want to knock him down to the gods, so that he will never see the possibility of rising. The answer this time is as expected. Aren't you ready to persuade me? How can it be persuaded to move? A wry smile appeared on Isis' face and said, even my life spirit, after losing so many compatriots, has the idea of fighting the abyss. 35. How could you, the descendant of the god Moon Elf's patriarch, give up revenge for the clan? In fact, the fact that you can keep calm after waking up is already the best state we expected, and I can't ask for more. It's really tolerant enough. In the face of Isis's unexpected and reasonable reply, Elena was silent for a while and then said, I have something to tell you, I can no longer be regarded as an elf in my position. Not only now, but also should not return to the elves in the future. The reason? 35. Isis asked calmly. A lot of. Elena replied, the other party is the benefactor who woke me up from my slumber and told me everything. Besides that, he's also the only one who gave me a chance to get my revenge in a short amount of time. There is absolutely no room for refutation. After listening to Elena's reply, Isis sighed and said, although I don't know who the other party is, if you say so, then there is nothing you can do. But before following the opponent to complete revenge, let me go back to the eternal god's domain first. Isis once again sent an invitation, since you want to eradicate the Lord of the Abyss with your own hands, you must at least have enough strength to go around. Are you sure you want to do this? 99. Elena, who understood what Isis meant, was a little surprised. That is 40% of the power of the law, handed over to a person who is no longer an elves. It's just that you don't think so. 35. Interrupting Elena's words, Isis said, all the elders of the elf clan, including me, have unanimously approved a matter a long time ago. No matter what you do after you wake up, everyone in the elves will choose to support. It's not mercy, it's the most powerful retaliation we've ever made to avenge the abyss, understand? 99. You also learned badly from those old guys. After staring at Isis for a few seconds, Elena sighed helplessly. Since you elders have said so, then I can make another request with 0.1. Any request? Give me a small branch of the eternal tree. 35. What about the use? Strengthen one of my comrades. If successful, the difficulty of attacking the abyss will be reduced a lot. 5. Yes. 35. Isis nodded, then took out a 2-meter-long branch from the storage ring and said, as long as you sign a contract with me, then I can decide to give it to you by myself. Are you sure? Elena looked at Isis suspiciously. If the information I got is correct, the reason why the hunting corps of the mechanical god realm is ambushing here is to obtain the branches of the eternal tree from you. You do it without consulting the other elders. Don't worry about that. Isis took out several longer branches again and said, the number of branches of the eternal tree on my body can make the mechanical god realm lose its sense. If it's just one piece, as long as you are willing to sign the contract, it won't matter if I give it to you at my own discretion. And if I really want to say, this thing can't be considered a gift to you. Feeling the chill still surrounding her body, Isis, who realized something from Elena's words just now, laughed. It would be more appropriate to say that it was a life-saving gift. Chapter 139, Rias's Disadvantages. West side of the void. A demon with 6 arms on his body and covered with green scales seemed to sense something, stopped his hurry and turned his head to look not far away. I saw a woman with an enchanting body and beautiful red hair standing there at an unknown time. It's finally here, 6-armed snake Mo Tuanbai. Demon Lord Lucifer. Toynbee, who recognized the identity of the other party at a glance, widened his eyes and seemed to see something unbelievable. Why are you here? This is the hinterland of the Demon King Leviathan, aren't you afraid of being found and besieged? If you want to say that you are afraid, you are naturally afraid. There is a Demon King's base nearby, and there are not many ways to influence me. B. 99. Rias, who had been lying in ambush here for several hours, showed a smile as she looked at Toynbee, who was secretly sending a letter in front of her. How can I meet you under this circumstance without taking such a level of risk, Toynbee? You lunatic! Mad! Rias tilted her head in confusion. Why do you say that? Risk and opportunity coexist, isn't that what you once told me? By betraying me in exchange for the benefits, you have successfully pushed the conversion rate of your divine body to 60%, allowing yourself to occupy a place even among the intermediate gods. 99. Since that's the case, you should also be prepared to be called by me. How can you be ready? Taking advantage of the interval between the conversation between the two, Toynbee, who had finished the short-term charge, summoned a large number of corrosive poisonous balls emitting black light to appear beside him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh 23. Under his control, the corrosive poison ball exuding a terrifying aura surrounded Rias, and then quickly smashed towards her. Seizing this opportunity, Toynbee turned around without any hesitation, and rushed towards the Levi world not far away with all his strength. I have already reported the news of your presence here to Lord Leviathan, it will not take a minute for him to come with the army. 35. If you want to die, you madman, die by yourself. I won't stay here to be buried with you. 35. Madness. Glancing at the black poison ball that was already close at hand, Rias raised her white right palm to face Toynbee, who was escaping into the distance. Looking at your appearance, I should have not forgotten my strength. In that case, do you think you can run away? 99. A huge magic circle formed in front of Rias' right palm in an instant. In the next second, the beam of light that destroyed everything spewed out into the distance. It is the breath of the light of the end. 99. Half a minute later, Leviathan, who was belatedly arrived, looked at the remaining energy around him, and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. I didn't expect that Rias guy to be so daring to come here alone. Lord Leviathan. We found this. A tall Balrog walked over and handed an arm covered with green scales to Leviathan. From the perspective of breath, it should be Lord Toynbei's arm. 99. Don't look at it, Toynbei is dead. For Leviathan, who had seen Rias cast Doomsday Light, he knew very well what level of attack it was. Not to mention Toynbei, who is just stronger than ordinary intermediate gods, even he is not sure to take it down. Everyone obeys and immediately follows me through the transboundary teleportation circle to. Give it up, Leviathan. Mammon? Leviathan, whose orders were interrupted, frowned and looked at his ally who appeared beside him. Why are you here? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. I have something to discuss with you. Facing Leviathan's inquiry, the two heads on the top of Mammon's head replied one by one, just when I saw you rushing this way, I caught up with you. We'll talk about that later. Leviathan said impatiently, if you come, just teleport to the world ahead with me to block Rias. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as the opponent is successfully blocked, even if the woman cannot be killed directly, she can be seriously injured by taking advantage of the position. Then we can. Give it up. 35. Facing Leviathan's request, Mammon's left head interrupted again, we can't catch up with her. What's the reason? That woman's ally is a guy who has power over space. Space Authority, 35. Hearing Mammon's reply, Leviathan, who understood what it meant, suddenly fell silent. Is the news reliable? 99. Reliable. The head on the left side of Mammon nodded and said, this is the news I got from a man named Su Wu, it is absolutely impossible to go wrong. Mahu. Leviathan, who heard the name for the first time, looked at Mammon suspiciously. Who is that? Your ally? 9. A very mysterious guy. Mammon's right head showed a strange smile and said, I can introduce you when I have the opportunity. How does revenge feel? 35. It's bad. Rias raised her head, who was holding her fingers, and a melancholy expression appeared on her beautiful face. I regret killing that guy directly, I should take it back and clean it up slowly. Unfortunately. Ma Wu, who was sitting across from him, spread his hands and said, I don't have the service of selling regret medicine here. Shouldn't you comfort me now? It doesn't look like it needs to be. I feel like I still need it. Glancing at Ma Wu, who was picking fruits from the fruit bowl, Rias sighed helplessly, this is an opportunity to increase my favorability, and you didn't take it well. Do you want to increase your favorability by 0.1 after you grasp it? 55. Swallowing the dragon blood fruit in his mouth, Ma Wu replied unmoved, compared to this kind of insignificant improvement, what I want more now is the option that can make you decide to join my territory. Why did you suddenly say your true purpose? Rias, who had already noticed Su Wu's vague hints, raised her eyebrows and said, I thought you would only say this after the Demon King's war was over. There is nothing wrong with your speculation. After fumbling twice in his arms, Su Wu took out a black ball and placed it in front of Rias. It's just that in my opinion, the battle of the Demon King is over, and now it's up to you to decide. My choice? Rias asked suspiciously, what do you mean? It's literally. Looking at Rias in front of him, Ma Wu's mouth showed a smile. Guess what, when you were ambushing that six-armed snake demon, where did Rival and I go? Levy World? Rias, who had guessed about this matter, replied, since you have personally penetrated into the enemy's hinterland, there must be something very important to do. And the only thing that can attract your attention around there seems to be the Leviathan's base camp. Half guessed right. 95. Ma Wu didn't continue to sell off, and replied directly, the most accurate answer is to go to the Liwei realm and reach the Mammon realm through the cross-border teleportation circle there. 95. Mammon realm. Even Rias, who was always calm, was still surprised after hearing Ma Wu's answer. Aren't you supposed to meet the Demon King Mammon? 35. Bingo. Why? Rias asked inexplicably, I can't imagine the reason why you risk to meet each other. It's not an adventure. Ma Wu denied. Even if it's his base camp, if I want to, I can kill him with Revel and get out. As for why you meet with each other. Ma Wu raised his right finger and pointed at Rias, it's to get an item that you can't refuse. 95. Items that cannot be refused. Rias set her eyes on the black ball in front of her. This thing is what Ma Wu just took out when 387 opened this topic. If nothing else, the item in the other party's mouth refers to this. After taking a careful look, Rias touched her chin and guessed, it looks like a soul container. It doesn't look like it, it's a large vessel for the soul. Su Wu tapped the black round ball with his fingers. I know you are full of doubts now, but I want to say that the soul stored in this is the soul of your former old subordinates, will you believe it? 5. I think it's better not to joke about this kind of thing. I'm not stupid enough to joke with you about this. Facing the unbelievable Rias, Su Wu sighed helplessly, do you know how the Demon King Mammon evaluates you? Careful, lucky, with the power of destruction that can evaporate everything in the world. 35. Besides that, it is also one of the higher level gods that is most likely to become the main god. It is an enemy that is very terrifying in all aspects after becoming an enemy. However, the shortcomings are also obvious. Looking at Rias, who still didn't reply, Su Wu continued to speak unconcernedly, I place too much importance on feelings. He seems to be indifferent to his subordinates, but he is very concerned about their deaths and injuries. Even in order to avenge a little devil who has never spoken, he took the initiative to injure the Demon King Leviathan who had just become a lower level god. 99. As long as this is done well, even if the strength of both sides is insufficient, there are still many things that can be manipulated. Like picking up the soul storage container on the table, Ma Wu put it in front of Rias. Unleash the soul of your former men in battle, and make you make a momentary mistake that will damage you. 99. What do you think is the probability of success of this plan? 35. Rias. Listening to Su Wu's calm inquiry, Rias, whose emotions were constantly tumbling like a stormy sea, slowly closed her eyes with a bitter smile on her face. 70%. Chapter 140 The Evil God Edgeworth. Demon King Mammon. It is different from Rias, who is famous in the void, or Leviathan, who is very famous on the west side of the void. The other party is not very famous in the void, and it can even be said that it has reached the level of obscurity. For a middle-level god with mythical-level aptitude and named as the Greedy Demon King, this is undoubtedly an unreasonable situation. But even more bizarrely, no one noticed it. In other words, even if someone noticed it, they would subconsciously attribute the reason to the fact that the opponent was not famous because of their limited strength. You must be suspicious. Ma Wu put down the soul storage container in his hand and said, although not everything is stored here, it is still the souls of your former old subordinates. As long as the operation is done properly, they can be completely recovered. From the standpoint of the enemy, there is no reason for the Demon King Mammon to do this. But the reality is that he did. Why do you think? To live. 35. After the momentary absence, Rias, who had calmed down again, began to analyze, in addition to being able to make me make mistakes at critical moments, as you said, these souls have another very important purpose. That is, after realizing that even if you hit me hard, you won't be able to defeat me, and use it as a life-saving trump card. You should have spoken to him. Rias looked at Ma Wu in front of her and asked, what are the conditions given by the other party? 35. The souls of all your old men, except for some of the squires killed by Leviathan. In addition, he is willing to spend 50% of his treasure savings as compensation. Well, the military general said slowly about the agreed terms, as long as you are willing to sign a contract with him so that he can survive completely, he can even send you information as an internal servant and cheat Leviathan. What a cunning guy! After hearing Ma Wu's words, Rias curled the corners of her mouth with some dissatisfaction and said, after doing so many disgusting things, there is still a way to get out of my body, which is really unpleasant. It's normal for you to be upset, but there is one thing I need to correct for you. Su Wu raised a finger and shook it, that guy has the ability to defeat you after hitting you hard. You underestimate him too much. I didn't underestimate him. Rias frowned and said, I have more cards than you think, even if I get hit hard. No, you will lose. Ma Wu interrupted again, if it wasn't for me, your odds of winning in this war would be pitifully small. Even with the help of the mythical dragon that never appeared, the ending is still the same. Facing Ma Wu with a very confident tone, Rias was silent for a while and then said, I am skeptical about whether you know all my cards. But there should be a reason for you to be so sure that I will lose. 35. I've already said the reason. Facing Rias, who hadn't reacted yet, Su Wu scratched his head helplessly and said, after being hit hard, you simply can't beat the Demon King Mammon. It's not a tactical thing, it's literally you lose the game of power. Just by him. Rias frowned and said, I have information about the Demon King Mammon. 35. The other party does not have any legal authority, and in terms of strength, it is similar to Leviathan. Judging from the intelligence collected over the years, the other party has not been involved in any major events. If he just cultivates in a normal way, his strength should not be able to reach the level you say. 35. Exactly. In the face of Rias' questioning, Su Wu nodded and said, if it's just the Demon King Mammon, he really can't do that. But the biggest question now is the Mammon who has been appearing in front of everyone really still the original Mammon? 35. It's not the original existence. Rias, who seemed to realize something, shuddered, and looked at Ma Wu in surprise. It shouldn't be possible for this to happen. As an old-fashioned Demon King, the contracts that guy has signed with other people can be said to be uncountable. 35. If the other party is actually replaced in silence by accident, then the contract will be affected to some extent. 5. Why hasn't anyone discovered the problem so far except you? Because there is no one who has contact with him except you, the former superior god, who is stronger than him. Recalling the information he had seen through the eye of reality, Ma Wu then sighed helplessly. Didn't you notice, Rias? Up until now, this Demon King's war has been on the surface as a war between you and Leviathan and Mammon. But in reality, you're the only one fighting the Leviathan. Looking at Rias, who was stunned, Ma Wu slowly told the real situation. As for the Mammon side, apart from the fact that the battle strength of the grassroots is somewhat damaged, none of the existences above the god level have been killed. 99. This situation should not be the result of your deliberate mercy. When did it start? Rias, who finally realized what happened, covered her head and widened her eyes in disbelief. I was affected by the opponent's ability without me noticing. How did that guy do it? The principle is simple. The door of the room was suddenly opened, and under Rias's gaze, a burly big demon walked in from outside. As long as you don't notice it, you can complete the guidance by getting in close contact with you a few times. 9. 6. Raglan. Looking at this familiar figure, Rias was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted. No. You are the guy who replaced Mammon. 99. Correct answer, you may call me Edgeworth. Glancing at Su Wu, who seemed not ready to speak, the big demon who called himself Edgeworth laughed. Master Rias, did this result surprise you enough? 99. What about Raglan? Isn't it right in front of you? 99. Edgeworth pointed to himself and said, I am not a high-end disguise, but the simplest physical invasion. It's no one else standing in front of you now, it's the Raglan you speak of. Of course, you don't have to get too excited. Glancing at Rias, whose terrifying magic power was gradually rising from her body, Edgeworth, who knew that sooner or later the car would overturn after playing like this, took the initiative and said, I am a life-sucking person. I will always leave myself a way to retreat before I really achieve my goal. You mean to say that Raglan is not dead? Asked Rias, who instantly understood the other party's potential meaning. Yes. Edgeworth nodded. Unlike the body of the demon Lord Mammon, this demon named Raglan was only temporarily occupied by my clone. As long as you want, you can completely destroy my clone without hurting this body. By the way, existential cognition is very limited in what you can do. Except for weakening my own sense of existence, none of the other effects can work on you, so you don't have to be so wary of me. Who are you? Hearing that there was no problem with her subordinates, Rias, who temporarily suppressed the killing intent, asked, what is the purpose of approaching me? When is the time to occupy, Hanos, Mammon's body? 5. You have so many questions. Faced with Lias' questioning, Edgeworth's gaze turned to Mawu, who was not far away. As a future partner, you won't be ready to watch the show until the end, Suwu. I'm your partner, not your nanny. Glancing at Edgeworth, who was prepared to be lazy, Mawu replied without changing his face, you better explain this kind of troublesome question to Rias. Although you are very important to my plan, your priority is actually one level lower than Rias, understand? If Rias is not satisfied, I will really kill you. Oh, how merciless! Faced with the existence of Suwu who disrupted all his plans, Edgeworth sighed helplessly, and then turned his eyes back to Rias. Since you are so curious about my identity, let me introduce myself again. 35. Puff. Under Rias's gaze, a tiny worm slowly crawled out of Raglan's mouth. My name is Edgeworth, an evil god who slipped in from the void to avoid death. Chapter 141 Subduing Rias. More than 20 days have passed since the dream world and void were connected. During this period of time, Mawu has done many other things besides constantly cultivating and controlling his own strength in the spiritual time room. Send people to neutral worlds to trade and acquire some scarce resources. Complete some simple special options and recruit some famous epic and legendary servants. According to the prompt of the sacred choice, send his own men to capture part of the small world under the command of the light god realm. Although it looks a bit bland. But in the process of silently developing and completing these little things, Suwu also gained a lot of information that only god-level existences are qualified to access. For example, basic conditions beyond the void. Are you a being outside the void? After listening to Edgeworth's self-introduction, Rias's eyes flashed with a hint of clarity. If so, many things can be explained. Void is not everything. As a former superior god, Rias has a deeper understanding of this matter. Just like countless world bubbles make up the void, there are also countless comprehensive worlds like the void, which constitute the chaos outside the void. Of course, compared with those comprehensive worlds that can be seen everywhere, the void is a special kind of chaos. To put it simply, the status of the void in the chaos is equivalent to the status of the super-large world in the void. It is the top and very rare kind. Looking at your appearance, it should not be a chaotic creature. 35. Carefully looking at the white worm in front of her eyes, Rias stroked her chin thoughtfully. You said just now that you came to the void to escape death. Could it be that the comprehensive world you originally lived in was destroyed? Not destroyed, Edgeworth denied. A more accurate way of saying 390 should be the fall. If nothing miraculous happened, that composite world would have turned into a breeding ground for monsters. No need to explain, I can understand about this. When Edgeworth seemed to be ready to say something, Rias took the initiative to interrupt. The types of disasters that can occur in chaos are endless, and I am not interested in knowing what caused the world you were originally in to fall. 5. I want to know another thing more than that. When did I escape to the body of the demon Lord Mammon occupied in the void? That's right. Rias nodded. Thousands of years ago, when I was reincarnated as a lord, I attacked my old subordinates. 99. Is it the Demon King Mammon or you, the evil god Edgeworth? I need to figure this out before I can decide my attitude towards you. The answer is naturally the latter. Edgeworth replied, or, it is precisely because the Demon Lord Mammon has a grudge against you that I will try my best to occupy his body. 99. Your target is me. Yes. Edgeworth replied indifferently, after so many conversations, you should have realized my situation. 5. Clone, full boarding, existential cognition, these are all my abilities. Translated in terms you can understand, I am a parasite whose body is very fragile and can only rely on the flesh of others to gain strength. 35. In the process of escaping from the original world to the void, the body I have been using has been destroyed. In order to regain enough power, I have to find a body that is at the top level in terms of aptitude and potential. So you're staring at me? Dab, looking at the white worm in front of her, Rias frowned. There is always a feeling of being underestimated. 9. Understood. Edgeworth sounded suspiciously. Why do I come to this conclusion? I have been treating you with the highest standards. 55. If it weren't for the appearance of the man opposite you, my original plan was to need. This topic can be brought to light. Glancing at Rias, who was not in a good mood, Su Wu took the initiative to interrupt. Rather than provoking Rias' anger, you should talk about your current plans now. 35. Then do what you want. Edgeworth, who was interrupted, didn't care. Under Rias's gaze, it controlled its avatar and slowly climbed to the black ball that stored its soul. The man named Ma Wu should have told you about the specific conditions. If you'll forgive me for the innocuous mistakes I've done over the years, and accept me as an ally. Except for the souls of your old subordinates and a lot of materials, I can even give up the body of the Demon King Mammon and send your real enemy to your door. 55. How? My sincerity is enough. It's quite enough. Facing Edgeworth's offer, Rias was silent for a while, then turned her eyes to Ma Wu. Although Edgeworth's true identity is just a fugitive whose hometown has been destroyed, Rias is well aware that the other party is not a kind person. After losing the powerful body he originally used, he was able to defeat the Demon King Mammon without the help of external forces. Then, without her noticing, she sent her avatar to the True Red Realm to start her own infiltration plan. No matter from what point of view, the other party did not live up to its title of evil god. However, it is such an evil god who always leaves a way out for himself and seeks a powerful body. He chose to let go after just finishing a conversation with Su Wu, and at the same time offered such a sincere condition. If there is nothing tricky about it, Rias herself doesn't believe it. Apart from what you've said so far, you should have talked to this guy about something else. Looking at Ma Wu, who was not looking at him, Rias asked bluntly, can you share the specific content with me? Of course you can, but can you tell me your answer before that? Su Wu raised his finger and pointed at the soul container in front of him. Not only did I help you avoid the ending of defeat, but I also won you such generous conditions. Your answer should not disappoint me. 66. I owe such a big favor, even if I try to find a reason to disappoint you, I can't find it. Facing Ma Wu's questioning, Rias showed a helpless wry smile. The guy who took advantage of my shortcomings is not only the evil god, and your so-called ally has never shown mercy. Because it's the only way to get there in a short amount of time. Closing the option page that only he can see in front of him, Su Wu said without changing his face, if you don't do this, even if I help you win the battle of the Demon King, I won't be able to let you in one breath. Promise. If the normal process is followed, it will take more than 10 years. Only 10 years? Rias retorted a little unconvinced, in your opinion, I am so easy to talk, at least it will take 100 years or even 1,000 years, right? That's the truth, and I'm not prepared to spend more than 10 years with you. Ma Wu replied unceremoniously, the seed of the Lord God who has mastered the authority of the law is indeed very attractive, but it is not necessary for me. If it really takes that long, then I'll give up the option of recruiting you and focus more on others while maintaining our alliance. 5. How I don't feel like you're saying it like a joke. Where did you see that I was joking? Glancing at Rias, who seemed a little unconvinced, Su Wu raised his eyebrows and said, I can understand the source of your confidence. But after so many encounters, it's beyond my expectation that you are still so confident. You mean, is there no problem with my perception? In the past, Rias, who could keep up with Mahu's thoughts at any time, questioned her guess for the first time. Whether it's Kang Yu, Macefield, or Revel whom I met not long ago, are they all on the same level as me? It's good that you can have this correct understanding. Unlike other people in Mahu's territory, Rias is a real powerhouse that has grown up. Not only did he have a large number of followers, he even cultivated a mythical dragon as his trump card. If this matter is not made clear, the other party is very likely to look down on others when they meet for the first time. People like Kang Yu who don't care are okay to say. But if it were replaced by Macefield or Revere, who were equally arrogant, there would be a fight. You asked me what else I talked to Edgeworth. 99. After smoothing out Ria's arrogance a little, Ma Wu turned his gaze to the white worm lying on the table. The content is actually quite simple. As long as he is willing to serve me and sign a contract, I will offer him a body that he cannot refuse. The seed of the main god who is at your hostile position. Almost. Ma Wu nodded. God of light, Lord of the abyss, this is the option I leave to him at the moment. 5. It's up to him to decide which one to choose. Rias. It's almost called? The south side of the void. At the same time as Mahu and Rias were talking, Elena, who set off with Isis, the goddess of life, finally arrived at the eternal realm. I really miss it. Looking at the familiar sight in front of her, Elena, who finally set foot on her homeland after sleeping for countless years, felt a little emotional. Compared to before, nothing has changed at all. 99. Actually, I want to optimize the environment on this side. Looking at the slightly slanted ancient tree not far away, a look of regret flashed in Isis' eyes. It turned out to be rejected by those old stubborn people, really. 35. Isis. Just when Isis was about to say something, a soft voice suddenly came from a distance. It's not a good habit to speak ill of other people behind their backs. P.S. I won't set the box repeatedly, chaos is the biggest world view. Chapter 142, The Awakened Tree of Eternity. Elder Luna? Looking at the beautiful woman in white dress walking slowly from the depths of the eternal god realm, Isis, who was still complaining, suddenly froze in place. Why did you come here in person? If you don't come in person, can you speak ill of the elders behind your back? 35. Looking at Isis, who suddenly became obedient, the elf called Luna said, there is also the matter of optimizing the environment you just said. Why do we reject your request, don't you know it yourself? Even if you say that, I still think there's nothing wrong with my design. Isis whispered like a child, design a three-dimensional elder statue with a variety of rare plants, and the momentum alone can suppress the visiting guests. Then can you tell me why your new elder is not included in your design plan? If this... Isis paused for a while and replied, of course it's because I'm the youngest, this kind of good thing should be enjoyed by Elder Luna first. 99. If you think you can beat me by being promoted to a higher level god, you can continue talking. Glancing at Isis, who was a little guilty, Luna, who was not ready to continue wrangling with the other party, turned her gaze to the green-haired girl beside her. Elder Luna. Facing this former teacher, even Elena couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Haven't seen you for a long time. It's been a long time indeed. 35. Although the news has been received in advance. However, Luna, who was still worried, looked at Elena carefully, and then nodded in satisfaction. It seems that Isis didn't lie to me, so I can relax. 99. 39. Needless to say, I have already understood your specific situation. After confirming that Elena's mental state was fine, Luna turned around and walked in the direction she came from. Come on, in addition to the authority of the month that belongs to you, I have some other things to give you. Prepare for war? Listening to the suggestion of the ally in the ear, Leviathan subconsciously frowned. The allies we can win over should not have reached the limit yet. Why do we do this? Because the rest are little characters that don't matter. Edgeworth, who was doing two things, controlled Mammon's body and replied, the reinforcements from the light god realm have arrived, and the words from the abyss have also been agreed. 35. In this case, there is absolutely no need for us to continue to stand still with each other. 35. Edgeworth's right head opened its mouth and spat out an arm covered in green scales. You should also understand from today's events that the line of defense we set up can't stop it at all. If you drag on, today's incident will happen again sooner or later. You shouldn't want to see this kind of thing. Of course not. Looking at the arm from the six-armed snake demon on the table, Leviathan's face turned gloomy. After Mammon reminded him, he also realized the seriousness of the problem. Since some of Ria's allies hold space authority, it means that the other party can make today's sneak attack at any time. If you continue to fight, even if you invite a lot of reinforcements, the people under your command may have suffered heavy casualties. With such an increase and a decrease, the overall combat power may not have changed drastically, but from the results, it is the verge of destruction of the Leviathan forces. Tisk, it's really troublesome enough. Leviathan, who had reacted, raised his head and looked at Mammon, who was sitting opposite him. We really have to prepare for war. Do you have any suggestions? Some. The head on the left of Mammon said, the preparations for the final battle will take about 3 days to complete. Before that, you can find someone who is not planned as reinforcements. Who? Moses, the god of space. Eternal realm. Accompanied by a mysterious wave that spreads around, a silver full moon slowly emerges in the sky. What's the situation? Looking at this full moon, a new god from the eternal god realm scratched his head in confusion. Who is so daring to liberate his own power in the eternal god realm? How dare you say it? 35. Not far from the newly promoted deity, an old-fashioned deity in hunting clothes instantly filled with admiration in his eyes. I always hear people say that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, but seeing it today really lives up to its reputation. Carefully perceive the direction of the fluctuation before speaking. The direction of the wave is coming. Hearing the words of the senior next to him, the face of the newly promoted god who had finished his perception suddenly turned pale. Senior, if I'm not wrong, that side seems to be. Trust yourself. The old-fashioned god in hunting clothes gave him a thumbs up and said, you are not wrong, that is the residence of Elder Luna. But you can rest assured that the current Elder Luna should not have the extra energy to monitor the situation of the eternal god realm. Looking at the younger generation whose legs were shaking like sieves, he opened his mouth and comforted, have you seen the moon in the sky? I see, isn't that Elder Luna's vision of the divine realm? You've just been promoted to a lower level god, and it's normal that you can't see through it. Actually, that's not a vision brought by God's domain. Looking at the full moon in the sky, the eyes of the old-fashioned god with intermediate god strength are full of envy. That is the embodiment of the authority of the moon. The deepest part of the eternal god realm. After dozens of minutes of inheritance, the full moon in the sky began to gradually dim. Noticing that the inheritance ceremony of authority had ended, the green-haired girl bathed in the moonlight slowly opened her eyes. How about it? Luna, who was not far away, asked, with so much power of the law, can you still control the power? Click. Just the second after Luna finished speaking, a cracking sound suddenly came into her ears. Looking at the pit that suddenly appeared under Elena's feet, she suddenly stopped, and she had a helpless smile on her face. Looks like I can't control it. Feel sorry. Feeling this unprecedented power, Elena, who had never been so strong even in her peak period, showed apology on her face. I accidentally forgot to exit the Shinryu state. After the sudden surge of power, it was not easy to control. Under this circumstance, increasing her physical quality by 10 times, even Elena, who has a deep foundation, feels that her power is a little out of control at this moment. Speaking of which, the number of this month's authority is more than I imagined. After exiting the Shinryu state, Elena, who moved her body, showed a confused look on her face. 59% of the power of the moon seems to be different from the information left by Lord Artemis, am I wrong? You remember correctly. Luna, who came over to check Elena's health, replied casually, the power of the moon left by Artemis is only 40%, and the remaining 19% is mine. 4 flowers 0. Click. Just be careful. Glancing at the newly unearthed pit under Elena's feet, Luna's face showed a trace of dissatisfaction. Because of the fact that your heart is shaken and your strength is out of control because of one sentence, it seems that I haven't trained you enough before. I feel like I need an explanation. Elena, who had always been afraid of this former teacher, was silent for a while, and looked at each other. I really need strength, but... 35. Don't think too much, I'm not that generous yet. Luna suddenly said, the reason why I gave it to you is because it has little effect on me. 35. What's the meaning? It's literally. Looking at the full moon in the sky that has not completely dissipated, Luna, the chief elder of the elf clan, sighed rarely, you have an accident too early, and there are many things that you have not understood in detail. 55. Even now, with your mind full of revenge, you probably haven't thought about why Artemis died. I heard he was seriously injured. 0. Yes, it is indeed a serious injury. Luna lifted her long sleeves, revealing her arm full of cracks like shattered glass, it's like such a serious injury. Elena frowned subconsciously, have you tried any treatment? It's already the result of the treatment. Luna, who is running the last 1% of the power of the moon in her body and keeps the wound from getting worse, replied, the road to the Lord God has been cut off, and once you start, you will speed up and usher in death. This is my current state. Is there no cure for it? Of course there is. After putting down her long sleeves and covering the scars on her arms again, Luna replied casually, as long as you can become the main god, you can do it. It shouldn't be a deceiving lie. Of course not. Luna talked about the hair in front of her forehead, revealing the moon mark above her head and said, have you forgotten, I am also a god of the moon. As long as you can gain enough power, you can remove the curse from me through the connection between the bloodlines, it's that simple. That's why I gave you the power of the moon to save yourself, so you don't need to think too much about me. 6. What about the time limit? Are you getting smarter at this time? Glancing at Elena who suddenly asked, Luna raised a finger in front of her. If it wasn't like Artemis was in a state of being cursed, he would have been able to maintain his strength without deteriorating for about 10,000 years. Enough. A resolute look flashed in Elena's eyes. It doesn't take that long to advance to the main god. Seeing that you are so confident, I feel a lot more confident. 55. After successfully setting a new goal for Elena, Luna, who had completed the goal, waved at the opponent, then turned and walked towards the distance. Come on, Isis's side is almost over. After this repair, the eternal tree should wake up from its long slumber. For your savior, it's better for you to say thank you in person. The legendary tree of eternity. Looking at the giant tree that runs through the sky in the depths of the eternal god's domain, Elena's eyes flashed with a look of anticipation. In this case, she will have the opportunity to complete the last task given by Suwu. Chapter 143, Unknown Changes in Void Consciousness. The west side of the Abyss World. In front of a jungle filled with black mist and covered with a lot of dead bones. The werewolf will, who had just arrived here, stopped and turned his head to look at the shadow hiding behind the grass not far away. Niglislu, I have a mission for you. Roar. Facing Werewolf Will's order, what responded to him was a roar full of killing intent. Under his gaze, a giant wolf with a dozen tentacles slowly walked out from behind the grass, ignoring the divine might on him and staring at him fiercely. Don't waste your time, I know you're watching here. Facing this monster who wanted to try, the werewolf Will frowned and said, this matter is related to the order issued by the Lord of the Abyss before, I hope you can be more serious. Kim, let's talk. The monster that was about to attack suddenly stopped, and a trace of rationality appeared in the scarlet eyes. What do you need me to do? I need you to go to the west side of the void, help kill 390s and kill a person, and take back the power of the law on her. Name. Rias Lucifer. Dream World. Mawu, I'm back. Elena, who had just teleported back, looked around and walked towards the man who happened to be walking not far away. Did you miss me? The answer is no. Mawu, who stopped in his tracks, shrugged and said, after all, I've been busy for the past 2 days since you left. It's better for you to tell lies at this time. If you are not ready to dismantle it, I can meet your request next time. Dismantle. Elena tilted her head in confusion. What are you saying? Did you go back to your hometown this time, and did you take a course on how to become a good actor? Glancing at Elena, who was suddenly surging in her acting skills, Mawu said without hesitation, as soon as you are free, just walk around me and observe me, I'm afraid you'll be able to tell by my tone of voice that I'm talking a long time ago. The truth is still lying. 39. I was discovered by you. Elena scratched her hair in annoyance. As a result, some of your little details will change and you will have to re-observe. It always feels like you're going too far in strange directions. 99. Looking at Elena with some regret, Mawu, who can feel that the other party is in a good mood, asked, how is the harvest? My previous guess was confirmed from an acquaintance. In addition to that, I also got 59% of the power of the moon, and a motivation to urge me to advance to the main god. That's not bad. Mawu nodded in satisfaction. In this way, you will not encounter any restrictions on improving your strength for a period of time in the future. By the way, this is for you. After fumbling in the storage ring, Elena handed Mawu a branch of the eternal tree. Although the process is relatively complicated, all the requirements you explained to me have been completed. Including asking Ma Xing's eternal tree for 1% of the eternal authority. Yes. Recalling the previous conversation scene, Elena scratched her cheek in embarrassment. Don't let me do this kind of thing next time. 35. Although I don't understand why the eternal tree agreed so readily. 35. But doing such a thing as asking the savior for the authority of the law, I always feel that I will have no face to return to the elves in the future. It's really hard for you. Mawu, who can understand Elena's mood, paused for a while and continued, but you can rest assured that the efforts of the eternal tree and the elves will not be in vain. It won't take long for us to bring them several times or even 10 times the return. 99. I told them that too. After glancing at the white jade sword still hanging on Mawu's waist, Elena continued, although it looks like it's just a superficial appearance, their answer is to believe me. Thanks to this incident, the pressure on my body has skyrocketed a lot now. If you feel stressed, take a break for a while. The content of the holy choice is updated, please click to view. Mawu, who was preparing to let Elena rest for a few days, stopped what he said and turned his eyes to the sacred choice that suddenly sounded. Content update. This is a new feature that has only recently appeared in Divine Choice. After the Dreamland and the Void were connected, among the options triggered by the Divine Choice, long-term options that took a certain amount of time to complete gradually began to appear. Options such as how to better develop the territory, how to recruit Rias, and how to help Rias win the battle of the Demon King are basically long-term options. Unlike short-term options that can be completed in a short period of time. Due to a certain time span in the middle of the long-term option, after the action of the variable Mahu, some actions of the enemy will also change. Whenever this situation occurs, the content of the sacred choice will be updated synchronously, prompting Suwu to modify the plan according to the new options. Just like this time. Update 1. Niglizlu from the Abyss World will arrive at the west side of the Void after 32:42 and officially join the battle of the Demon King to help the Demon King Leviathan kill Rias Lucifer. Update 2. Niglizlu is a creature from outside the Void. After killing it, you will get a reward from the Void consciousness. Have you finally responded? After briefly glancing at this unexpected update, Mawu's gaze shifted to Elena in front of him. Looks like you don't have to rest anymore, I found a way for you to work while still venting your stress. Eternal Realm. After watching Elena and Isis leave, Luna turned to look at the giant tree in the sky behind her. The Tree of Eternity, what is the current state? With your efforts, there is no need to fall asleep anymore. Facing Luna's inquiry, a vicissitudes of life suddenly appeared in her mind. What about recovery from injury? Not optimistic, for a long time in the future, I will no longer be able to bless you as before. Goods. Don't worry about us at this time. Looking at this ancient giant tree whose character was so harmonious that it did not resemble the Lord God, Luna sighed helplessly. Since the injury is not optimistic, why do you agree to Elena's conditions? Even if it is only 1% of the eternal authority, it should not have a small impact on the current you. 99. Because she didn't lie. The reassuring voice of the eternal tree sounded slowly. As long as you provide enough help now, the elves will usher in a new backer. At least until the end of this era, the elves will no longer encounter any subversive disasters. Being able to get such a high evaluation in your mouth, it seems that the person behind Elena is more powerful than I imagined. 35. Not great. Recalling the inconspicuous chill on Elena's body, the Tree of Eternity, who understood what it meant, replied, once that power 0.1 is truly awakened, it will be invincible before the end of this era. Whether it is any main god in the Void, or the chaotic creature trying to invade the Void, it will not be his opponent. Is it so exaggerated? A look of amazement appeared on Luna's face. If you didn't say these words yourself, I would never have dreamed that such a terrifying guy would exist in the Void. Actually, I don't know why the other party appeared. The Tree of Eternity, which has always appeared in front of Luna in the attitude of a wise man, was filled with confusion for the first time. According to its previous test, there was no problem with the Void consciousness. But the appearance of the other party undoubtedly means that there is a problem with the Void consciousness. This also means that, without everyone noticing, unknown changes have taken place on the side of the Void consciousness. Hopefully it's not a bad thing. Chapter 144 Medium-sized World-Class Tasks. 3 days passed in a flash. After being surrounded and attacked by Rias, Leviathan, who got Mammon's advice and decided to start the final battle, was not ambiguous, and immediately ordered all the worlds under his command to enter the highest alert state. A large number of grassroots personnel patrol seamlessly 24 hours a day, and various god-level magics are activated one after another, maintaining a state of preparation at any time. In the face of this high-profile action, even Rias, who was ready to make trouble again, could not help but restrain her turbulent heart and focus her energy on the frontal battlefield. Taking this opportunity, the Leviathan on the other side finally invited the reinforcements that were not originally planned after 3 days of rushing and negotiating. Looks like you didn't lie to me. 35. The place where the 6-armed snake Mo Tuanbai was killed by Rias. A middle-aged man with compact features and a short stature squinted and looked around, then looked at Leviathan standing behind him. There are indeed traces of urging space authority here. 39. Of course I won't lie to you about this. Looking at this skeptical short man, Leviathan, who invited the other party to come over with good words, took a deep breath. After suppressing the thought of punching the opponent in his heart, he swallowed his anger and said, "I have also shown you the evidence, and the promised reward has been prepared for you, now you are finally willing to help." "Of course." The short middle-aged man nodded. 23 Moses, the god of space, is the one who keeps his promises the most. Since you didn't lie to me, then I will naturally fulfill the promise. Leviathan. Commitment? Glancing at the short-looking man in front of him, Leviathan twitched the corners of his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. "Come with me, Mammon just sent me news that people from the abyss have also arrived. It's time to discuss specific strategies." "Moses?" Hearing Mawu's name suddenly mentioned, Rias, who was discussing specific plans with the other party, was stunned for a moment. Could it be the space god who walks in the treasure house of the enemy and his own allies while his allies are fighting on the front line? "It's him," Mawu affirmed. Looking at the time, it's almost time for the other party to reach an alliance agreement with Leviathan. That guy Leviathan is really bold. After recalling various deeds about Moses, Rias said in surprise, "If I remember correctly, that fellow Moses is still wanted by Dorothy." Dorothy Ella, whose real identity is unknown, is a rising star who suddenly appeared after the development of Rias's domain was stagnant due to the battle of the Demon King. After a long period of development, the opponent not only raised the territorial level to the 8th level, but also raised his own ranking to the first position among the lords on the west side of the void. His subordinates have many small and medium-sized worlds, in addition to which there are a large number of upper-level creatures and gods to follow. In terms of power scale, it is completely the level of the strength of the old-fashioned superior gods. At the same time, the other party was exactly the unlucky person who was stolen by Moses, the god of space, in Rias's mouth. Even if he is not afraid of being betrayed by the other party, he should consider the situation when Dorothy comes to the door after the war is over. Rias was puzzled and said, "Although I don't want to admit it, Lucifer's forces have been pulled a lot by the mysterious guy Dorothy in all aspects of development. That guy Leviathan has to work so hard to deal with me, how dare he take the initiative to win over Moses who is wanted by the other side? The reason is simple." After taking a sip of the tea brewed with the sun wolfberry in the cup, Suwu raised his right finger and pointed at Rias. "The other party was caught in the same way as you were before. Is Edgeworth?" Hearing Mawu's prompt, Rias, who instantly understood why Leviathan would act like this, fell silent. It turns out that his ability called existential cognition can also erase the existence of a third party. It's not just about erasing the presence of third parties. Suwu shook his head and said, "Although that guy is humble in front of us, his ability is still terrifying. Erase the existence of any object, engrave semi-permanent spiritual cues, change the mind's perception of objects. Except for the harsh conditions of use, he can basically do the things I just said." As for the Leviathan, thinking of the information that Edgeworth had given him before, Mawu opened the corner of his mouth with a curved line and said, "That guy's strength is average, and he is in close contact with each other every day, and it is normal to be engraved with a thought hint." 5. The current Leviathan, I am afraid, has never considered the consequences of winning over Moses. 35. As long as he can kill you, it is a victory for him. Listening to what you said, I suddenly feel a little bit wanting to find a chance to kill Edgeworth. Rias rubbed her forehead and said, "No matter what angle you look at, there is a reason for that guy to be called the evil god." 55. Even if I became an ally, I couldn't trust him completely. I understand what you mean, but you can rest assured. Putting down the teacup in his hand, Mawu spoke comfortably, "As long as I'm here, that guy won't dare to make small moves." "How the hell did you get that guy down?" After several days of observation, it has been found that Edgeworth's clone has been avoiding Mawu's Rias, who has been consciously or unintentionally. That guy doesn't look like a quiet guy, it's really beyond my expectations to be able to cooperate so well. It's not really that hard. 35. Su Wu smiled and waved his hand. It's just that when I met that guy for the first time, he pointed out all his little actions. By the way, even if you want to kill that guy, it's not as easy as you think. His real number of abilities is not 3, but 4. That's why I said I don't want to trust that guy. Facing the expected fraud, Rias sighed helplessly and asked, what is the 4th ability? Ontology Regeneration. Ma Wu did not hesitate to reveal Edgeworth's biggest trump card. Although the process of creating clones is very troublesome, those worm clones created by Edgeworth are actually his life-saving cards. Even if the body that controls Mammon's body is destroyed together, Edgeworth can still complete the rebirth in a short time on any one of the clones. That is to say, if you can't find those worm clones whose bodies are occupied, but don't behave any abnormally on weekdays, will you never be able to kill him? Rias, who understood the meaning of Mahu, frowned, and then looked at the man in front of her in surprise as if she had thought of something. He is so afraid of you, probably because you found all his worm clones. Mahu nodded. There are a total of 689 worm clones scattered in every corner of the void. I can give you the specific coordinates if you want, but it's still very troublesome if you really want to do it. If it's not necessary, it's better to keep cooperating with him. 35. I seem to understand why that guy is so afraid of you. Looking at the man in front of him who kept breaking the news without changing his face. For the first time, Rias, who realized how terrifying the opponent's intelligence-gathering ability was, paused and sighed in a deep voice. Although that guy at Edgeworth is very troublesome, from the point of view of the enemy, you seem to be more terrifying. Don't take me so terrible, I just know 300 more than everyone else. That's enough. 35. Leaning on the sofa behind her, Rias, whose state of mind began to deteriorate, picked up the cup in front of her and enjoyed the special fruit drink. What's next? Rias asked. Abyss, God of Light, Moses, God of Space, Arnold, God of Seals, Jean, God of Destruction. Thanks to your plan, the quality of the enemy is now twice as strong as I expected. This time, even if I want to end the battle in a short time, I can't do it. It can still be done. After drinking the last drop of tea in the cup, Ma Wu calmly replied, Are you going to bet? Bet on whether this war can be over in one day. 35. You can bet. Rias made an okay gesture and said, I bet it can be over in one day. It looks like there are no losers. A smile appeared on Su Wu's face, I can bet too. 35. What about the specific operation? If it's going to be over in one day, it's time to start now. Don't rush. Opening the message bar in mid-air, Su Wu turned his direction towards Rias. When Elena's side is over, it's not too late for us to leave. It is detected that your squire Elena has come into contact with the chaotic creature Nigrizlu, triggering the task of cleaning up pests. Clean up pests. Task difficulty, medium-sized world class. Task introduction, Nigrizlu is a chaotic creature born in chaos, whose only desire is to invade the comprehensive world in chaos and turn it into a hotbed for self-improvement. Task requirements, kill the chaotic creature Nigrizlu and completely destroy the secret realm of Ajin that he summoned. Task reward, sent according to the contribution of task completion. Chapter 145 Chaos Creature Nigrizlu. The reinforcements from the abyss have set off. Leviathan, who had just returned to the Leviathan with Moses, the god of space, suddenly felt his blood pressure rise after listening to the good news from his allies on the side. Why did it act without authorization? Does it think that it can solve Rias by itself? 35. Looking at the way it came, that's what I thought. Edgeworth replied casually, except for asking me about the coordinates of the true Red Realm and basic information on Rias Lucifer, it turned and left without even entering the Leviathan realm. If nothing else, it should be about to enter the realm of Lucifer's forces now. Why not stop it? Leviathan frowned and asked, no matter how strong it is, it's impossible to defeat Rias alone. Such a straightforward rush, isn't it just rushing to deliver? I suggested that Mammon let that guy go. Before Leviathan could finish speaking, a peaceful voice suddenly interrupted him. Otherwise, I'm afraid that before the battle begins, your fragile servants will die. Gardener. Leviathan, who heard this figure, froze and turned to look not far away. I saw an angel with 12 pairs of angels growing behind him, and an angel exuding holy light was standing there. Why do you say that? Do you know the reinforcements sent from the abyss? Do not know. The angel known as Gardener shook his head and said, but I can see its true identity. 35. Although the scent is well hidden, the scent emanating from the root has not deceived me. There is no doubt that that guy is not a rare monster that has been transformed into an abyss, but a real chaotic creature. You sure? Hearing Gardener's reply, Leviathan's eyes widened subconsciously, as if he heard something unbelievable. Why does that kind of thing appear in the void? Or is it sent from the abyss? Normally speaking, chaotic creatures do not appear in the void. Generally, when it appears on the edge of the void, it will be discovered and cleaned up by the superior god or the main god. But you said that the other party was sent from the abyss, so doesn't everything make sense? The Lord of the Abyss is sheltering chaotic creatures. Leviathan, who understood what Gardener meant, took a deep breath and his expression became more and more surprised. Isn't that Lord afraid of being punished by void consciousness? Of course it is not afraid, as long as the chaotic creatures do not cause any fatal impact on the void consciousness will not blame it. 35. As a middle-level coder of the bright god realm, Gardener, who knows more secrets than ordinary gods, replied. After all, in the eyes of the void consciousness, a disaster that is moderately difficult but does not break the order is not a disaster, but a trial to temper the lower-level gods. Obviously, the abyss is also aware of this truth, so it is only a chaotic creature with average strength. Of course, even if the strength is generally not what you can accommodate here. Glancing at the demons patrolling in the distance, Gardener made a judgment. If it is really allowed to enter the Levi's world, at least 3/4 of your servants who have not become gods will be affected by its uncontrollable curse and become irrational monsters. 5. I don't think you want this kind of thing to happen, so you stopped Mammon who was waiting for the other party. It's no problem. Of course no problem. 99. Leviathan, who only felt aggrieved now, was silent for a while, then raised his head to look at the angel in front of him. Since you can see the opponent's strength, do you think it can defeat Rias alone? 5. With a probability of success. Standing on the spot, Gardener thought for a few seconds, then raised 3 fingers and said, at least judging from what I can see, it has a 30% probability of being successful. So tall? Not high. 55. Gardener shook his head and said in denial, in your eyes, that chaotic creature will lose because it needs one person to fight against the entire Luciferian force. But the truth is just the opposite. That chaotic creature called Niglazru is average in combat. What's really terrifying is the curse on him. So if it really fights, it's not that it fights the entire Lucifer force alone, but the entire Lucifer force plus it fights the devil Lucifer. 5. But even so, in my opinion, the winning rate is at most only 30%. Gardener said with confidence, this is even considering the fact that the demon king Lucifer is limited in his actions when facing his cursed subordinates. Do you understand what I mean? Not understand. Faced with Gardener's explanation, the puzzled Leviathan questioned, are you overestimating that guy Rias? In that case, even if I don't care about my subordinates breaking out with all their strength, there is only a 20% chance of winning. Why is she? You're not serious, are you? After interrupting Leviathan's words again, Gardener, who has been calmly analyzing like a robot, has a slight ups and downs in his emotions for the first time. Could it be that you always thought that the gap between your strength and Demon Lord Lucifer was not that big? Of course I understand that Rias is stronger than me. Leviathan, who still didn't want to accept the reality, retorted, but even if I face her alone, I should have a 20 to 30% chance of winning. How could there be such a big gap as you said? 39. Gardner. Let's skip this matter for the time being. 9. Glancing at Gardner, who suddenly fell silent, Edgeworth, who felt that there would be problems if the two continued to talk like this, stood up. It doesn't matter how strong Rias Lucifer is. 35. From the conclusion, as long as the chaotic creature called Niglisru rushes into the opponent's territory, it will definitely bring a fatal blow. Instead of discussing such a fruitless thing, I think we should seize this opportunity and take the opportunity to attack the past in one breath to end this war. You're right. Hearing Edgeworth's prompt, Leviathan immediately made a judgment: when Rias fights with that chaotic creature, it is time for her to reveal her flaws. 5. Mammon, you and Gardner are going to win over other allies. Moses and I are going to set up a long-distance teleportation circle to ensure that we will arrive near the battlefield as soon as we gather people. Give it to me. Edgeworth nodded, grabbed Gardner's arm and walked into the distance. Come here, let's get together and set off to end this war. Gardner, 66? It still doesn't feel right. Glancing deeply at Mammon, who grabbed himself to call someone, Gardner, who had vaguely realized the problem, fell silent. No matter how stupid the Demon King Leviathan is, he shouldn't have such an astonishing misunderstanding. Which part is the problem? Do not worry. Just when Gardner was thinking again, a reassuring voice suddenly entered his ears. The strength of that chaotic creature is very strong, enough to cause enough damage to Lucifer's forces. With you, the god and angel of the bright god realm, plus our top mid-level god support, it is not difficult to defeat a Demon King Lucifer who is not in a good state. You're right. The thought in my heart that I was considering whether to retreat quietly dissipated. After listening to the persuasion of the allies beside him, the angel Gardner nodded confidently. Even the legendary Demon Lord Lucifer is now only an intermediate god. 55. When she gets rid of that chaotic creature, her strength will drop by at least 20%. When so many of us hit her, the advantage is me, and it is impossible to lose. Edgeworth. So close. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, maybe this cautious angel would have noticed something was wrong. At that time, the spiritual suggestion engraved in Leviathan's brain was broken, and he was definitely the first unlucky one. But, looking at Gardner, whose expression had regained his calm, Edgeworth, who was following behind him, breathed a sigh of relief. It should be fine now. Unlike the chaotic creature that came suddenly, the other party came earlier. After several days of frequent contact, he has successfully completed the simplest guide. Next, as long as you pay attention to keeping the opponent less in contact with the Leviathan, there is no problem in maintaining it until the final battle begins. At the same time, Niglisru, who was highly expected by everyone on the Leviathan side, did not arrive at the realm of Lucifer's forces smoothly. Scoff. Is that all there is to it? When she released the bat wings torn from her hands, Elena felt a little disappointed. I originally heard that you are a chaotic creature, but I thought you could be stronger than those trash fish. 35. It seems that I overestimate you now. Honors, Divine Moon Elf. In the face of Elena's ridicule, Niglisru, who had one of his wings torn off in the first round, was not angry. Looking at the green-haired woman in front of him, who was somewhat similar in appearance to a werewolf, he stopped and looked at the other side carefully. I didn't become a god, but my strength was strong, and at the same time, I also mastered the power of laws with unclear weight. As if thinking of something, its scarlet eyes suddenly widened, and a fierce smile appeared at the corners of its mouth. It turns out that you should be the inheritor of the moon god Artemis. I have a little impression of your name. If I remember correctly, it's called Elena, right? In the face of Niglesru's unexpected reaction, Elena, who had been ready to continue, was taken aback for a moment, with a puzzled look on her face. You know me? Of course I don't know, but when I went out on a mission last time, some of the god moon elves I ate recognized. Click. I'm not interested in learning about it. 99. Throwing away the head in her hand, Elena, who appeared behind Niglesru in the blink of an eye, said indifferently, it's better for you to just die like this. 99. Dead. Just as Elena was about to turn around and leave, Niglesru's voice sounded again. Just twisting your head off, thinking that you can kill me like this, you are too naive. Chapter 146, The Curse of Horror Spreads. Powerful. This was the truest thought in Niglesru's heart after completing a round of fights with Elena. But, putting the discarded head on his body, Niglesru, who took advantage of the space and picked it up with his wings, looked at Elena who was not far away. Just twisting your head off, thinking that you can kill me like this, you are too naive. 99. 66. It is true that I underestimate you. After calming down from the momentary anger, Elena's body, bathed in the moonlight, exuded a huge amount of magic power. Anyway, you are also the target that Ma Wu specifically mentioned. If it was really that easy to kill, he wouldn't have sent me here. Kill. Hearing Elena's words, Niglesru's mouth burst into a huge laugh. It seems that you haven't figured out the specific situation yet, stupid successor of the moon god. Your strength is indeed very strong. If you are at the same level, I am very sure that I am not your opponent. But unfortunately, you can't do it now. 99. Boom. The black mist that would make people lose their minds just by seeing it erupted on Niglesru's body, and quickly spread out in all directions. Facing this sudden counterattack, Elena, who was already prepared, raised her right hand and gathered the surrounding Yuehua. However, before she could continue to act, the next round of mutation followed. Under the control of Niglesru, the black mist that spread to the surroundings instantly formed a mysterious magic circle. Under the action of this magic circle, the turbulent spatial turbulence began to emanate from the black mist. Space teleportation? Feeling this familiar power, Elena, who was standing there, pondered for a while, and finally gave up her resistance and disappeared. Inside the Boolean bounds on the west side of the void. Click. This is really strange. Meow 390. Looking at the three colored balls that were suddenly frozen into ice cubes in Kang Yu's hands, Asses, who was looking around curiously, turned around and looked at the blue-haired girl beside him suspiciously. It's the first time I've seen your power out of control, what happened? It's not a big deal. After looking up at the direction of the east, Kang Yu replied, it's just that a secret realm that needs to be destroyed has been summoned. Secret realm? After watching Kang Yu's gaze to the east for a few seconds, Arthas, who finally saw nothing, sighed. Your perception is still as outrageous as ever, meow. But since you said that it is a secret place that must be destroyed, do you need to change your plan and go for a trip? No. Kang Yu shook her head. Elena alone is enough. Meow. Arthas, who was about to say something, suddenly froze in place. Why is she related to Elena again? Didn't she go to the real Red World to help Su Wu end the final battle? 39. Wait. Speaking of which, the east side seems to be the direction of the true Red Realm. As if thinking of something, Arthas looked at Kang Yu in front of him in surprise. Can you accurately perceive the situation on that battlefield from such a long distance? The strength is not enough, only a rough perception can be completed. 99. Arthas. It's obviously a very outrageous thing. But when she thought that it was Kang Yu who did this, she didn't know why she didn't even have the desire to complain. Let's go. 35. Taking a bite of the charcoal-grilled octopus in his hand, Arthas, who suddenly calmed down, dragged Kang Yu and walked forward. Since the problem is on Elena's side, don't worry about it, Naya. Rather than thinking about that kind of thing, what we need to do now is to hurry up and eat all the food in this street before the auction starts. Naturally, Elena did not receive the care from her distant partner that was less than 3 seconds. Stepping on the ground covered with red snowflakes, what sounded in her ears at this moment was a declaration from Niglesru. Welcome to Ajan Secret. 99. The werewolf, whose momentum had skyrocketed several times, opened his arms and grinned wickedly at the corners of his mouth. Remember the scenery around you, this will be your cemetery forever. 95. Boom. A silver beam of light came from afar, turning half of Neglislo's body into steam. Looking at the miserable state of the other party, Elena, who released Yuehua, who had gathered in her hands before the teleportation came in, showed a sneer at the corner of her mouth. Are you only good at your mouth skills? If that's the case, I advise you to give up struggling and die early. The lip trick? Niglesru, who had completed the regeneration, appeared in front of Elena, and the smile on his face became more and more hideous. You can't kill me at all with your weak attack. 99. Whether it can kill you, try it and see. 35. Facing Nigleslo's mockery, Elena raised her fist unequivocally and hit the opponent's body. Since the physical attack is not effective, then use the power of the moon to smash your entire body into powder. Bang! The pale jade palm collided with the lush claws. After a stalemate for less than a second, Niglesru, who was still crushed even though his strength increased, flew out backwards. Not only that. In the short battle, he, who had been invaded by the strong moon power, began to rapidly swell up. Boom! With a loud bang, Nigleslu, who was being ejected into the distance, suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of blood. Looking at this scene, Elena, who had just delivered the fatal blow, froze, and then quickly took out a longbow from the storage ring. The other party tried his best to pull her into this strange secret realm. Obviously it was impossible to kill her so easily. Combined with the immortality that Niglesru has just shown, what needs to be done now is very simple. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In just an instant, thousands of moon arrows exuding terrifying power were shot out of Elena's hands. Under the control of Elena, this overwhelming rain of arrows, like its own locking function, precisely collided with every drop of blood in the sky. Boom! 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 Dab! Still not dead. Looking at the energy flow in the sky, Elena, who had finished the first round of attacks, stopped what she was doing and looked at the surrounding Aegean secret realm that showed no signs of being lifted. As expected of a chaotic creature, this undead, Before she finished speaking, Elena, who suddenly noticed something was wrong, lowered her head and looked at the black spots that gradually appeared on her palm. Curse? Realizing what happened, Elena raised her head and looked at Niglesru, who appeared quietly not far away. Powerful immortality and the silent curse, is this the source of your self-confidence? You can understand that. After moving his new body, Niglesru walked towards Elena without hesitation. Why, do you feel hopeless? A curse that weakens power, a curse that reduces vitality, a curse that takes control of the body. Looking at the black spots gradually spreading on Elena's body, Niglesru raised his claws and patted Elena again. Faced with this steady stream of curses, do you have the ability to defeat me again, inheritor of the moon god? Boom! The answer, of course, is yes. 55. After shooting a moon arrow to blow up half of the opponent's body, Elena, who was bathed in the rain of blood, looked at the opponent without the slightest fear. Although she didn't know what the opponent's ability was like before she came to this strange secret realm, she has already figured out the ability of the opponent after the increase. Sight, hearing, smell, touch. Looking at the cursed blood flowing down her arm, Elena's eyes flashed a hint of understanding. There should be taste and perception, Your curse is spread through the channel of the six senses. That's right. 99. Niglesru, who had completed his regeneration again, stood there, revealing his abilities without hesitation. Now that you've noticed this, I'll tell you something more interesting. Niglesru raised his right foot and stepped on the ground at will. Bang! With a muffled sound, the snowflakes that had originally covered the ground were blown away one after another, revealing the bright red earth below. In addition to the curse propagation channel that I have, the land in the secret territory of Ajin is also a cursed place that is truly a cursed place. The doubling of the overall power is just its most basic ability. The real power of Ajin's secret realm is to increase the power of my curse, so that it can spread across the distance of space. Across space. Hearing Nigleslu's words, Elena's face, who didn't care at all, suddenly became serious. Could it be that even if you stand here and fight with me, the curse can still spread to the true Red Realm? Certainly. Niglesru replied without hesitation, it's not just the true Red Realm. With enough time, I can complete the spread even in more distant areas. After completing the spread of the curse, as long as someone is recruited to become my puppet, the strength of my source of the curse will become stronger and stronger, thus gaining the power to spread the curse farther. Understood, successor of the moon god. Niglesru raised his claws and covered it with dozens of layers of curses. Even if you are stronger now, the ultimate winner will only be me. I seem to understand why Ma Wu asked me to stop you here. Looking at Niglesru in front of her, Elena, whose aura was soaring wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, slowly rose to the sky. You are really dangerous, you need to kill it as soon as possible. 99. Have you given up your fantasy yet? Looking at Elena, who was fused with the full moon in the sky, she knew that Niglesru, who could not be beaten in hard power, stood still and did not move. After intensifying the invasion of Elena by the curse in the air, Niglesru raised his head as if he had thought of something, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Speaking of which, there is something I seem to have never told you. The composition of the Ajin secret realm is, in essence, the accumulation of cursed creatures. It can have the scale it is now, and your dead compatriots have contributed a lot. In other words, if you are ready to attack this secret realm, you are actually attacking the corpses of your compatriots. Chapter 147, The Cautious Arnold. In the sky of Ajin's secret realm. Hearing Nigleslu's speech, Elena, who was exuding huge magical power, fell silent. Your provocation was successful. The green-haired girl's eyes flashed an inexplicable look after cancelling the attack that was about to be launched. To be honest, I originally wanted to test your tolerance limit, and then burst out with the appropriate power to solve you. Chi chi chi. As if it was cut by an invisible sharp blade, small scars continued to appear on Elena's body, and then they were quickly repaired. But since you want to die so much, then I'll make a quick decision. Moon Descending God. The terrifying power that shook the sky and the earth erupted on Elena's body in an instant. The blood-colored earth began to shake violently, and the cursed air also vibrated with it. How is this possible? In the face of Elena's unpredictable momentum, Niglesru, who has always been able to act with ease, showed an unexpected expression for the first time. Even if you are a seed of the main god with 40% of the power of the moon, you are still only an existence that is not even a subordinate god in terms of realm. Why can you exert such power? 99. Who told you that I am only 40%? Raising the longbow with the power of eternity in her hand, Elena pointed it at Niglesru who was standing below. Also, don't compare the ordinary seed of the Lord God with me. Scoff. The balance between damage and repair was broken, and terrifying scars began to spread all over Elena's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, even if she has become a blood man, Elena's aura that seems to have no upper limit is still increasing crazily. Click click click. Under such a terrifying momentum, the Ajin secret realm gradually ushered in its own endurance limit. Under the watchful eyes of Niglesru, dark cracks began to appear on the solid space barrier, and the originally indestructible blood-colored earth began to collapse. Looking at this completely incomprehensible scene, for the first time since he came to the void and made an agreement with the Lord of the Abyss, Nigrisru's face showed a look of fear. It's just an existence that isn't even a god, how could you possibly endure the burst of energy at this level? In order to kill me, are you ready to die with me? You overestimate yourself. 35. Putting the blood-colored arrow in her right hand on the longbow, Elena said calmly, "A rubbish like you who has no self-knowledge about yourself is not worth the price I pay. Finally, I want you to understand one thing." 35. Swoosh. The blood-colored arrow penetrated the space and silently came to Niglisru's chest. At the same time, Elena's last words also entered its ears. "If you don't have enough strength, don't arbitrarily provoke an existence that you haven't figured out, idiot." In the real red world, Rias, who was talking with Ma Wu, froze, and subconsciously turned her head to look at the floor-to-ceiling windows on the side. Looking at the defensive circle activated in the sky outside, she became serious when she learned what had just happened. The aftermath of the energy actually spread to the true Red Realm. "Ma Wu, wait here now, I need to go. I am back." Before Rias could finish speaking, a calm voice suddenly interrupted her from the side. "The movement is a little louder, so it shouldn't matter. Do not worry." Looking at Elena, who was soaked in her own blood, Ma Wu replied, "The bigger the movement, the better. In this case, the enemy will think that Rias has been severely consumed, and will soon be delivered to her door." "That's good." Controlling the power of the moon to clean up the blood on her body, Elena turned her gaze to Rias who was beside her. "You are your new partner, I have heard Ma Wu say it. Regarding the defensive circle that was just activated in your territory, I will go over and repair it for you later, don't worry." 35. It's not necessary to fix it. Looking at the girl in front of her whose murderous aura had not yet dissipated. After understanding the hidden meaning of the other party's words, Rias, who was ready to investigate the situation, asked, "Is the enemy difficult?" "If." Rias. 35. A dull voice came from the opposite side, interrupting Rias blurted out words again. "I should have told you that Elena and the others are on the same level as you. Don't look down on her if she doesn't become a god. That chaotic creature is indeed not simple, but since I sent Elena over, I can solve it, understand?" "Understood." "Well, that's about it." Sensing that the atmosphere was a little embarrassing, a smile suddenly appeared on Elena's face. "It's normal for you to have doubts when a guy who is not even a god defeats a chaotic creature in the middle-level god realm. However, that guy's basic strength is average, and the only thing that is really troublesome is his ability. But unfortunately, it was actually restrained by me in terms of ability." 35. With the power of the moon, Elena, who had purified all the curses around the battlefield, stretched out her right hand and patted Rias on the shoulder. "So don't worry, that troublesome chaotic creature is completely dead and will not affect your territory." 66. Sorry, I'll have a private chat with you later on compensation." Looking at the green-haired girl in front of her with a trace of exhaustion in her eyes, Rias, who realized that she had almost said something stupid just now, had an apology on her face. "Now, go to rest first, and then leave it to us." "That's it." 5. "Since your host has said so, then I will not shirk." After Yu Guang glanced at Ma Wu not far away, Elena waved her hands towards the two of them and walked out of the room. "I feel a lot better, I feel like I can have a good dream." "Don't worry too much, Elena's character is relatively mild." Looking at Rias who didn't know what she was thinking, Ma Wu got up from the sofa. "Just be careful next time." 35. "Of course, if you really can't change your habits, you can go to Kang Yu to fight." 39. "Kang Yu?" "Yes, it is Kang Yu." 35. Su Wu raised his eyebrows with a malicious smile on his face and said, even if you get the same level of status blessing, you are still not her opponent even if you are ahead by a big realm 5. If you can't change your mentality, you can take the initiative to get together and be beaten. This method is not only effective, but also requires a short period of time. Do you want to try it? Although I know that you are aggressive, I did take the bait. Rias, who raised her fighting spirit, replied, when this war is over, I will personally challenge Kang Yu once. Looking forward to your performance. After silently putting the purchase of a god-level photography bead on the agenda, Ma Wu raised his head and looked at the distant sky. 4 flowers 0. Get ready to go. The aftermath just now not only spread to the true Red Realm, but Leviathan should also feel it. If nothing else, the conflicting Leviathan alliance will be teleported to the outside of the real Red World with the help of Moses, the god of space, after 543 seconds. 35. You have to prepare in advance and give them a big enough surprise. Rias, 66. After listening to Su Wu's words, the red-haired girl's face showed a hesitant expression. She understands the truth, but why is this time accurate to seconds? It's ready. Looking at the magic circle that was as big as a small world under his feet, Moses nodded with satisfaction. Although it can't be directly teleported to the true Red World, at least it's no problem to reach the vicinity of the true Red World. If that's the case, then let's go. Hearing Moses' words, Leviathan urged, judging from the aftermath just now, the battle between Rias and the chaotic creature called Nigris should also be over. No matter who wins or loses, now is the perfect time to attack. Point 0. You are really impatient. Touching the beard at the corner of his mouth, Moses looked not far away. But are you sure you want to leave now? I always feel that the opinions of the people on your side don't seem to be unified. Remind you in advance that if someone makes trouble, it will affect the teleportation coordinates. Tisk, you're still looking for something for me at this time. Looking at the rat man who was talking to Mammon, the dissatisfied Leviathan stepped forward and walked towards him. Why disobey the order? Have you forgotten the contract we signed directly, Arnold? Of course I haven't forgotten. After glancing at Mammon, who was indifferent, the dwarf rat man turned his attention to Leviathan. But I still don't agree with an immediate attack, or I don't want to go over. 35. I am the god of sealing, and only in a well-arranged venue can I maximize my combat power. Glancing at the looming magic circle in the sky, Arnold continued, rush into the enemy's hinterland without a plan, in my opinion, is no different from sending death. If you insist on letting me cooperate, then I can only make a certain compensation to withdraw from this cooperation and give up obtaining the sealed book from the hands of the devil Lucifer. 99. Why don't you understand? In the face of Arnold's determination, Leviathan's emotions became more and more dissatisfied. Even if the other party has made arrangements, what really determines the outcome of this war is always the competition of cutting-edge combat power. Even if that guy Rias isn't hurt now, his consumption is definitely a lot. 99. Just take this chance. Then you go. In the face of Leviathan's persuasion, Arnold shook his head firmly and interrupted, I am a guy who is afraid of death, and I will never put myself in danger easily. You can scold me for not abiding by the contract, or a coward. Anyway, there are only 2 places where I will appear today. Arnold raised 2 fingers and said, your home base, Luwaja, or my base camp, Nordja. Leviathan, 6. It's a shame, these pig teammates didn't make him happy today. Taking a deep breath, Leviathan, who didn't want to make an enemy now, waved his hand towards him. If you don't want to cooperate, then get out. Levi's world doesn't need a villain who breaks his promise. As you wish. Chapter 148 Breaking the Talisman of the Precepts of All Things, False. Looks like a failure. Looking at Leviathan who came back with an ugly face, Moses stroked his mustache thoughtfully. To be honest, your performance so far is really disappointing. I'm starting to worry for you whether this plan will succeed or not. Don't be nervous, it's just an Arnold. After calming down his irritable heart, Leviathan replied, although he doesn't like that guy, he didn't lie. As a god of seals, the only place where Arnold can fully exert his strength is the venue where the seal is arranged in advance. Since the plan has changed from positional warfare to sneak attack, his role is not as big as expected. It's us who really decide the battle on the battlefield. Leviathan turned around and looked at the two figures standing not far away. Jean, the god of destruction who has fought with the superior god, one of the agents of the basic operations of the light god realm, the angel gardener. 390s had the two of them leading the way, and even Rias had to fight hard. When the time comes, as long as you, the god of space, can pinpoint the target and hold down the opponent's ally who has power in space, Rias, who is helpless and isolated, will basically have to wait to die. What about you and Mammon? Glancing at the two-headed eagle man who just walked back after sending Arnold away, Moses asked, what is the mission of the two of you? I'd like to ask that too. Under the gaze of the two, a muscular man with a strong hairstyle and the angel gardener came over. Why is there no mention of the role of you and Mammon in this plan, so you won't be ready to hide and do nothing? Of course not. Looking at the burly man, Leviathan, who had high hopes for the other party, patiently replied, if Mammon and I are talking, we will naturally participate. It's just that who is to be dealt with depends on the situation at the scene. Jean, you should also understand that Rias is a cautious woman. 9. Apart from the mythical giant dragon that has never been seen before and the ally who has mastered the power of space, the other party may have other cards. At that time, what Mammon and I need to do is to solve all those extra variables when you temporarily hold Rias, and then rush over to support you. Simply put, see one kill another and run over them head on. The bald man Jean, who summed up the meaning of Leviathan, grinned and smiled with satisfaction. It's really simple and crude, but I like it. Then go. Glancing at the hundreds of gods who came under the leadership of Mammon, Leviathan waved his hand to Moses beside him and said, all preparations are over, today is the day we win. It's really exciting. Motivating the teleportation circle under his feet, Moses, who also had a smile on his face, looked at Leviathan and the people beside him. Then I wish you the best of luck. You. Looking at the unsuspecting smile on Moses' face, Leviathan, whose ominous foreboding suddenly rose from his chest, said, Moses, you shouldn't forget that we signed a contract. Don't worry, I'm the one who keeps my promises the most. Speeding up the activation of the teleportation circle, Moses, whose smile became more and more arrogant, said, remember what I said before, don't mess up during the teleportation. Otherwise, I can't guarantee where it will be sent to. Moses. Leviathan, who had realized that something was wrong, shouted angrily. You lunatic! We signed a blood contract. 35. Before Leviathan could finish speaking, a huge power of space suddenly enveloped this area. Under the influence of this space force, everyone standing on the teleportation circle disappeared in an instant, leaving only the last roar of Leviathan. Breaching the contract will cost you your life. Rias. The demon lord Lucifer gave me nothing. Moses, who knew what Leviathan wanted to say in the end, laughed wildly. You gave too many opportunities. Demon King Leviathan. He is the god of space who holds the power of space, how could it be so huge to arrange a teleportation circle? Even if the other party didn't respond, he even walked in with all the cutting-edge combat power. If this can be endured, how could he dare to steal a third of the other party's treasure house when Dorothy left the base camp? It's ridiculous to think that a bloody contract can restrain me. He took out a dagger with a large number of inscriptions from his arms, and Moses, who was surprised by Leviathan's naivety, shook his head. If you want to constrain me, you must at least have a chance at the most advanced void contract. In other words, can the only item in your hand be able to release any contract other than the void contract? Certainly. Moses, who had just stabbed his chest with a dagger, was stunned for a moment, calmed down as if thinking of something, and calmly replied to the other party's question. The only props are essentially special props with the authority of the law as the core. In terms of priority, there is basically no other thing that can be higher than it is lower than the law of the void. It's only half a level? It still seems to be able to play a role in the void contract. It does work. 39. After releasing the blood-colored contract on his body, Moses turned to look at the man who appeared behind him at some point. It's just that it can't be completely lifted, and there will still be some more troublesome punishments. 99. If it is not necessary, it is better not to sign a void contract with others casually. I see. Ma Wu nodded thoughtfully. I'm a little interested in that dagger of yours, can. Of course it can. Before Ma Wu could finish speaking, Moses raised his hand and threw the dagger in his hand. For the sake of such a fate, this only piece of equipment will be given to you, brother. I have other things to do, see you later. As the voice fell, Moses' figure instantly disappeared in place. Looking at the back of the other party's departure, Ma Wu was silent for a while, then lowered his head to look at the dagger in his hand. The talisman to break the precepts of all things, pseudo. Grade, unique, pseudo. Effect, all methods are empty, break all the magic in the thorn, including the contract and the energy body born from magic. Pseudo. Note 1, a top-level counterfeit that Moses, the god of space, spent 10 years building directly. Remark 2, the top-level magic-breaking circle is engraved inside, and even the special effects when the ability is activated are exactly the same as the original. Talent. 99. After tossing the dagger in his hand, Ma Wu, who was played by the other party, not only did not feel annoyed, but instead showed a feeling of emotion on his face. Cautious character, bold and decisive at the same time. 0.1 Even though he noticed that he was not even a god, he still threw precious fakes to him in exchange for a chance to escape. Pity. Ripples of space appeared around Ma Wu. After glancing at the space coordinates of the latest update of Divine Choice, Su Wu's figure disappeared in place. Now you are worth more dead than alive. 39. At the same time, in the void outside the real red world, Leviathan's words that he didn't have time to finish talking to Moses suddenly sounded out of thin air. What did that guy give you to make you betray me? Facing this unreasonable start, Rias, who was already ready to go, was stunned for a moment, and then a bright smile appeared on her face. Although I don't know what interesting things you have experienced, it's okay to give you a gift to celebrate. Boom! The pillar of light that destroys all things is coming to the Leviathan Alliance at this moment. Chapter 149, The Leviathan Alliance that fell into a box. One face was dazed, the other was puzzled, the third was happy, and the fourth was terrified. This is the truest expression of everyone in the Leviathan Alliance at this moment. The confusion and incomprehension of Moses, the god of space, when he suddenly betrayed. After being betrayed, he was able to land safely and happily. Suddenly found that it was not a peaceful landing, there was a panic that the enhanced version of the light of the end, which contained the authority of destruction and the authority of light, was close at hand. In just a few seconds, the ups and downs of emotions can no longer be used by the Leviathan Alliance, and there is only one thought left in my mind at this moment. If I can go back, I must kill that 25-year-old Moses. Boom! The beam of light exuding an aura of destruction fell mercilessly. In the absence of time to pull up defensive measures, 99% of the members of the entire Leviathan Alliance completed the achievement of falling into a box at this moment. Leviathan! Is this what you call the best time? The god of destruction, Jean, who avoided this blow to the limit, his entire face was transformed with anger. Let's not talk about that bribed BD Moses. Just in your mouth, Rias, who is already in a weak state, I don't even see any signs of weakness. You BD don't think you can't live anymore, you want to force me into the water and die together. I didn't. How could I do such a thing? Leviathan, who also escaped Rias' doomsday light at the last moment, was in a mess at this moment. The plan is clearly not supposed to be like this. Why did that guy Moses betray me? That guy Rias can't be full. If it wasn't for her. Who is the chaotic creature sent from the abyss? 23 Boom. Just as Leviathan was incoherently analyzing the current situation, a scene beyond his expectations suddenly appeared in front of him. I saw the divine angel Gardener, who was exuding holy light, suddenly raised the giant sword in his hand and slashed towards Mammon beside him. Stop! Leviathan, whose body moved subconsciously, took out a blue spear from midair and stabbed Gardener. Are you crazy? Why attack Mammon? Go away! In the face of this sudden attack, Gardener, who reacted immediately, forcibly changed the trajectory of the attack in his hand and slashed towards the Leviathan who was rushing towards him. Bang! The white giant sword collided with the blue spear, making a loud noise. The violent airflow blew Leviathan's long blue hair, and at the same time revealed his eyes full of anger. Gardener! Tell me why! Leviathan roared, why do you have to betray me? Idiot! With his mental state fluctuating in a short period of time, Gardener, who had woken up from Edgeworth's temporary spiritual suggestion, showed a look of disdain on his face. You can't even tell who the real enemy is, so it's no wonder you end up like this. What's the meaning? You'll understand soon enough. As one of the agents of the grassroots action in the Bright God realm, God Angel Gardener is obviously stronger than Leviathan. I saw that after the two sides were deadlocked for a few seconds, Leviathan's body began to retreat continuously. Seizing this opportunity, Gardener instantly increased the strength in his hand to knock the spear out of the opponent's hand, and then without hesitation he put a whip on the opponent's stomach. It's time to wake up from that mental suggestion. Demon King Leviathan. With the fall of Gardener's voice, the Leviathan, whose body has completed the bow, flew out backwards. Glancing at the silhouette of the other party that kept moving away, Gardener adjusted his posture and looked back at the two-headed eagle who had been standing still. You are not Mammon. 35. Gardener's tone affirmed, I investigated Mammon's information before accepting the task. 35. Mammon's ability is to break through the target's heart, and quietly provoke the opponent's greed. It is absolutely impossible to have such an exaggerated spiritual guidance ability as you. Tell me who you are. Does it matter who I am? 35. Edgeworth, who controlled Mammon's body, laughed. Rather than paying attention to me, shouldn't you run away now? No need. Glancing at Jean, the god of destruction, who was being beaten by Rias in the distance, the angel Gardener calmly replied, I'm not the same as you guys with no background. 35. With the bright god realm supporting me behind my back, the demon king Lucifer would not dare to do anything to me at will. 55. As long as I pay enough price, even if you all die, I can get out of my body. Just before that, I have to clean up you, the monster who dared to attack me. I advise you not to be so confident. Faced with Gardener's threat, Edgeworth, who was unmoved, shook his head. Do you think that Rias Lucifer didn't do anything to you, really because she was worried about the bright god realm behind you? Is not it? Of course not. Looking at Gardener with a puzzled face, Edgeworth raised a finger to point behind the angel Gardener. The reason why Demon King Lucifer didn't do anything to you is because your life has been predetermined. Look back. The monsters you created by yourself in the bright god realm have been standing there for a long time. 5. Do you still want to lie to me? Since the teleportation, Gardener, whose perception ability has already been opened to the maximum, frowned. What's wrong with my back? Should it be said that he is an angel of the bright god realm? 35. Facing Gardner's ignorance, a voice full of dissatisfaction suddenly sounded from behind him. This gesture of looking down on other people from the bottom of my heart is really exactly the same as those two dead guys. Who? After realizing that there was someone behind him, Gardner, holding the great sword, swung it behind him without hesitation. Bang! The giant sword carrying the terrifying power collided with the blood-colored spear. Just like the situation 10 seconds ago, Gardner, who had just beaten the Leviathan, fell into a stalemate again. Vampire! Looking at the lowly in a pink dress in front of him, Gardner, who recognized her identity from the fangs protruding from the corners of her mouth and the smell of blood on her body, frowned. "You're the guy in the doorway who ordered my life. I can't do it. Are you underestimating me?" Gardner, who increased the strength of his attack, asked, "From the perspective of breath, you are only a lower-level god, and you have not even begun to transform your god body. Although I don't know how you concealed my perception, it would be too naive to think that you can beat me just like this." 35. It's really not you. Looking at the angel exuding holy light in front of him, a look of disgust flashed in Mesfield's eyes. "To be honest, I thought I wanted to kill you directly. But seeing your disgusting appearance made me change my mind." 99. The blood-colored magic power erupted from Macefield's body in an instant, shrouding Gardner in front of him. Looking at the other party who was in the state of holy light protection, the vampire Loli showed a malicious smile on her face. For this type of defensive move of the panacea nature, ordinary attacks are naturally ineffective. Burst. Boom boom boom. Under the invasion of the blood-colored magic power, the holy light covering the god angel Gardner was like a lit powder keg, and began to explode continuously. In the face of this completely unexpected attack, Gardner, who was still trying to control the blood flow in his body, was directly blown up and seriously injured. How is this possible? Gardner, who was aware of what had just happened, shouted in surprise after enduring the severe pain in his body and pulling away from Macefield. "The holy light is the power given to us by the great god of light, why can you detonate it without warning?" "No sign." Macefield, whose body was shrouded in blood mist, stepped forward and walked towards Gardner unhurriedly. "It seems that you are 80% blind, but I melted my holy light into yours and detonated it in front of you." 99. That blood fog? Gardner, who responded quickly, asked, "Why do you call it holy light? The mechanism that detonates holy light on my body is..." Scoff. "A lot of nonsense." Looking at Gardner, whose mouth was pierced by blood thorns, after Macefield manipulated the 393 blood on the opponent's body to bind him, his eyes turned to the double-headed eagle not far away. "Come over here." 99. "Me?" Edgeworth pointed to himself suspiciously. "That's right. It's you, don't look at it." Mesfield said impatiently, "Apart from you, the BD who has been fishing for fish, are there other people around?" "The others don't, but I think it's still up for discussion about the fact that I'm a jerk." After controlling Mammon's body, Edgeworth, who was trying to prove his name, replied, "As for this battle of the Demon King, I think my credit can definitely be ranked first. Tell Leviathan about the hidden place of Moses, the god of space, guide Moses to betray at a critical moment, guide the chaotic creature Nagrizlu to the predetermined place, and guide." "Be quiet, it has nothing to do with me whether your credit is the first to go to Mawu." Interrupting Edgeworth's words, Macefield, who had a golden light in his eyes, looked at the two-headed eagle. "Your ability called complete parasitism, I have learned about it before. If I remember correctly, in addition to the way you are now, to carry out a gentle parasitism without damaging the soul and root of the original host, there is also a method called devouring parasitism." "Yes." Although I wanted to ask where Macefield learned about this, Edgeworth, who realized that something was wrong from the atmosphere, finally chose to answer obediently. The phagocytic parasitism is the exact opposite of the flat parasitism in performance. Once used, my body or clone will continue to absorb everything from the host and turn it into nourishment for its own evolution to the next stage. Of course, my current evolutionary level is already very high, and I rarely use it. That's not what I want to know. Glancing at the angel gardener who was trying to break free, Macefield asked, "What I want to know is how much torment you can inflict on the host in the process of devouring evolution. The effect is of course the best. P.S. Nasty, this broken word limit always leaves me a few hundred words short of writing." Chapter 150, The First Arrival, The Sword Kills Moses. Faced with Macefield's question, Edgeworth, who finally understood what this vampire lowly wanted to do, instantly became energized. "Judging by your void's rating, even if a superior god is caught in my devouring evolution, it will enter a state of not being able to survive and not be able to die." 55. In my former world, I even used this trick to torture a believer of a higher god level to the point of betraying his faith. After patting his chest with his right palm, Edgeworth made a promise, "As long as you need it, I can even torture you with information about what kind of angel he likes." "Then there's no need, I just saw that this guy was upset so I didn't want him to die so easily." Macefield raised his palm, facing the struggling angel gardener. "Chi chi chi." Under Edgeworth's gaze, Gardner, who was bound in mid-air, was instantly stabbed into a hornet's nest by blood thorns from his body, turning from a serious injury to a state of near death. Bang! Unchaining Gardner, Macefield dropped it at Edgeworth's feet. "He'll leave it to you, work hard." Macefield said, "If the effect is good, I will forgive you for doing small tricks in secret just now." "You misunderstood, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. By the way, let me tell you one more thing." Ignoring Edgeworth, who wanted to say something, Macefield raised his small hand in front of his neck and gestured with a threatening expression on his face. "For an existence of average strength, I don't even need to go there in person to kill me remotely by interfering with the trajectory of fate. If you don't want all of your clones to die in an accident, take it seriously." Edgeworth. "People are numb, it's really not him doing petty tricks. He is not a fool, how could he possibly test the generals under the martial artist without preparation? The spiritual guidance that makes the people around him ignore him is nothing but a permanent skill set on Mammon's body." Looking at Macefield who turned and left, Edgeworth, who had been hiding in the dark to do things in the past, sighed helplessly. "Forget it, it's not a problem anyway." Looking at Gardner, whose body is slowly repairing itself, he stretched out a hand and placed it on the other's head. "And if there is an extra avatar of the bright god realm, it will be more convenient for me to cooperate with that guy So Wu's plan. There shouldn't be any grudges between us." In a small world under the Leviathan domain, Moses, the god of space who had just fallen from midair, looked helplessly at the man who was already waiting here in front of him. "I'll give you the only equipment you want, so stop chasing it so hard. If I guessed correctly, you are the one who holds the power of space on the side of Demon King Lucifer." 35. Now that the Leviathan and the others have teleported over to fight, you don't go over to help, but are you chasing me all the time here? Is it really okay? 5. No problem at all. Ma Wu, who was holding the dagger in his hand, replied casually, "According to the progress, that side should be almost over. Finish." Hearing Ma Wu's words, Moses suddenly froze in place. "My friend, are you kidding me? Although I think that Leviathan has some problems with his brain, he still has some strength. So many gods teleported with him, how could it end so quickly?" 39. Of course it's thanks to your assist. A smile appeared on Ma Wu's face. Although there is Edgeworth's spiritual guidance, your cooperation is really helpful. As long as Rias's side has a good time, there are no fatal mistakes, just that full-charged doomsday light is enough to wipe out 99% of all the enemies. 5. As for the remaining two more difficult ones, I have already arranged the opponents. I think it's better for you to worry about yourself now than to worry about the situation on the other side. 99. Hum hum hum. Like rain falling on a calm lake, the entire space within a radius of several kilometers with Mahu as the center began to vibrate continuously. Glancing at Moses, whose body gradually dissipated into a phantom in front of him, Suwu turned to look to the right. Bang! I saw a black shadow suddenly appear, smashing a huge pit on the ground. Don't think about running away. Turning his head to avoid the flying knife that suddenly appeared in front of him, Suwu said indifferently, although I can't stop you from launching a space attack, it can still be done so that you can't use teleportation. If you want to leave here now, the only way is to defeat me, understand? Is there really no room for negotiation? Moses, who got up from the pit, patted the dust on his body and squinted at Suwu. This mysterious man who is not even a god has been bringing him a sense of deadly threat from the moment he appeared. If it is not necessary, he really does not want to fight with each other. I have accumulated a lot of treasures over the years. 35. Moses took out a few storage rings from his arms and threw them at Mawu. This is the deposit. If you are willing to stop this, my friend, I can pay you more than the wanted order. The words are very sincere, but the actual actions are not sincere. 9. Looking at the storage ring in his hand, Mawu shook his head helplessly. 7-step soul stimulating powder, you can add this thing to the forging of the space ring is really powerful. It's just insurance. Moses, who was seen through, was not embarrassed. He took out a few storage rings and threw them at Mawu. After all, I've been wanted for so many years, and if I didn't act vigilantly, I would have died. 99. I can understand that. After teleporting a few storage rings in midair to the distance, Suwu nodded in agreement. After all, the one who wants you is the number one lord on the west side of the void. If you kill you, you can not only gain space authority, but also connect with the other party and obtain a lot of resources. To be honest, in the face of this bloody business, there should be few people who can't be tempted. So you came to the door. Boom boom boom. With the rise of several huge mushroom clouds in the distance, Moses' voice also sounded. Since you must fight, then stay here. Boom. Moses, who had already prepared himself when he failed to escape, suddenly burst out with a huge power of space. After forcibly fixing the unstable space barriers around, this space power turned into invisible shackles and wrapped around Mawu. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Moses' body disappeared in place, and directly launched his strongest killing move. Hum! With Mawu as the center, dense space ripples began to appear continuously, turning into a second space shackle to suppress it. At the same time, hundreds of daggers enchanted with god-level poison emerged from the space ripples in all directions, heading straight towards Jean Mahu's stab. Have you finally launched an attack on your own initiative? 35. Looking at this lore strike, Mawu, who had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, showed a smile. In this case, even if you have more cards, you have to take my attack. First come first. The backlight sword placed on the inside of the clothes by Suwu slowly lit up. In the next instant, the huge power of time and the power of cause and effect swept out, covering the entire small world. The tide of time began to recede, and the dagger that should have fallen on Hao Wu began to return the same way. The ripples of space dissipated in front of Mawu, and the shackles of space also turned into nothingness. Facing this terrifying force, even Moses, who had the authority of space, could not resist completely, and his body was forced to appear where he was standing. And taking advantage of the moment when the other party was unable to act, Mawu appeared in front of the other party with the Shuanghua sword in his hand. Do not kill me! Moses, who was trying to break free from the lock of the force of karma, said, I have Dorothy's secret in my hands. As long as you not interested in. Scoff. The blue sword shadow flashed by. Facing the power of extreme cold attached to the blade of the sword, Moses, a top-level intermediate god, lost his vitality before he could finish his words. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, Ma Wu, who inserted the Shuanghua sword back into his waist, shook his head. Dorothy's secret does sound tempting. Unfortunately, for him, the least valuable thing is probably the so-called secret. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.